Chapter 51, Since I told you to cook, you should just cook. Within the bleak autumn wind, the rain was being blown sideways. At the entrance of the alleyway, a slim figure was slowly approaching. Wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat with a sword slung behind his back, he was slowly walking toward the store in the alleyway. Suddenly, the figure slightly quivered and stopped walking. It stood at the center of the alleyway and ceased to move. Raindrops fell from the sky and splattered on his bamboo hat. Streams of water gathered from the raindrops flowed down the straw raincoat and dripped off the corners. Xiao Yu's face was concealed by the black veil of the bamboo hat. His expression could not be seen and his emotions could not be perceived. He did not continue moving, but stopped a few steps away from the store and slowly took off the long sword wrapped in rags slung on his back. Buzz! In the surroundings of the alleyway, a series of sounds which sounded like the sharp noise that bowstrings make when arrows are fired, suddenly rang out. Countless crossbow bolts were suddenly launched from all directions, sailing through the air in a slightly curved angle. The target was Xiao Yu, who was standing in the middle of the alleyway. Rib! As a crisp sound rang out, the rags wrapped around the longsword were immediately torn into pieces as a bright sword energy burst forth from the sword. It was like a meteor flying through the night sky as it drew an arc in the air. A surging wave of true energy gushed out from his body and spread out along with the sword energy. The countless crossbow bolts broke into pieces and the fragments, accompanied by the raindrops, scattered onto the ground. As the sword energy dissipated, over a dozen figures with very powerful auras suddenly appeared from behind the walls of the alleyway. Each of them was armed with a spear as they charged towards Xiao Yu. The tiger guards of the Xiao family. How nostalgic! Xiao Yu's horse murmuring fluttered in the wind and he seemed to be chuckling to himself. Then the rain surrounding him was instantly expelled, as if a distorted area was formed around him. Xiao Meng forcefully suppressed his agitation and only breathed a sigh of relief after he personally fed the chicken soup to Xiao Yunyu. The tremendous weight on his shoulders was finally lifted off. "Thank you, Owner Bulletin," Xiao Meng solemnly said to Bulletin Fang as he performed a fist and palm salute. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly nodded, while thinking, "You should be thankful." Suddenly, Bulletin Fang's expression changed. He seemed to be hearing a series of metallic collision noises coming from outside the store. He immediately looked outside in uncertainty, but these noises quickly stopped and disappeared. Xiao Meng's expression remained indifferent. He had naturally heard the sound of combat from outside but did not take any other actions. He continued to unhurriedly feed the chicken soup to Xiao Yunyu. "Owner Bulletin, this chicken soup. Would it be possible for me to have a serving?" Ji Chinsu came forward with a gentle smile and asked Bulletin Fang. Ji Chingan meaningfully looked at Ji Chinsu and stepped forward as well. He was slightly agitated as well as he said, "Owner Bulletin, give me a serving of this Sage Herb Phoenix Chicken Soup." The effects of this Sage Herb Phoenix Chicken Soup had already been proven. If Xiao Yunyu, who had lost so much life force, was saved after drinking it, then its recuperation effects was definitely powerful. If father could drink a bowl of this soup, then his body would definitely become much stronger. This soup would be great for pleasing father, Ji Chingan thought. Even though the title of Crown Prince had already been conferred on him, he still did not dare to relax. His brother, King Yu, had already coveted his position for a long time and knew how to please their father, the emperor. He was already feeling threatened at the moment. If he could present this chicken soup to their father, he would definitely improve his father's impression toward him. Ji Chinsu is definitely having the same idea as well, Ji Chingan thought. He glanced at his third brother and sneered. Compared to his second brother, his third brother was not a threat at all. "Excuse me, but this Sage Herb Phoenix Chicken Soup is a special dish. It is not for sale," Bulletin Fang indifferently replied. The Sage Herb Phoenix Chicken Soup was given by the system so that he could use it to save Xiao Yunyu and not considered within the store's dishes in the first place. "Owner Bulletin, crystals aren't an issue. I only wish that you would cook another serving of chicken soup," Ji Chingan unhappily said. When he heard Bulletin Fang's reply, he slightly frowned. When Ji Chinsu heard Bulletin Fang's words, he did not continue asking. He was very familiar with Bulletin Fang's character and knew that the answer would be the same no matter how many times he asked. Bulletin Fang pointed at the menu behind the Crown Prince and said, "Look at the menu behind you. This dish isn't on it, so I am not selling." "Humph. You're so inflexible. Since I told you to cook the dish, you should just go and do it. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Ji Chingan's expression became gloomy as he swinged his sleeve in anger and coldly said. With those words, the people in the surrounding immediately knew that the crown prince was angry. His temper was notoriously known within the imperial city to be irritable. For the owner of such a small restaurant to infuriate the crown prince, he was definitely going to suffer. Many people of the Xiao family looked toward Bullet and Fang in sympathy and secretly shook their heads. On the other hand, Xiao Meng and Xiao Xiaolong took no notice. Xiao Meng understood very well how terrifying Bullet and Fang's store was. The mechanical puppet, not to mention the big black dog lying at entrance, was not something a mere crown prince could offend. The atmosphere within the store had become cold due to the crown prince's words. However, clear footsteps coming from the entrance attracted their attention. A figure wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat stepped into the store. Owner Bulletin, I am here to retrieve the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine that I reserved, a hoarse voice faintly rang out as dark red blood dripped off the tip of the longsword that the person was holding and splattered onto the floor. Oh, wait a moment, Bulletin Fang nodded and expressionlessly replied. Then he turned around and headed toward the kitchen. Stop! Ji Chingan's eyes flashed with malice. How dare this fellow actually ignore him? Who was he? He was the crown prince. How could he let others humiliate him like this? With a bellow, Ji Chingan formed a claw with his hand and reached for Bulletin Fang's back figure. Bang! However, before Ji Chingan's attack was able to reach Bulletin Fang's body, it was intercepted by Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng indifferently glanced at the crown prince and said, Your Highness, it's better not to make a move within the store. This is an advice from your humble servant. After Xiao Meng finished speaking, his gaze turned toward the man wearing the bamboo hat and his expression turned cold. You really dare to appear, Xiao Meng ghastly said as a killing intent gradually emitted from his body. Father, your tiger guards are still as worthless as before. Xiao Yu remained as steady as a mountain under Xiao Meng's killing intent. He chuckled with a hoarse voice as he took off the bamboo hat and revealed a handsome face. Xiao Yu. The heart-rending sword monarch Xiao Yu. Everyone within the store sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the crown prince, who was furious at the moment, narrowed his eyes. The vicious person who severely injured his mother and betrayed his father for the sake of mastering the sword. Yunya was injured because of you. You should know that you would definitely die this time around. I thought you already escaped. Xiao Meng slowly walked towards Xiao Yu. He was moving very slowly, but his aura became even more terrifying with each step. With every step, the terrifying aura of a 7th grade battle saint covered the entire area with a loud rumble. Die? Father, you're still as confident as ever, Xiao Yu said with a faint smile. His eyes were almost narrowed into a crescent shape, but his words were unrestrained. Unfortunately, you won't be able to stop the current me. I can't stop you. Xiao Meng thought as he stopped walking. The distance between them was only an inch and their eyes were looking at each other. Xiao Meng's aura was as heavy as a towering mountain range, while Xiao Yu's aura was as sharp as divine spear that could rend the sky. Just as the collision between the two of them was about to occur. At that very moment. Hey, here's your Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. An indifferent voice suddenly interrupted their confrontation. Everyone immediately looked in astonishment toward Bulletin Fang, who had just walked out of the kitchen with a jar of wine in his hands. This fellow. Is there something wrong with his head? Doesn't he understand the current situation? Why are you mentioning wine at this kind of moment? Both the gazes of Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu landed on Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang remained expressionless as he calmly received their sharp gazes. He twitched his mouth and said, Let me remind you. Go outside if you're going to fight or cause trouble. Otherwise, you will be stripped as an example to others. Chapter 52, The Oyster Pancake That Is Available for Takeouts. The Crown Prince looked toward Bulletin Fang in astonishment, while thinking, is this fellow an idiot? He actually tried to reason with a 7th grade battle saint, and he even said that he would strip him, as an example to others? Does he have the strength and qualifications to say that? Ji Chingan could tell Bulletin Fang's cultivation level just from looking at him. A mere 3rd grade battle maniac could not even be considered as an ant in front of a battle saint. Where did he get the courage to say those words? Ji Chingan folded his arms across his chest as he looked on with interest. He was looking forward to watching Bullet and Fang being taught a lesson. Other than the Crown Prince, many members of the Xiao family were looking at Bullet and Fang in the same manner. In their eyes, this brat was simply an idiot with poor judgment. Both the gazes of Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu were like blades as they coldly landed on Bullet and Fang's body. The atmosphere within the store became much colder. Bullet and Fang was expressionlessly holding the jar of ice heart jade urn wine in one hand while patting Whitey's wide belly with the other. Whitey had appeared next to him without anyone noticing, and its mechanical eyes were flashing red. Both the gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Meng slightly shifted toward Whitey's body. This mechanical puppet. The mood became tense. Just when everyone thought Bullet and Fang was about to suffer a misfortune, Xiao Meng lightly exhaled. He turned around and walked toward the entrance of the store. I'll give owner Bulletin some face today. Come out with me, we'll settle this outside. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curled up and his expression became languid. Why should I go out just because you're telling me? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Xiao Yu walked toward Bullet and Fang and received the jar of wine from him. Xiao Meng stopped walking and looked back. He lifted up his hand and a burst of true energy gushed out from his hand. It turned into a stream and instantly coiled around the jar of wine in Xiao Yu's hand. With a slight tug, the ice heart jade urn wine flew across the air towards Xiao Meng. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted as the aura emitting from his body suddenly changed. He tossed out a stream of energy as well, coiling it around the jar of wine. I said, if you're going to cause trouble, get out, Bullet and Fang expressionlessly said when he saw that the two were once again about to fight. Both Xiao Yu and Xiao Meng angrily snorted at the same time as they dashed out of the store and appeared within the alleyway. How terrifying! With the two of them gone, the atmosphere within the store immediately relaxed. Everyone was panting heavily with frightful expressions on their faces. The Crown Prince, Ji Chengan, looked toward Bullet and Fang in incredulity. Xiao Yu and Xiao Meng actually listened to that fellow and went outside to fight. This was contrary to his expectations and completely different from his anticipation. What is he relying on? Ji Chengan heavily breathed out and said with a frown. Sushi sighed. The Crown Prince did not know the terror of the store at all. He did not understand the terror of the iron lump puppet at all. The others were looking at Bullet and Fang as if he was a monster as well. This little store owner actually forced a battle saint to compromise. What are you looking at? The opening hours for today has already ended. Please leave the store right now. Bullet and Fang glanced at them and expressionlessly ordered them to leave. He did not care about their astonished gazes in the slightest. Owner Bulletin, I already said. This dish is not for sale. If you really want to eat this dish, you can prepare your own ingredients and bring them over. Before the Crown Prince could finish speaking, Bullet and Fang immediately interrupted him. The Crown Prince was slightly furious that he was interrupted, but his eyes lit up from Bullet and Fang's words. If he brought his own ingredients, Bullet and Fang would be willing to accept the order? Other than Ji Chengan, the eyes of Ji Chensu and the others lit up as well. Alright, I'll be leaving then. After receiving the confirmation from Bullet and Fang, the Crown Prince was overjoyed as he turned around and left the store with Sushi. He was in a hurry to watch the battle between Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu. The others left in droves as well. The battle between Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu was a rare occurrence that they could not afford to miss. Xiao Xiaolong ordered the servants to carry Xiao Yunyu, whose injuries had already recovered but was still tired, and left as well. With the blink of an eye, most of the people had already left and the store became deserted once more. Smelly boss, I am leaving as well. I will come back tomorrow. A smile appeared on Wang Xiaoi's face as her eyes narrowed into slits. The smelly boss really did not lie to her and really saved elder sister Yunyu. Bullet and Fang did not pay any attention to her as he turned around and entered the kitchen. Wang Xiaoi stuck her tongue out at Bullet and Fang's figure and left while skipping. That night, it was inevitable that the imperial city would not be quiet. The heart-rending sword monarch appeared within the imperial city and had an intense fight with great General Xiao. According to witnesses, the two experts seemed to be fighting over a jar of wine. They fought from the eastern side of the city to the western side, then back again to the eastern side. From the beginning to the end, the two remained in a deadlock as they fought over a jar of wine. Great General Xiao's military prowess was unrivaled, while the heart-rending sword monarch was capable of splitting the sky with a single sword strike. The battle between the two sent huge ripples through the imperial city and caused the situation, that was already turbulent, to become more unpredictable. This battle caused the experts from the sects hiding within the capital to appear one by one. There were suddenly big and small battles erupting in various alleyways within the imperial city. The innumerable bursts of true energy were like gorgeous fireworks. However, none of these were related to Bulletin Fang in the slightest. After closing up the store, Bulletin Fang went into the kitchen. No matter how chaotic the outside became, the interior of the store would always be serene. All he needed to do was testing out the new dishes. Congratulations to the host for completing the abrupt mission, learn the cooking method of elixir cuisine, the sage herb phoenix chicken soup, and rescue the dying beauty. The system reward will now be released. The system reward has been released. Will the host please check the contents? As the system solemn's voice rang out in Bulletin Fang's mind, his eyes immediately light up and his mind settled down. System reward, oyster pancake that is available for takeouts. Oyster pancake should be a type of snack, Bulletin Fang thought as the system had indicated that the oyster pancake is available for takeout. From what he knew of the system's character, a main dish would definitely not be allowed. So that's the kind of reward I get for slogging for half a day. Bulletin Fang thought as he felt an inexplicable pity for himself. Oyster pancake is a characteristic snack. It is made using rice milk, shredded radish, oyster, chopped onion, minced meat, and various other ingredients. It is deep-fried using special methods. The taste is delicious and has a rich aftertaste and fragrance that lingers in your mouth. Bulletin Fang had never tried cooking the oyster pancake on Earth before, so he was quite interested in this new dish as well. And so, while the battle outside was continuing, Bulletin Fang was joyously preparing to test out the new dish in the kitchen. The ingredients of the oyster pancake were prepared by the system and stored within a separate cupboard. Bulletin Fang took out a luscious white radish, which had a better quality than the ones that Bulletin Fang used in his knife skill training. Just from holding the white radish in his hand, he could feel the rich spirit energy and juice inside. Slicing radishes was naturally not an issue for Bulletin Fang. After turning the radish into long, thin strips, he placed them on one side. He took out a piece of meat, turned it into minced meat and placed it into a small bowl. The onion was chopped and then the plump oysters were washed clean. The oysters used were not ordinary as well. According to the system, they were the highest grade oysters obtained from the coastal area of the southern wastelands. Filled with an abundant amount of spirit energy, they were an excellent ingredient. After he finished preparing the ingredients, Bulletin Fang started to prepare the rice milk. He needed to pay particular attention to the rice milk as it should not be too watery or too thick. If the rice milk was too watery, the oyster pancake would easily break into pieces. On the other hand, if the rice milk was too thick, the oyster pancake would become too hard and affect the taste. Taking out a miniature millstone from a cupboard, Bulletin Fang loosened his muscles and bones to get ready to personally grind the rice milk. Chapter 53, The Clueless Oyster Pancake Eating Spectators. The rice used to make the rice milk was naturally provided by the system. Every single grain was round and plump like pearls, and filled with an abundant amount of spirit energy. He scooped up a ladle of rice and poured it into the millstone. After adding a ladle of peanut and water, Bulletin Fang began to gently turn the millstone. This millstone was relatively primitive and its surface was somewhat glossy. After gently milling for a while, slightly thick rice milk began to flow out into the blue and white porcelain bowl that Bulletin Fang placed beneath the millstone. After collecting the rice milk that he needed, Bulletin Fang cleaned the millstone and took out a wok. He filled half of the wok with high-quality oil, turned on the stove and waited for the temperature of the oil to rise. The wok spatula used to deep-fry oyster pancakes had a special shape. It was not semicircle like normal wok spatulas but was slightly flat instead. After adding a layer of rice milk on the flat surface of the wok spatula, he spread the shredded radish and chopped onion on top of the layer of rice milk. After adding 2 more layers of rice milk and minced meat in between, he placed a plump oyster at the top and added another layer of rice milk to wrap up all the ingredients, creating a hemisphere shape. Once the temperature of the oil within the wok was hot enough to scald, he dipped the wok spatula containing the oyster pancake into the oil. Immediately, the oil was spattering everywhere and pale yellowish bubbles were forming around the rice milk. As the oyster pancake couldn't be flipped during the deep frying process, it tested the chef's control over the heat and timing. The taste would be affected whether it was too raw or overcooked. Once the exterior of the oyster pancake had completely turned into a golden color, Bulletin Fang took it out from the wok and placed it into the wire netting he had already prepared to drain the oil. A hemisphere-shaped oyster pancake was completed once the oil was completely drained. As the rice milk was not too thick, the ingredients inside of the golden crust were still visible and lines could be seen. The fragrance of deep-fried food was exuding from the oyster pancake and had a very unique smell. As peanut was added during the milling process, the rice milk was particularly fragrant after it was deep-fried. Moreover, the residual heat from the oil and the rice milk crust caused the ingredients to be naturally cooked and allowed the fragrance to complement each other. More importantly, the aroma of the oyster, which contained a trace of ocean flavor, would linger around the tip of one's nose and was difficult to disperse. Bulletin Fang was already feeling famished when he saw the oyster pancake. While another oyster pancake was still being deep-fried, he picked up the oyster pancake that was finished and eagerly took a bite. Crunch! The crispy texture, the rich taste, and the savory juice from the shredded white radish instantly entered his mouth and enveloped it. It was like the delicious taste had directly rushed into his brain as the pores in his whole body slightly opened. Crispy, fragrant, delicious. Only these three words could describe this oyster pancake. After taking the first bite, one would be unable to help but take the second bite. With this second bite, Bulletin Fang tasted the meat. The flavor of the meat instantly burst forth and directly rushed into the depths of his heart. With the third bite, Bulletin Fang tasted the plump oyster. The oyster was not deep-fried as it was wrapped within the rice milk, so it retained the fresh taste of seafood. Accompanied with the shredded radish and minced meat, it was so delicious that he wanted to swallow his own tongue. The taste of the oyster pancake was unexpectedly delicious. Bulletin Fang endured the urge to completely finish the entire oyster pancake and took out the other oyster pancake from the wok to drain the oil. After deep-frying 3 oyster pancakes, Bulletin Fang did not continue further. The oyster pancake needed to be eaten immediately. If it was left unattended for too long, the juice of the radish and steam would cause the crust to soften and lose that crispiness, which would affect the taste. After finishing 3 oyster pancakes, Bulletin Fang was still slightly craving for more. His mouth was filled with the taste of the oyster pancakes and he was overwhelmed with the urge to taste more. He cleaned up the kitchen and returned to his room to sleep. During normal circumstances, he would maintain his sleep habits. The next day, the weather was clear and the sun was shining warmly. Bulletin Fang accidentally overslept a little, so he got up slightly later than usual. However, it was not a big deal. After washing up, Bulletin Fang opened up the store. There was already a line of people waiting outside and Fatty Jin and his buddies were already waiting for quite some time. "Oh my, owner Bulletin, you are slightly slower today," Fatty Jin grumbled, but the expression on his face was still very happy. He was already used to eating breakfast at Bulletin Fang's restaurant every morning and according to him, it was the greatest happiness to eat Bulletin Fang's dishes once every day. "Yes, I was preparing a new dish, that's why I was slightly slower than usual," Bulletin Fang unabashedly said. "A new dish?" Fatty Jin was immediately excited when he heard that. He turned his head to look at the menu on the wall and saw that there was indeed a new dish at the bottom. "Oyster pancake, 2 per serving, 5 crystals, takeout permitted, ... Oyster pancake? I've never heard of this dish before," Fatty Jin thought as he went into a daze. "It seems to be very awesome from the sound of it." "Then owner, I would like to have a serving of this oyster pancake," Fatty Jin readily said. He was a nouveau riche and did not lack money. "You can order other dishes first," then ordered the oyster pancake as takeout and eat while walking, Bulletin Fang reminded him. Fatty Jin immediately realized his mistake as he nodded and ordered other dishes. After memorizing the orders, Bulletin Fang turned around and entered the kitchen and began to prepare the dishes. Wiang Xiaoi skipped into the store. Even though she no longer needed to work as the waitress, she was still habitually coming to work. Bulletin Fang was not opposed to this either and allowed her to do as she pleased. "Xiaoi, isn't it an important day for the Wiang family? Why are you still working today?" While Fatty Jin was waiting for his food to arrive, he was slightly bored and started chatting with Wiang Xiaoi. "Eh? Is there something big happening?" Wiang Xiaoi was startled. Fatty Jin continued and said, "It's not really that big of a deal. It's already spread within the entire imperial city that His Majesty ordered Great General Xiao Meng and General Wiang to jointly host today's execution. They're executing those experts from the sects at the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. I know, right? I heard the leaders from the Death Soul Palace are all 6th grade battle emperors. They're actually going to be executed together. The entire empire was shocked by the news. This time His Majesty is really determined to intimidate those sects outside of the border. Old Jin, let me tell you. I am afraid that this execution won't proceed smoothly. Didn't a great battle occur between Great General Xiao and the heart-rending Sword Monarch yesterday? Do you know what happened? The heart-rending Sword Monarch actually escaped. Other than the mysterious Celestial Arcanum sect, experts from the other 9 great sects have all gathered within the Imperial City to stop today's execution. I am afraid that an earth-shaking battle will happen today. Have you not noticed that there are several times more guards within the Imperial City than usual? When Wang Xiaoi heard the discussion of the customers, she suddenly became absent-minded. She thought, according to what they're saying, doesn't that mean father and elder brothers would be in danger? Xiaoi, serve the dishes. Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice drifted out from the kitchen and interrupted Xiaoi's thoughts. When Fatty Jin and the rest finished their meals, Bulletin Fang had also finished deep-frying the oyster pancake. There were 6 people within this group of obese men and each of them ordered a serving of oyster pancakes. With a dozen of oyster pancakes, they had to wait for quite a while. This is the oyster pancake? It's so fragrant. Fatty Jin looked at the 2 pieces of oyster pancake wrapped in bamboo leaves in his hands and swallowed his saliva. The golden oyster pancake was exuding a rich fragrance that stimulated his appetite. Bringing along their fascination toward the oyster pancake, the group left Fang's little store. Old Jin, why don't we take a look at the execution grounds? 6 battle emperors are being executed, there's no way we can miss such a grand occasion, one of them said, and the rest immediately agreed. And so, a group of obese men was holding oyster pancakes in their hands as they majestically headed for the execution grounds, planning to eat along the way, and became clueless oyster pancake eating spectators. Chapter 54, The Disturbance Triggered by the Oyster Pancakes. Outside the walls of the Imperial Palace, in front of the entrance to the towering Imperial Court, there was a large group of people forming up a long queue. These group of people were all well-known people within the Imperial City. Along with their followers, they were waiting to enter the Gate of Heavenly Mystery within the Imperial Palace. There were countless armor-wearing soldiers standing guard at the entrance to the Imperial Palace. Every single person that entered would go through an inspection. This time, the orders from the Emperor to execute the prisoners from Death Soul Palace had aroused the interest of many people and created huge ripples within the Imperial City. The court officials were not the only ones who did not expect it, but even the experts from sects outside the border were caught unprepared. Fatty Jin and his buddies majestically arrived. However, as they were not court officials, they did not have the authority to go by the back door and could only obediently queue up. However, their luck was excellent. Just when they arrived, the first wave of spectators were allowed to enter. And so, they followed the crowd and Fatty Jin carried the oyster pancakes into the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. The Gate of Heavenly Mystery Square was specially built by the Imperial Palace. Its surface area was large and wide, and many important ceremonies and events, like the imperial sacrifices, were conducted there. On that day, the atmosphere within the Gate of Heavenly Mystery was extremely cold. An execution platform was set up in the middle and was surrounded by guards that were there to maintain order. On the execution platform, there was a judicial desk made from sandalwood and 2 high chairs. Xiao Meng, who was fully armored, was sitting upright on one of the chairs. His red cloak was fluttering in the wind, like a rolling sea of blood. Wang Zongheng was also wearing armor. His long hair was tied with a black woolen rope while 2 bangs of hair were drifting with the wind in front of his forehead. His gaze was solemn while his expression was cold. The 2 of them were like statues as they sat on top of the high chairs. Regardless of the chilliness of the autumn wind, their expressions were still that cold. Suddenly, Wang Zongheng raised his head and looked at the sky. The clouds were slowly moving due to the autumn wind blowing, but could never block the radiance released by the scorching sun. It's time, bring the prisoners to the execution platform. With a solemn expression, Wang Zongheng's indifferent voice resounded around the entire Gate of Heavenly Mystery, causing the clamoring audience to become silent as they gravely looked toward the execution platform. The sound of chains colliding rang out. From a distance, guards were escorting 6 men with disheveled hair in prisoner clothes while they slowly approached. Their hands and feet were bound by cold shackles. As Fatty Jin ripped the bamboo leaves, the golden and slightly hot oyster pancake was revealed. The rich fragrance drifted out and dispersed through the surroundings, causing the spectators around him to sniff the air. A smile appeared on Fatty Jin's face as he intoxicatedly inhaled the smell, and the pudgy flesh on his face was slightly trembling from happiness. Owner Bulletin's dishes are definitely the best. With such a sweet fragrance, the taste is definitely delicious as well, Fatty Jin thought as he opened his mouth and took a bite. Crunch! A clear sound rang out. The crispy texture caused Fatty Jin's eyes to open wide in astonishment. After the crispiness, it was the tenderness and juiciness of the shredded radishes that flowed into his mouth. Immediately, an indescribable aroma flooded his mouth and even gushed out from his nostrils. Oh, my heavens! It's so delicious! Fatty Jin was enthralled as he took another bite. With this second bite, he tasted the meat and the aroma abruptly upgraded to the next level. Gulp! Even Fatty Jin did not expect that with the 2 bites, the fragrance of the oyster pancake would immediately diffuse. That fragrance was like silk brushing across skin as it drifted into the air with the help of the autumn wind. The rest of the obese men could not help it any longer and ripped open their own oyster pancakes. As they each bit down on the oyster pancakes, a series of crunching sounds rang out and lingered around a corner of the gate of heavenly mystery. A burst of fragrance might not be concentrated enough. However, if several bursts of fragrance were released at the same time, and with the help of the autumn wind, it would turn into a surging wave. The fragrance of the oyster pancake was like an aroma bomb. With several aromatic explosions happening at the same time, the entire gate of heavenly mystery began to clamor. What the? This smell? Who's releasing poison at the execution grounds? It's so fragrant. It's really fragrant. How could it possibly be so fragrant? Are you still human? Is this the sort of place to eat delicious food? I just want to say. Give me a serving as well. The gate of heavenly mystery was in complete chaos. Everyone was constantly looking for the source of the fragrance. They had never smelled such a sweet fragrance. The guards immediately increased their vigilance. However, as they inhaled the fragrance, they could not help but swallow their salivas as well. This smell seemed to possess magical powers as it instantly infiltrated their marrows. Crunch! Fatty took another bite of the oyster pancake. Immediately, he became intoxicated once more as he tasted the plump oyster. He opened his mouth to exhale and the fragrance gushed out. Get lost! Don't eat in front of me! A sullen voice rang out next to Fatty Jin. The cold voice seemed to have permeated from the netherworlds. Fatty Jin was startled. When he turned his head, he saw a man that looked slightly ugly standing next to him. The man was swallowing his saliva while looking at him with a cold gaze. Who the hell are you? So what if I am eating, how is it any of your business? I am going to continue eating, what are you going to do about it? Fatty Jin said as he took another bite of oyster pancake and snorted. The ugly man fiercely glared at Fatty Jin and clenched his fist tightly, as if he was going to smash Fatty Jin's annoying face. However, when the man thought about the sex plans later, he suppressed his anger and coldly glanced at Fatty Jin and said, Damn Fatty, just you wait. OH. You're even threatening me. I am definitely going to eat in front of you today, why don't you bite me? Fatty Jin said as he finished the rest of the oyster pancake with a single bite. Then he took out the second oyster pancake from the bamboo leaves and brandished it in front of the man. The man took a deep breath and the blue veins on his fists became apparent. At that moment, the 6 prisoners were already kneeling down on the execution platform with their heads hanging down. Beside each of the prisoners, there was a burly executioner with red scarves wrapped around their heads. They looked boorish and exuded powerful auras. Every single one of them was a 4th-grade battle spirit. The spectating crowd became quiet once more. The temperature within the gate of heavenly mystery seemed to have become much colder in that moment as a killing intent instantly burst out from the center of the execution platform. Xiao Meng glanced toward the scorching sun. Then with a wave of his hand, a token made from black iron immediately floated up from the judicial desk. The word behead was inscribed upon it. Just when he was about to throw the token, he suddenly sensed something and puzzledly looked toward the direction of the crowd. Damn Fatty! AHH! I am going to kill you! A roar filled with anger and grief rang out as a terrifying true energy burst out from that location. Soul refinement true energy from the soul sect. Xiao Meng muttered as his eyes narrowed and briefly flashed for a moment. Following the initial outburst, sources of true energy started appearing one by one among the spectators gathered at the gate of heavenly mystery and were followed by bone-chilling shouts. The levels of the true energy were extremely powerful. Each of them were at the level of a 5th grade battle king. Without a doubt, the experts from the sects were making their move. However, Xiao Meng and Wang Zongheng were both slightly baffled as the timing utilized by the experts from the sects was strange. Bang bang bang! One by one, the tiger guards of the Xiao family standing near the execution platform charged into the crowd toward the source of the auras. Fatty Jin's face went pale while the pudgy flesh throughout his entire body began to tremble as he looked toward the ugly man, who seemed as if he had just instantly become a towering mountain. Elder brother! I won't mess around anymore. You can eat this oyster pancake. Eat. I'll eat your sister, you damn fatty. The ugly man was currently feeling anguish. The instant he released his true energy, he knew that all the plans were thrown into disorder. The meticulous plot of the 10 great sects to interrupt the execution was actually ruined by an oyster pancake. Who the hell cooked this heinous oyster pancake? Chapter 55, Someone is causing trouble. Owner Bulletin, are you going to intervene? What's going on? Why is there someone not following the plan? Hun Qianduan, how did you educate your subordinates? Within the crowd, the expression of a smiling merchant, who wore an embroidered robe, suddenly changed and became gloomy as he asked the hunchbacked elderly man next to him in a hoarse voice. The hunchbacked elderly man's face contorted as he straightened his body and cold words drifted out from his mouth as well. Xiao Yu, don't use that kind of tone with me. I am not your subordinate. The elderly man's face continued to contort, then suddenly, it actually peeled off like flowing water and turned into a pale-looking face. His eye sockets were deeply sunken and there seemed to be a ghost fire pulsing within. Very well. The soul sect is indeed formidable. If the plan fails, you'll be assuming responsibility for it. The plump body of the rich merchant suddenly shrunk and as the clothes exploded into pieces, a lean and tall figure was revealed. A handsome face that was like a piece of ice that did not melt in 10,000 years glanced at Hun Qianduan. With the sonorous cry of a sword, Xiao Yu's body flew into the air as true energy surged out from him. His figure immediately charged toward the execution platform, leaving a contrail at his wake. Hun Qianduan's expression became sullen and he coldly snorted. The tip of his toes tapped against the ground and he flew into the air. His black robes spread open and soul refinement true energy surged out. At the center of the execution platform, Xiao Meng's eyes narrowed as he raised his head and looked toward the two figures approaching. He slapped the table and angrily yelled with a voice like rolling thunder as it dispersed into a distance. You fiend! I wasn't able to kill you yesterday, but you won't be able to get away today. Boom! The terrifying aura of a 7th grade battle saint suddenly skyrocketed as Xiao Meng turned into a stream of light and charged towards Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan. The corner of Wang Zongheng's mouth widened into a smile as he fiercely stomped the ground and charged out. He landed on the execution platform and knocked away 2 experts from the sects that were charging toward the platform with a sudden palm strike. With Wang Zongheng, overseeing this execution, who has the audacity to be impudent? Within the crowd, powerful auras continued to appear. The tiger guards of the Xiao family had already made contact and were fighting with the experts from the sects. The sound of battle could be heard throughout the gate of heavenly mystery as it suddenly turned into a field of blood. Deep within the resplendent imperial palace, an elderly figure was sitting on the dragon throne with a white-haired eunuch in robes standing next to him, with his head lowered. The elderly figure was wearing a purple crown embedded with gems with his hair tied up in a golden headband embroidered with an illustration of 2 dragons vying for a pearl. Even though his appearance was old, the domineering aura of an emperor was still present. Is the matter of the gate of heavenly mystery proceeding smoothly? A slightly low voice came from the emperor's mouth. Your Majesty, Great General Xiao and General Wang have already begun the execution. The experts from the sects hiding within the imperial city finally lost their patience and made a move. The corner of the white-haired eunuch's mouth curled up as he slightly bowed and uttered with a high-pitched voice. They have no choice but to raid the execution grounds. After all, they can't afford to lose 6 battle emperors. That's why even though they know that this is a trap that I set for them, they would still jump into it. Cough, the emperor faintly smiled with unfathomable eyes and lightly coughed. Your Majesty is brilliant. The sects will definitely be destroyed and the Light Wind Empire will regain its peace, the eunuch lightly patted the emperor's back as he softly said. The emperor waved him away as he lightly sighed, I know my own body very well. I know that I won't be able to last until all the sects are destroyed, otherwise I wouldn't have laid such a trap for them. Xiao Fu, go help them as well. According to our intelligence, out of the 10 great sects, only the old foxes from the Celestial Arcanum sect aren't participating. The other sects should have dispatched quite a number of experts. I am afraid that General Xiao won't be able to cope with it. The white-haired eunuch took a step, slightly bowed and said, as you command. The lonesome emperor watched as the eunuch left. He was the only person left in such a big palace. With Xiao Fu helping out, this time, should be in the bag. Even if they're not completely destroyed, it should be enough to greatly damage them. Cough, cough, cough. The battle at the Gate of Heavenly Mystery was extremely harsh. The number of experts from the sects that infiltrated was slightly out of the expectation of Xiao Meng and the others. The soldier standing guard at the entrance had also been slaughtered as countless experts charged in. Xiao Meng was unmatched in indomitability as he faced the Battle Emperor Xiao Yu along with the peak-level Battle Emperor Hun Qianduan, and actually managed to suppress both of them to the point where they could only passively defend. Wiang Zongheng faced numerous enemies as he aggressively protected the execution platform and prevented anyone from approaching. As the experts from the sects charged into the fray, the Imperial Guards joined the battle as well. The two armies started fighting. There were experts appearing on both sides of the forces. As the battle became even harsher, warm blood continued to spray onto the tiles of the solemn Gate of Heavenly Mystery. Fiends from the sects, it's time for you to die. Just when everyone was fighting, a high-pitched angry yell came from the depths of the Imperial Palace. A white-haired figure flew out, lightly waved a horsetail whisk, and joined the battle. Xiao Yu's expression changed and he was startled. Chief Eunuch, Lian Fu. Isn't he always protecting the emperor? He actually made a move as well. Hun Qianduan's expression was unsightly as well as he quietly cursed. The cultivation level of the chief of the eunuchs was comparable to Xiao Meng. With both of them working together, even though they had more battle emperors on their side, there was still no chance of winning. As expected, this is Ji Changfeng's trap. We've been deceived. Let's retreat. Smelly boss, since there's no customers around today, can I go back earlier? Wiang Xiaoi asked Bulletin Feng, who was curled up on a chair near the entrance, with a pout on her face. There were indeed less customers than usual. After Fatty Jin and his buddies left, only a few other customers sporadically turned up. His regular customers like Ji Chinsu and the others did not appear at all. Alright, you can go back first, Bulletin Feng expressionlessly replied. It was comfortably warm under the autumn sun and it was making him drowsy. When Wiang Xiaoi heard Bulletin Feng's reply, her eyes started smiling. She charmingly nodded, then impatiently dashed out of the store and headed for the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. After hearing the discussion between Fatty Jin and his buddies, she had been feeling restless. After all, her father was one of the people in charge of the execution. If what they said was true, then her father would be in danger. She lightly sighed as she was about to walk out of the alleyway. However, just as she reached the entrance, she felt a terrifying aura surging toward her. Wiang Xiaoi's expression immediately changed. Without even thinking about anything, her body automatically turned around and headed the way she came from. However, before she could take a second step, she discovered that a figure had appeared next to her. Then she felt a powerful arm grabbing hold of her and lifting her up. Xiao Meng! Stop! Otherwise, I'll kill the young lady of the Wiang family! Xiao Yu hoarsely shouted. He was bleeding all over his body and the smell of blood was even wafting out from his mouth. His eyes were like those of a fierce wolf as he glanced toward his pursuers, Xiao Meng and the white-haired eunuch, Lian Fu. Hun Qianduan's chest had deeply caved in and there was not even the slightest color on his pale face. Retreat into the alleyway. Do you see the store there? Go inside, Xiao Yu indifferently said toward Hun Qianduan while clutching Wiang Xiaoi with one hand. Wiang Xiaoi's adorable face was rosy red as she randomly flailed her limbs around. While panting with rage, she angrily scolded, Xiao Yu! Let me down this instant! Xiao Yu did not have the leisure to pay any attention to Wiang Xiaoi. His eyes were coldly watching the movements of Xiao Meng and Lian Fu as he retreated toward the entrance of the store with Hun Qianduan. Bulatin Fang's eyes had just closed when he heard Wang Xiaoi's unique way of cursing. Immediately, he puzzledly opened his eyes and saw Xiao Yu, who was injured all over and carrying Wang Xiaoi, and a man who looked like a ghost, charging into the store. Bulatin Fang was slightly startled. What was going on? Xiao Yu let go of Wang Xiaoi as he collapsed onto the ground and continuously vomited blood. He hurriedly took out an elixir from his bosoms and swallowed it, stabilizing his injuries. Only after doing all of this, Xiao Yu smiled at Bulatin Fang with a pale complexion. Owner Bulatin, someone is causing trouble in your store. Are you going to intervene? Chapter 56, Don't Smile. I might just throw you out. There was blood trickling from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth and his handsome face had become slightly ghastly. However, he was still forcing himself to smile as he looked at Bulatin Fang. Owner Bulatin, someone is causing trouble in the store. Are you going to intervene? Hun Qianduan, whose face was as white as paper, looked towards Xiao Yu as if he was looking at a madman, while thinking, this fellow. Is he injured in the head? What kind of nonsense is he spouting? There's 2 7th-grade battle saints right outside. What is he trying to do by asking the owner of a store for help? Have you gone mad? Cough. This guy is only a battle maniac. Do you really think he can help us? Hun Qianduan was coughing blood as he shook his head in despair and said. This time, the 9 great sects had really suffered an immense loss. At least half of their experts were killed during the rescue operation. They did not expect that Ji Changfeng would be that vicious. Shut up. If your useless subordinate didn't expose his identity beforehand, would the result of this operation turn out like this? Your soul sect will be taking responsibility for the failure of this operation. Xiao Yu's eyes went cold as he glanced at Hun Qianduan. Right now, I don't want to argue with you. If you want to continue living, then you should obediently shut up. This store isn't as simple as you think. You. Hun Qianduan was so riled up that the injuries at his chest began to ache. He could not bear it any longer and coughed out a large mouthful of blood once more. He hurriedly fished out elixirs from his bosom and shoved them into his mouth. Xiao Yu turned around and looked at Bulatin Fang with hope in his eyes. He knew that his only chance of survival was to rely on Bulatin Fang. Bulatin Fang was curled up on a chair. With the sunlight shining on his face, he looked slightly holy. Wang Xiaoi was panting with rage as she hid behind Bulatin Fang and angrily glared at Xiao Yu. She thought, this bad man. He actually dared to lift me up. And even said he would kill me. Simply unforgivable. Bulatin Fang expressionlessly stared at Xiao Yu, while Xiao Yu calmly looked back at him. Finally, it seemed that Xiao Yu could not stand Bulatin Fang's indifferent gaze any longer. His heart quivered and he could not help but look away. Bulatin Fang satisfactorily nodded and thought, that's right, who's afraid of a staring contest? Owner Bulatin. A deep voice came from outside the store. Xiao Meng, who was in armor, vigorously approached with a solemn expression. What do you want? Bulatin Fang puzzledly looked at him. Owner Bulatin, criminals wanted by the Imperial Court entered your store just now. I desire to enter your store to catch them. Xiao Meng was slightly fearful of the mysterious store. An owner with an unknown background, a mysterious and powerful big black dog, and a puppet that was a match for a battle saint. If he tried to forcibly enter, it probably would not end well. Lian Fu was baffled as he looked at Xiao Meng. Swinging his horsetail whisk and pinching his thumb and index finger together, he said with a high-pitched voice, General Xiao, why aren't we going in to catch the fiends from the sects that are hiding inside? Don't tell me you still consider that fiend as your son. Gong gong, you don't understand. This store isn't simple. Forcibly entering is inadvisable. Xiao Meng solemnly said. General Xiao. How could a mere store situated within the alleyways of the Imperial City frighten you like this? This doesn't seem to tally with the reputation of the valiant general of our Lightwind Empire. Lian Fu sneered as he gestured towards Xiao Meng while pinching his thumb and index finger together. Who are you trying to deceive? There are countless stores like this within the Imperial City. You can tell the cultivation level of the owner in a single glance. He's just a mere battle maniac, what's there for you to be afraid of? Is there a need for a battle saint like you to hesitate? Lian Fu thought. Bulatin Fang expressionlessly looked towards Xiao Meng and that, eunuch. Eunuch. Bulletin Fang thought as he blinked. It was the first time that he had seen a live eunuch. How amazing! You can enter the store, but fighting and causing trouble is prohibited. Otherwise, you will know the consequences, Bulletin Fang simply said. Xiao Meng knitted his eyebrows together. If he was not allowed to make a move, how could he capture Xiao Yu? Even though Xiao Yu was badly injured, it would still be difficult to arrest him if he tried to resist. Oh my! Just because we are showing respect to you, you really think that you're something? A mere battle maniac that is arrogant as an 8th grade war god. Oh, I am so scared. Before Xiao Meng could reply, Lian Fu scornfully said as he pinched his thumb and middle finger together and gestured toward Bulletin Fang while his other hand was propped under his chin. Bulletin Fang instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. He thought, good heavens! Elder brother, isn't it better for us to talk it out? Shua shua shua. While they were talking, several figures appeared within the alleyway. Wiang Zongheng valiantly arrived with an unmatchable domineering aura while his ferocious face was trembling with fury. At the execution platform, he fought against multiple opponents and swept away multiple 6th grade battle emperors while killing numerous 5th grade battle kings. He truly was akin to a human-shaped wild beast. God damn! Tell me, who's left? Wiang Zongheng said as he stroked his beard. He truly was ferocious. Good heavens! My obedient daughter, what are you doing inside? It's dangerous there, so quickly come out. When Wiang Zongheng noticed that Wiang Xiaoai was inside the store, his heart immediately started quivering. There were 2 ruthless people inside, if anything happened to her, he would definitely get it from her mother. Dad! Wiang Xiaoai's eyes lit up when she saw Wiang Zongheng and charmingly yelled out. Oh, my obedient daughter, Wiang Zongheng replied with a face filled with love, no longer resembling the wild beast that was there a few moments ago. The big pile of soldiers standing behind Wiang Zongheng were dumbfounded as they looked at their general. What happened to the dignity of their general? The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Indeed. Xiao Meng did not dare to directly charge into the store and was afraid of the mysterious store as well. He made the right choice. Hun Qianduan looked at Bulletin Fang as if he had seen a ghost. The ant-like owner of a store, actually caused the #1 expert of the Light Wind Empire to hesitate? What exactly happened to the world? Like the eunuch, Lian Fu, Hun Qianduan could not understand the situation. General Xiao, hurry up and capture the fiends from the sects hiding inside the store. Lian Fu coldly said. No way! No way! Wiang Zongheng and Xiao Meng replied in unison. Xiao Meng was afraid, while Wiang Zongheng was purely worried about Wiang Xiaoai. Xiaoai, come over here to Dad. Be obedient, after shouting, Wiang Zongheng sweetly said toward Wiang Xiaoai. Wiang Xiaoai glanced at the smelly boss and looked toward her boorish father. She was slightly hesitating as she blinked her adorable eyes. You should go over there, Bulletin Fang simply said as he patted Wiang Xiaoai's head. All right. Smelly boss, you should be careful, Wiang Xiaoai charmingly said as she stood on tiptoes and patted Bulletin Fang's shoulder. After she finished, she eagerly ran toward Wiang Zongheng's side. God damn! Someone! Go in there and arrest those fiends from the sects. Once Wiang Xiaoai was at his side, Wiang Zongheng's tenderness immediately turned into malevolence as he put his hands at his waist and angrily ordered while pointing at the store. Xiao Meng's expression immediately changed. Lian Fu faintly smiled as he pinched his thumb and middle finger together. After receiving the order, 5 of Wiang Zongheng's Battle King subordinates yelled a battle cry as they charged toward the store. Their objective was to capture Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan. Xiao Yu's face was pale, but he had a smile on his face as he looked at the 5 people approaching. A gigantic figure suddenly appeared at the entrance and its mechanical eyes flashed. The 5 battle kings were immediately startled. They subconsciously evoked their true energy and aimed for the mechanical puppet blocking their way. With a loud noise, the 5 battle kings flew backward and crashed into the ground, rolling a few times before they came to a stop. I already said. You can enter the store, but don't cause any trouble. Bulletin Fang folded his arms across his chest and expressionlessly said, Do you think my words are nonsense? At that moment, the people gathered outside the store sucked in a breath of cold air as they thought, to be able to defeat 5 battle kings in a single move, what the hell is that puppet? This brat! What kind of background does he have? Hun Qianduan's expression was frozen as well, while Xiao Yu was smiling. Suddenly, Bulletin Fang turned his head. He looked towards Xiao Yu and indifferently said, I hate being used by others, so don't smile. If I feel like it, I might just throw you out. The expression on Xiao Yu's face immediately froze. Chapter 57, The Blackcat That Knows Human Speech. The smile on Xiao Yu's face froze, then slowly disappeared. He meaningfully looked at Bulletin Fang and could feel from Bulletin Fang's indifferent gaze that he was not joking. After Bulletin Fang indifferently glanced at Xiao Yu, he turned back and looked toward the dumbfounded crowd gathered outside the store. Hun Qianduan suppressed the shock within his mind and looked towards Xiao Yu, whose expression was gradually turning sullen. He could not help but narrow his eyes and feel an inexplicable joy from watching the heart-rending sword monarch Xiao Yu admit defeat in front of someone else. I will admit. I made an error in judgment, but do you really think that this puppet alone would be able to block both Xiao Meng and Eunuch Lian? Hun Qiandian twitched his mouth and said after calming down. Xiao Meng and Lian Fu were the two strongest people within the imperial city. How could a mere puppet block the both of them? Do you really think that I would stay within this store for the rest of my life? Xiao Yu said as he coldly glanced toward Hun Qianduan and the corner of his mouth curled up. Hun Qianduan's pupils constricted. As expected of Xiao Yu, he probably already thought of a way to retreat. If the Soul Sect disciple had not spoiled their plans, then the plan might really had perfectly gone the way Xiao Yu had plotted. So, you have some tricks up your sleeve after all. No wonder you were able to cause General Xiao to hesitate, Lian Fu sneered as he pinched his thumb and middle finger together. His eyes were curiously sizing up Whitey. This puppet is indeed quite powerful to be able to actually defeat 5 battle kings within one move. Wiang Zongheng was staring at Whitey as well. He did not think that the things that Xiao Ai said were real. This puppet really was tough and was even much tougher than him. Wiang Xiao Ai tugged on Wiang Zongheng's armor and charmingly said, Dad, let's not fight with Whitey. Even though the smelly boss is old-fashioned, he's still not bad. Oh, my obedient daughter. I'll listen to you. Wiang Zongheng narrowed his eyes and was all smiles as he patted Wiang Xiao Ai's head. As if I would go and fight that puppet. Even 5 battle kings were defeated by a single move. I am only a 6th grade battle emperor. Even if I went up there, I would only be easily defeated as well. I better leave the puppet to old Xiao and that damn eunuch. I'd only disgrace myself if I tried. While having such thoughts, the pamperedness on Wiang Zongheng's face increased even more as he said, if that's what my daughter wants, then I won't participate. Owner Bulletin, do you really intend to shelter those criminals from the sects? Xiao Meng solemnly said in a low voice. If Bulletin Fang really insisted on sheltering Xiao Yu, then he could only forcibly barge in. I am not sheltering them. You can come in as well, but fighting is prohibited within the store, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly replied. Oh my, don't think that you're invincible just because of that puppet. I really want to see what other tricks you have other than this puppet. Lian Fu's high-pitched voice echoed around the alleyway as true energy surged out from his body. General Xiao, obstruct that puppet while I capture those fiends from the sects. With his thumb and middle finger pinched together, the horsetail whisk extended toward his enemies. With unfathomable movement and extremely fast speed, Lian Fu preemptively made a move as he swung his horsetail whisk toward Whitey. The enormous hair of the horsetail whisk suddenly shot out and became as hard as steel needles under the influence of true energy. Xiao Meng's expression changed. With no other choice, he could only make a move. His armor collided with a long crash and emitted a sonorous sound. While Xiao Meng obstructed Whitey, Lian Fu's attack managed to dodge Whitey's interception. His targets were Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan, who were hiding within the store. The expression on the faces of both Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan immediately changed. The worst situation had indeed occurred. Even though Whitey was powerful, it was only a battle saint-level puppet. With Xiao Meng obstructing it, the other battle saint, Eunuch Lian, would be free to deal with them. Bulletin Fang folded his arms across his chest as he indifferently looked toward the rapidly approaching Eunuch Lian. He seemed unconcerned and stood there without doing anything. Xiao Yu's heart sank. He could not just give up now. He struggled with great difficulty to reach his current level, how could he just let Eunuch Lian catch him? Once he was caught by the imperial court, he would be dead without a doubt. Hun Qianduan's eyes were filled with despair as well. He was already severely injured, how could he face eunuch Lian who was in a perfect condition? Was he really going to die there? He could not accept it. Lian Fu's horsetail whisk had become as sharp as a knife as it propelled towards Xiao Yu. The terrifyingly sharp true energy stirred up the surroundings and seemingly intended to tear everything apart. I can't die like this. I can't die. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot as his handsome face contorted together. He lastly looked toward Bulletin Fang, but Bulletin Fang remained unconcerned. Damn it! Like I thought, I need to rely on myself for everything. Xiao Yu thought as he loudly cried out. As he opened his mouth, there seemed to be a bright light blooming within his throat. A boundless sword energy abruptly rose up within the store. The terrifying will of the sword seemed to desire to cut space and penetrate the entire store. Boom! The collision between the life-seizing true energy hidden within Xiao Yu's mouth and eunuch Lian's attack immediately created an astonishing shockwave. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he felt that a barrier suddenly appeared outside of his body and blocked the torrent of energy. A burst of powerful wind blew away the smoke and dust drifting within the store and revealed the scene within. Taking into account the power of the shockwave between the two, the store would definitely be destroyed. After all, it was a collision between the desperate blow of a battle emperor and the all-out attack of a battle saint. The outcome would be enough to completely level everything within a 10 miles radius. The people gathered outside the store swallowed their saliva as they looked at the situation within the store in disbelief. The store was standing there in perfect condition and the collapse and ruin that they imagined did not appear. It was as if the shockwave of their attacks was a breeze blowing. What's going on? Lian Fu thought. When eunuch Lian looked around, his pupils constricted. When he discovered that there was not even a trace of destruction in his surroundings, even his eyelids quivered. Xiao Yu's entire body was dyed with blood and was practically red from head to toe. He was bitterly laughing, but the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. I already said. Creating trouble within the store is prohibited. Did you not understand? He expressionlessly said as he looked towards Xiao Yu and Lian Fu. The barrier had disappeared and revealed Bulletin Fang's immaculate figure. Xiao Meng's knocked back Whitey with a punch and took a step back. Looking at the situation within the store, a trace of unease suddenly emerged in his heart. The source of unease. Xiao Meng's heart skipped a beat when he turned his head and looked toward the big black dog that was always lying at the corner. At that moment, the big black dog actually stood up. Blackie actually stood up. Bulletin Fang looked toward Blackie as if he had just discovered a new continent. That lazy dog actually moved. Striding elegantly like a cat, Blackie arrived at eunuch Lian's feet. Its doggy eyes slightly lifted up as it lazily glanced at the eunuch. Lian Fu was slightly startled as he thought, where did this black dog appear from? Shoo! Go somewhere else to play. Don't get too close to me. Lian Fu disdainfully covered his nose and continuously waved his hand to drive Blackie away. He hated dogs the most. Blackie rolled its eyes and thought, this lord dog also hates eunuchs the most. After scornfully glancing at the eunuch, Black strode like a cat to Bulletin Fang's side. He said not to create trouble within the store. Did you not understand? Blackie turned its head and looked towards Xiao Yu and Lian Fu. As it opens its mouth, it actually started speaking like a human. Bulletin Fang went into a daze, then jumped up like he had just seen a ghost as he stared at Blackie. Good heavens! This lazy dog actually knows human speech. Blackie glanced at Bulletin Fang and could not be bothered to reply to him. It turned its head back to the three of them and the indifferent, masculine voice rang out once more, I'll borrow a sentence from that lump of iron. Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. Lian Fu, Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan all went into a daze. Then right in front of their eyes, that tame and lazy dog suddenly opened its mouth. That mouth became larger and finally seemed to have turned into the mouth of a wild beast. Bark! A bark that was like the furious roar of an ancient ominous beast sounded out as an overwhelming hurricane gushed out from the doggy mouth. Chapter 58, Your Majesty. You must seek justice for your humble servant. Wiang Zongheng narrowed his eyes as he craned his neck in an attempt to clearly observe the situation within the store. As long as that damn eunuch, Lian Fu, participates, victory should be guaranteed. After all, even though that damn eunuch looks like a transvestite, his cultivation level is indeed strong. As a 7th grade battle saint, even though he's weaker than old Xiao by just a little and stronger than me by just a bit, capturing the heavily injured Xiao Yu should still be effortless for him, Wang Zongheng thought as he cringed his nose and twitched his mouth. The other soldiers behind him were also curiously trying to peek into the store. If they could capture Xiao Yu, it would be a big event that would shock the entire empire. They did not want to miss such a chance to witness this historic moment. Xiao Meng's eyebrows were knitted together when his expression abruptly changed. True energy instantly gushed out from his entire body and enveloped the surface of his armor. From within the store, a burst of violent wind suddenly gushed out. It was like a rampaging dragon as an intimidating aura surged out and spread with a loud rumble. Wang Zongheng, who was stretching his neck out, suddenly froze as his eyes widened and he angrily cursed, "God damn!" He turned around and hugged Wang Xiaoi. Boom! The violent wind was like a spiraling dragon as it directly smashed on his back and sent him flying. Fortunately, even though this violent wind was fierce and was also mixed with bad breath, Wang Zongheng did not embarrass himself too much due to his huge body and the fact the force of the wind had weakened. After all, Wang Zongheng was a peak-level battle emperor. With a somersault, he landed onto the ground in an elegant manner. Wang Zongheng patted the head of Wang Xiaoi and laughed as he said, "My obedient daughter, isn't daddy awesome?" Wang Xiaoi speechlessly rolled her eyes and snorted. "Shiu shiu su." A loud and clear bark of a dog that sounded like the roar of an ancient ominous beast rang out, and was followed by the whistling sound of a hurricane. 3 figures flew out from the store while whirling in the air, accompanied by blood-curdling screams and cries of fear. Even though Xiao Meng's hair was fluttering in the wind, his body was firmly planted to the ground and unaffected by the violent wind. He was swift as the wind as he reached out his hand and grabbed one of the figures. Xiao Meng was startled as he thought, "What's with this smooth feeling in my hands? Oh my! How annoying, General Xiao! Let me down!" A high-pitched voice filled with resentment and a little shyness rang out. Xiao Meng expressionlessly looked at the person in his hands, who was wearing nothing but an underwear, the chief eunuch Lian Fu. Cough. "Your skin isn't bad," Xiao Meng calmly said as he lightly coughed and lay down Lian Fu. Lian Fu resentfully rolled his eyes at Xiao Meng. When he looked toward the store, his eyes were filled with shame and anger. That dog was definitely not a normal breed of dog. Boom boom! Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan ruthlessly slammed into the wall and fell onto the ground. Both of their clothes were torn into pieces in the violent wind and revealed their naked bodies with only a loincloth left on their bodies. Xiao Yu! Xiao Meng instantly noticed Xiao Yu, who was thrown out, and an overwhelming killing intent immediately burst forth from his eyes. As he ferociously stomped the ground, the tiles underneath him collapsed and broke into pieces, and he charged towards Xiao Yu with a single step. Xiao Yu was bleeding all over his body as he unsteadily stood up from the ground. There was a strange smile on his face. "Xiao Meng! You can't keep me here. You couldn't do it yesterday, you won't be able to do it today as well." As he finished speaking, a few sword cries that sounded like dragons came from above as 4 figures suddenly descended and landed in front of Xiao Yu. As the 4 figures and 3 swords suspended in the air appeared, a powerful and intimidating aura suddenly exploded. Void Sword Pavilion. 9 Stars Temple. Xiao Meng's pupils constricted, but his movements did not stop. His fist flew out with an unmatchable might and the true energy was practically tearing up the air. The 3 swordsmen waved their fingers like swords and the 3 flying swords immediately formed a sword formation to block the attack. The remaining Taoist priest formed several hand seals as he gathered true energy into his hand and threw his fist towards Xiao Meng as well. The 3 of them collided in the air and created an astonishing shockwave. Chi-chi! Each of the 4 men blocking in front of Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood as they took a step back. They grabbed hold of Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan, and escaped by flying away. Xiao Meng's figure trembled and his entire body convulsed before he was able to dissipate the energy that was twined around his body. However, within that short period of time, Xiao Yu was already taken away. Damn it! I knew Xiao Yu had a backup plan. Xiao Meng was unable to accept it as he silently cursed. He smashed his fist into the wall out of frustration and numerous cracks immediately appeared. It's all because of this big black dog. Xiao Yu was already surrounded by us, and his capture was nigh. Why did you blow him out? Lian Fu was exasperated as he turned around and gestured toward the interior of the store with his thumb and middle finger pinched together. Are you pointing at me with your fingers? A dog strode out of the store like a cat and stood at the entrance as it arrogantly looked toward Lian Fu. I am talking about you. Don't think that I would be afraid of you just because your surprise attack succeeded. Lian Fu said as he rocked and swinged his slim waist. Black's doggy mouth slightly widened into a meaningful smile. Then, Lian Fu felt a surge of intimidating aura poured down from above the 9 heavens and instantly pressed down on him. It was like he was being pressed down by a majestic mountain as he lay on his stomach and could not move. Lian Fu went into a daze as his white hair dangled in front of him and completely covered his face. How embarrassing! Xiao Meng's pupils constricted as he thought, this intimidating aura. This big black dog is actually a 9th grade supreme beast. Owner Bulletin. This time, it's our fault for offending you. Could you let this, Lord Dog, back off? Xiao Meng said toward the store as he executed a fist and palm salute. Bulletin Fang walked out from the store. His lean figure and tied-up long hair made him appear neat and tidy. This lazy dog, Blackie, has a bad temper. I will take this time as a lesson to the eunuch. Remember, next time when you're here, make sure to follow the rules, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. After he finished speaking, Bulletin Fang stroked Black's smooth and immaculate fur, and indifferently said, "Stop fooling around and release that eunuch." Blackie turned its head and said, "What if I said no? Then I'll wake up later tomorrow and skip cooking practice." Bulletin Fang remained expressionless as he seriously said, "All right, I'll let him go." Blackie snorted as it rolled his eyes at Bulletin Fang. It strode like a cat toward the corner of the wall and went to sleep at a comfortable spot. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth slightly widened as he thought, so, the final line of defense mentioned by the system was this freeloading dog. No wonder. With the system's miserly personality, there's no way that the system would be raising a big black dog that was ready to evolve into a pig. Oh, my waist! When Lian Fu felt that the intimidating aura pressing down on him had disappeared, he hurriedly got up from the ground and fearfully looked toward Blackie. He did not dare to say anything else and ran away with his tail between his legs while only wearing a loincloth. Blackie is awesome. Wiang Xiaoi happily clapped her hands as her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. He's so much stronger than Dad. General Wiang Zongheng felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced into his chest. In the eyes of his obedient daughter, he was already incomparable to a dog. Thank you, Owner Bulletin, Xiao Meng solemnly thanked Bulletin Fang. Then he meaningfully looked toward Blackie who was soundly asleep and left. Xiao Meng needed to report to the emperor that the plan to capture Xiao Yu and Hun Qianduan had failed. Immediately, the experts within the alleyway quickly disappeared like a receding tide. Wiang Xiaoi was taken away by Wiang Zongheng as well. While she was leaving, she even happily waved toward Bulletin Fang. Once everyone had left, Bulletin Fang glanced toward Blackie, who was soundly asleep. He then entered the store and closed up the entrance. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. That unscrupulous store is really impudent and has no respect for the law. They actually dare to shelter criminals from the sex. When I tried to intervene, they even tore off my clothes. Lian Fu grievously complained to Ji Changfeng, who was sitting on the dragon throne. His entire face was filled with tears. The emperor only chuckled as he placated Lian Fu. His gaze shifted towards Xiao Meng who was standing upright within the large hall. General Xiao. Is the store really as magical as you said? There's a 9th grade supreme beast guarding the place. Your humble servant's words are all true, Xiao Meng solemnly said. The emperor's eyes narrowed as he stroked his white beard and faintly smiled. I heard that the dishes within the store are delicious. That there's even a rumor of a wine that's better than the bejeweled nectar wine? I am really quite curious. Chapter 59, His Majesty ordered takeout. A period of coldness follows after an autumn rain, and winter follows after 10 autumn rains. After a few periods of autumn rain, the temperature within the imperial city was gradually decreasing. The autumn wind was beginning to change into a bone-chilling cold wind. Bulletin Fang woke up early in the morning. It was so cold that he did not want to leave his bed. After washing up, Bulletin Fang wrapped himself in a thick coat and opened up the store. As the cold wind blew into the store, he felt a chill along his back as the cold air burrowed down his neck. Bulletin Fang rubbed his hands together and lightly sucked in a breath of cold air. Glancing at Blackie who was lying on the ground, Bulletin Fang pursed his lips and thought, this lazy dog. It only knows how to sleep all day. Why doesn't it have the sort of awareness a supreme beast should have? Shouldn't it be standing in a majestic manner at the entrance to improve the classiness of the store? Brat, this lord dog wants to eat sweet and sour ribs. Blackie opened its eyes and lazily said to Bullet Fang. Its voice was not considered old, but was masculine and filled with magnetism instead. Bullet Fang raised his eyebrows. You lazy dog, you've only been freeloading here and now, you're even ordering dishes. Blackie rolled his eyes and ignored Bullet Fang. It buried its head in its paws and went back to sleep. Its meaning was obvious, whether he cooked the dish was up to him. Bullet Fang was furious. How dare the lazy dog ignore him? Was it not afraid that he would add a large spoonful of abyssal chili sauce into the sweet and sour ribs? It would make that lazy dog wish for death. Bullet Fang turned around and returned to the kitchen. Even though he said he did not want to cook the sweet and sour ribs, Blackie helped out yesterday after all. So, Bullet Fang reluctantly decided to agree to its request for once. He took out some of the main ingredients needed to cook the sweet and sour ribs from the freezer, the prime ribs of the flying cloud boar, some starch, and the sauce used for seasoning. Bullet Fang placed the prime ribs onto the chopping board. As he waved his hand, a kitchen knife glimmering with sharpness began to twirl in his hand. After twirling the knife in his hands a few times, Bullet Fang rapidly smacked the prime ribs with the back of the kitchen knife. The meat was easier to chop once he loosened the meat by smacking it. After practicing the meteor cutting technique for so many days, Bullet Fang's skills had improved by quite a margin. As the kitchen knife firmly chopped into the prime ribs, only an after-image could be seen. When Bullet Fang first tried cooking the sweet and sour ribs, he felt that chopping the meat was extremely tiring. However, since his cutting technique had improved, it was much easier to chop it. Once he chopped the prime ribs, that were filled with spirit energy, into pieces, he placed them into the starch paste that had just been prepared and ensured that each piece was coated. Filling half of the wok with oil, he waited until the hot air rising up was hot enough to scald his hand and placed each piece of meat into the wok. PSSST. As the pieces of meat rolled within the oil, a fragrance was drifting out. Once all of the pieces of meat were deep fried, Bullet Fang placed them into a large bowl. The tangerine sweet and sour sauce was mixed together with the meat and finally placed onto a plate. Blackie, it's time to eat. Bullet Fang walked out of the kitchen with the plate of sweet and sour ribs and lightly called out. Blackie's half-opened eyes immediately lit up as its doggy nose sniffed the air. Its tongue was hanging out of its mouth as it eagerly looked at the plate of sweet and sour ribs in Bullet Fang's hands. As he placed the plate of sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie, it began to gobble down the food in the plate while wagging its tail. The corner of Bullet Fang's mouth widened into a smile as he stroked Black's smooth and immaculate fur. He stood up and pulled a chair toward the entrance. As he sat down, he began to leisurely bask himself in the sun. Even though a large battle between the top experts of the Imperial City happened yesterday within the store, there was not much of a change to Bullet Fang's daily life. The rays of the late autumn sun were even warmer and more comfortable, and his clothing was exuding an intoxicating light fragrance under the sun's rays. What a wonderful day! From a distance, Fatty Jin and his buddies were majestically approaching. Fatty Jin, who was leading the group, was limping and his pudgy face was even slightly swollen. Good morning, Owner Bulletin. You're sunbathing? What a leisure mood you're in, Fatty Jin greeted Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang nodded and puzzledly stared at him as he said, Why's your face swollen? You're already very fat, there's no need to make it swell up even more. Owner Bulletin. Can't we have a proper chat? Isn't this all because of you? The moment the wounds on his face were mentioned, Fatty Jin's eyes were filled with resentment. Your oyster pancakes were too fragrant. He recounted everything that had happened at the execution grounds to Bullet Fang, causing the latter to be slightly stunned. So, the debut of the oyster pancake created such a stir. You did such an inhumane act, why didn't he just beat you to death? Bullet Fang simply said as he stood up and stretched his body. Then he walked toward the kitchen. Fatty Jin did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect Owner Bulletin to mock him. Owner Bulletin, I'll have the same as usual. Bullet Fang waved his hand to indicate that he heard. After a while, a rich fragrance drifted out from the kitchen. Wiang Xiaoi was skipping as she arrived. Her mood that day was pretty good. Oh my, Fatty Jin! What are you trying to pretend to be by making your face swell up like that? The first thing Wang Xiaoi noticed when she entered the store was Fatty Jin's wretched appearance, and she immediately laughed out loud. Fatty Jin could only bitterly smile. Under Wang Xiaoi's constant pestering, he recounted the story about the oyster pancake once more. Is the oyster pancake really that delicious? Then, I'll have to make the smelly boss make a serving for me. I'll bring it back to let Mom, Dad, and Grandpa have a taste, Wang Xiaoi thought. Xiao Yi, serve the dish, Bulletin Fang lightly shouted. He knew that Xiaoi had arrived when he heard her laughter coming from the dining area. Oh! Wang Xiaoi eagerly ran toward the kitchen window and served the dishes to Fatty Jin and his buddies. Fatty Jin and his buddies satisfactorily finished their food and left after paying their bills. Naturally, each of them was carrying oyster pancakes when they left. Ji Chinsu was wearing a white robe as he elegantly arrived. He was practically a regular customer of the store, and a gentle smile could often be seen on his face. Your Highness Big Brother, what do you want to eat? Wang Xiaoi asked. I'll have a serving of Li's fish and a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. Ji Chinsu chuckled. After a while, the dishes were served. Ji Chinsu contentedly poured and drank the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine by himself as he ate the Li's fish. At the entrance of the alleyway, a slim figure with white hair was approaching while swaying his hips. My gosh, I almost got a heart attack. Why is this dog still staying here? You're still a supreme beast after all, could you at least display the domineering aura of a supreme beast? Lian Fu had fair and clear skin and was wearing casual clothes with his white hair rolled up and bound by a bronze headdress. When he saw Blackie, his heart quivered as he pinched his thumb and middle finger together and said. Blackie could not be bothered to care about the damn eunuch. It was slowly gnawing on the sweet and sour ribs with a contented expression as a fragrance drifted everywhere. It's quite fragrant, Lian Fu muttered as he gestured while pinching his thumb and middle finger together. Blackie's body froze as it alertly glanced at the damn eunuch. Then, it shifted its body so that its buttocks was facing Lian Fu before it continued to gnaw on its sweet and sour ribs. Who would want that? Lian was exasperated. As if he, the chief eunuch, would fight over dog food. Humph! Lian Fu proudly snorted as he stepped into Bulletin Fang's store while swaying his hips. He was not there to create trouble or to capture anyone. He was purely there to buy food. His Majesty had given him an imperial edict the day before to bring back all the dishes in the store to let him have a taste. If the taste was alright, he would even entice Bulletin Fang into joining the imperial palace. He's just a little cook from a store located inside an alleyway. Are his skills really comparable to the imperial chefs? However, Lian Fu was not particularly keen about his mission that day. Oh my, Your Highness! Why are you here? Oh my, isn't this our General Wang's young lady? The moment he stepped into the store, Lian Fu's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Ji Chinsu, who was eating and drinking, and the adorable Wang Xiaoi who was nearby. Lian Gong, why, are you here today? Ji Chinsu was slightly surprised. Lian Fu was his father's personal eunuch. It was truly strange that he would appear within the store. There's something Your Highness is unaware. His Majesty ordered me to bring back all of the dishes to the palace. Isn't that why I am here? I can't disobey my orders. Take out. Ji Chinsu nodded, but soon his expression became strange as he looked toward Lian Fu. Chapter 60, Xiaoi, serve the dish. Are you really here to order takeout? Ji Chinsu's expression was strange as he looked toward Lian Fu. There was a trace of humor in his eyes. That's right, His Majesty said he wanted to eat the food from this place. That's why I hurried over here, although I personally don't think there would be any delicious dishes in this store. Don't tell me that it would be better than the food from the Immortal Phoenix restaurant and the Imperial Kitchen. Lian Fu unconcernedly said as he pinched his thumb and middle finger together and played with the bangs hanging in front of his forehead. At that moment, Ji Chinsu had already finished his food. He calmly stood up and solemnly said to Lian Fu, No, Gong, what you're saying is incorrect. Owner Bulletin's culinary skills is definitely the best. His culinary skills deserve his asking price. Lian Fu was slightly startled as he thought, to think that the third prince would think so highly of this store. It looks like this store might have some capabilities after all. I hope that's the case. By the way, didn't His Majesty appoint Your Highness in the military campaign against the sects? When is Your Highness going to set off? Lian Fu suddenly seemed to remember something as he asked Ji Chinsu. There's still a few more days. Ji Chinsu seemed to be uninterested in the question as he lightly sighed and stopped the conversation. After paying the bill, he was carrying a serving of oyster pancakes as takeout while leaving the store. Gong gong, what do you want to eat? Wiang Xiaoi charmingly asked Lian Fu. Lian Fu walked toward a seat while swaying his hips and sat down. He crossed his leg over the other and asked with a smile, "What's delicious here?" Gong gong, look behind you. The menu is on the wall. Wiang Xiao pointed to the wall behind Lian Fu and seriously said. Lian Fu was slightly surprised for a moment. When he turned his head, he immediately saw the menu and the astronomical price of the dishes. Oh my! As expected of the rumored black-hearted store that is known throughout the imperial city. A plate of egg fried rice actually costs 10 crystals, it's even faster than snatching money. Lian Fu raised his eyebrows and there was a trace of ridicule in his high-pitched voice. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen and wiped off the water droplets on his hands. He expressionlessly glanced toward Lian Fu. The price is clearly indicated and our customers are treated fairly. It's up to you whether you want to eat or not, Bulletin Fang simply said. Ha! You're really bad-tempered even though you're not strong at all. Do you really think I am bothered by the price? I have nothing but money. I've more than enough money to buy 10 of your stores. Lian Fu snorted and said. No, your money can't purchase the store, Bulletin Fang seriously replied. I don't want to argue with a country bumpkin like you. Do you know how much assets I have? It's enough to crush you to death if I stacked them into gold coins. Lian Fu pinched his thumb and middle finger, and played with his fingernails as he scornfully glanced at Bulletin Fang. I don't want to say any more, just serve the dishes first. I want to try out each dish. If I find them delicious, pack a serving of each dish for me. Our store doesn't provide takeout service. There's only one dish that permits takeout, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly replied. Lian Fu was slightly stunned as he carefully observed Bulletin Fang. When he discovered the solemn expression on Bulletin Fang's face and realized he was not bluffing, he was immediately furious. If I am telling you to pack the food, you should just pack the food. What's with all this nonsense? Lian Fu uncrossed his legs. He pointed toward Bulletin Fang with one hand while placing the other hand on his waist as he snorted and said. Are you trying to cause trouble? Bulletin Fang frowned and simply said. Lian Fu's body immediately froze as he sneaked a peek at Blackie, who was lying at the entrance and still gnawing on the sweet and sour ribs, from the corner of his eye. When he recalled the terrifying moment when that black dog blew away his clothes with a single breath, his entire body shuddered. I am not trying to cause trouble. Just serve the dishes and let me have a taste first. Lian Fu twitched his mouth and finally yielded. What do you want to eat? Didn't I already said it? I'll have all the dishes, Lian Fu impatiently replied. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at him and asked, Are you sure? When Lian Fu did not reply any further, Bulletin Fang nodded and returned to the kitchen. After a while, the rich fragrance of the egg fried rice drifted out into the dining area. The first dish, ordinary egg fried rice. Xiaoi, serve the dish, Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice rang out from the kitchen. Xiaoi eagerly ran toward the window and brought the overwhelmingly fragrant egg fried rice to Lian Fu. She placed the plate of egg fried rice onto the table and charmingly said, Here's your egg fried rice. Please enjoy your meal. Lian Fu nodded. As his gaze shifted toward the egg fried rice, his eyes immediately lit up and found the sight in front of him slightly incredible. The plate of egg fried rice in front of him seemed to be slightly giving off light. Using a porcelain spoon to scoop up a spoonful of rice, the golden egg fluid left a string-like trail as he lifted it up. An even richer fragrance surged out from within the egg fried rice and assaulted Lian Fu's nasal cavities. He could not help but take a deep breath. How fragrant! Looks like he has some skills after all, Lian Fu muttered. As he shoved the spoonful of egg fried rice into his mouth, the delicious taste immediately burst forth. The supple and smooth egg fluid instantly solidified inside his mouth and became springy as it smacked his taste buds. He was completely captivated by the food. Delicious! After eating a mouthful, Lian Fu could not stop any longer. He continued to shove spoon after spoon of egg fried rice into his mouth. When Wiang Xiao saw Lian Fu's appearance, she covered her mouth and laughed as she said, "Gong gong, take your time. No one is going to snatch your food, there's still more dishes later." Delicious. Lian Fu continuously nodded his head as he replied. A grain of golden rice fell out and landed onto the table. Lian Fu's eyes immediately widened as he hurriedly picked the rice grain up and shoved it into his mouth. The second dish, improved egg fried rice. "Xiao, serve the dish," Bulletin Fang's voice rang out once more. Another dish was completed once again. When Lian Fu took a bite of the improved egg fried rice, his expression changed. He could not believe the dense amount of spirit energy circulating within the egg fried rice. It was practically more effective than eating an elixir. The third dish, dry mixed noodles and stir-fried vegetables. The fourth dish, fish head tofu soup. "Xiao, serve the dish." The eighth dish, sweet and sour ribs. "Xiao, serve the dish," Bulletin Fang's voice rang out once more and Wang Xiao cheerfully ran over to pick up the dish. Burp. Why is there still more dishes? How fragrant. Burp. Lian Fu's stomach was filled to the point of bursting but his mouth could not stop at all. He had just swallowed the overwhelmingly fragrant golden shumai when the sweet and sour ribs that was exuding a rich aroma was served. The tangerine color of the sweet and sour ribs was extremely appetizing. Even though Lian Fu had already eaten a lot of dishes, he could not help but reach out his chopsticks when he smelled the aroma. As a piece of sweet and sour ribs entered his mouth, the intoxicating taste of the sauce spread within it and instantly captivated Lian Fu within the rich taste of the meat. It's so delicious. Lian Fu uncontrollably muttered as he gestured with his thumb and middle finger pinched together. "Gong gong, do you still feel that the smelly boss dishes are incomparable to the food from Immortal Phoenix Restaurant?" Wang Xiao calmly asked as she proudly looked at the chief eunuch Lian Fu, who was completely captivated by the delicious food. Lian Fu had just finished the sweet and sour ribs and was using a handkerchief to lightly dab his lips while occasionally burping. "I'll admit. Burp. The food here indeed tastes delicious and deserves the price. In addition, these dishes contain a dense amount of spirit energy that would help in cultivating. The price is considered fair as well," Lian Fu nodded and said as he smacked his lips. "It's really good. I didn't expect a little cook like you would actually have such culinary skills. It's my oversight." Lian Fu gave a heartfelt praise as he glanced at Bulletin Fang, who had just walked out of the kitchen, with awe. Naturally, Bulletin Fang would gladly accept when someone praised his culinary skills. He nodded as a form of acknowledgement. "Very well, little cook, pack a serving of each dish for me," Lian Fu said as he rubbed the jade pendant hanging at his waist with his palm. Suddenly, a lot of crystals appeared. The rules of the store only permit each customer to order each dish only once and takeouts are not available. "Oh, there's one dish that is permitted for takeouts, the oyster pancake." Bulletin Fang looked toward the crystals on the table and expressionlessly said. Chapter 61, If you eat too many oyster pancakes, you will accumulate internal heat. Do you know who I am ordering takeout for? Lian Fu did not expect Bulletin Fang would reject his request once more and was slightly furious. "Do you know that His Majesty wishes to savor your dishes? This is your greatest honor." Bulletin Fang was frowning as he looked toward the haughty Lian Fu in displeasure. He had already clearly stated that the store did not provide takeout service. Why was the eunuch unable to understand? "Tell me, how much money do I need to pay before I can order takeout?" "Just say the price," Lian Fu snorted and said, while pinching his thumb and middle finger together. He was exasperated by Bulletin Fang's unwavering attitude as well. "Do you still not understand what I am saying?" Bulletin Fang expressionlessly glanced at him. He did not feel like paying any further attention to the eunuch anymore. He returned to the kitchen and came back with the last dish. The golden oyster pancakes were wrapped in large bamboo leaves that concealed its aroma. "This is the last dish, the oyster pancake. This is permitted for takeout. You can bring this back and let the emperor eat this." Bulletin Fang passed the oyster pancake to Lian Fu and simply said. Lian Fu went into a daze as he subconsciously received the oyster pancakes. He glanced at the oyster pancake wrapped in bamboo leaves. Even though the smell was fragrant, compared to the sumptuous fish head tofu soup, the oyster pancake seemed a little shabby. He ate so many delicious dishes and only brought a serving of this shabby oyster pancake back. Would His Majesty scold him when he returned? Little cook, can't you make an exception for me? Not even if I fork out 100 crystals. Lian Fu bit his lips as he resentfully looked at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang's entire body shuddered. Lian Fu's gaze was causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Bulletin Fang ducked his head and turned around. He immediately returned to the kitchen and completely ignored the chief eunuch Lian Fu. Lian Fu watched as Bulletin Fang left. He sighed as he gloomily looked at the oyster pancake in his hands. Finally, he could only grudgingly leave. After seeing off Lian Fu, Wang Xiaoi excitedly ran toward Bulletin Fang. "Smelly boss, give me a serving of oyster pancake." Wang Xiaoi charmingly shouted. Are you going to eat it now?" Bulletin Fang was startled as he puzzledly asked. "Didn't Xiaoi mention that she wanted to bring it back with her so that she could let her parents have a taste?" Wang Xiaoi swallowed her saliva and said with a grin, "I can't bear it any longer. I'll have a taste for them first." Even though Bulletin Fang knew that she was feeling gluttonous, he did not expose her and only told her to wait. After a while, 2 servings of oyster pancakes were ready to be eaten. He handed one serving to Xiaoi and took the other serving for himself. The two of them comfortably pulled a chair to the entrance and ate the oyster pancakes. Tearing off the bamboo leaves, Wang Xiaoi impatiently took a bite of the oyster pancake. A crisp sound rang out. As she bit down on the crispy crust of the oyster pancake, the juice of the radishes flowed into her mouth. A rich fragrance was exuding from the oyster pancakes and had enveloped her surroundings. She had an enraptured expression on her face as she continued to eat the oyster pancake with her head lowered. The two of them were curled up on the chairs as they ate the oyster pancakes. The fragrance was slowly spreading and was lingering within the alleyway. "Your Majesty, this is the food your humble servant brought back from the black-hearted store, the oyster pancake." Lian Fu was carrying a silver plate with numerous exquisite patterns carved on its surface. 2 hemispherical golden oyster pancakes were placed on the silver plate and were still exuding a slight warmth as a faint aroma hovered above it. The Emperor Ji Changfeng stroked his beard as he puzzledly looked at Lian Fu and asked, "Xiao Fu, didn't I tell you to bring back all of the dishes? Why did you only bring back such a tiny thing?" The appearance of the oyster pancake was indeed terrible. It looked like a type of food that commoners would eat. When Lian Fu heard the emperor's words, his heart trembled and he immediately complained with a long face, "Your Majesty, there's something you don't know. The owner of that black-hearted store said that all the other dishes are not permitted for takeouts. Only this oyster pancake is allowed for takeouts." "Oh? Then you've tasted the other dishes?" Ji Changfeng indifferently asked as he gave Lian Fu a sidelong glance. The taste was excellent, especially that sweet and sour ribs." Lian Fu was about to describe Bulletin Fang's dishes when he felt the emperor's incomprehensible gaze. His heart suddenly trembled as he took a step back and bowed, Your Majesty, it's my mistake. Looks like the culinary skills of that store's owner should be pretty good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be praising him so highly. Then, I'll give this oyster pancake a taste," Ji Changfeng said. Lian Fu was immediately overjoyed that the emperor did not blame him and hurriedly straightened his back. He offered up the silver plate to Ji Changfeng and took out a small silver dagger which he used to slice one of the oyster pancakes in half after pulling back his baggy sleeves. A rich fragrance was instantly released as the oyster pancake, that previously had a weaker aroma, was sliced open. It was like an aromatic bomb was stepped on. A white juice seeped out from the opening and covered half of the plate. Ji Changfeng's eyes immediately lit up as he smelled the oyster pancake's aroma. He exclaimed in surprise, "The smell is fragrant but not pungent, it's mellow but lingers in the air. Good." Lian Fu was extremely surprised as well. He did not think that the unassuming oyster pancake would be so fragrant. With such a rich fragrance, the taste should be quite good as well. Ji Changfeng reached out his hand and picked up one of the oyster pancake that was sliced open. He looked at the plump oyster pancake and promptly took a bite. The flavor of the oyster was unreservedly released in his mouth. It instantly rushed into his nasal cavities and caused all of the pores on his body to widen. The crispy crust that was perfectly deep-fried combined with the tenderness of the shredded radish created an unprecedented texture. Ji Changfeng could only give praise. Delicious! What an excellent oyster pancake! Lian Fu swallowed his saliva and was joyous as well. He thought, "Your Majesty, I am just glad that you're happy. I am only afraid that I would be in trouble if you weren't." After that half of the oyster pancake was eaten, Ji Changfeng could not help but lick his lips as he wiped off the oil stains on his beard. He picked up the other half of the oyster pancake and finished it within a short while. After eating both oyster pancakes, Ji Changfeng happily breathed out with a satisfied expression. It's been a while since I've had such a comfortable meal. This black-hearted store has some ability after all. I am suddenly curious about the other dishes. Your Majesty, that store doesn't permit takeout. Your Majesty would need to personally visit the store in order to eat the other dishes. Lian Fu was feeling slightly indignant. So what if I have to personally visit? With such delicious dishes, it's worth it for me to personally go there. Besides, isn't there a wine better than the bejeweled nectar wine in that store? I've always yearned for good wine. Xiao Fu, go and make preparations. I'll personally go there tomorrow. Oh my, Your Majesty! There's no need for Your Majesty to personally visit such a store. Your humble servant will go back tomorrow and make sure to bring all the dishes back. Lian Fu was feeling slightly anxious. With the emperor's condition, how could he let him personally go there? Ji Changfeng indifferently glanced at Lian Fu and said, Xiao Fu, if I could visit Immortal Phoenix restaurant for the sake of a roasted flower duck, why can't I enter this store for delicious food? Remember, we're going incognito, tomorrow. Lian Fu felt helpless. He made up his mind to secretly arrange for the imperial physicians to be at the ready, aside from other arrangements. He would still be able to react, in case something happened. At the same moment, in Fang Fang's little store, Yang Xiaoai was looking at Bulletin Fang in a pitiful manner after finishing the 2 oyster pancakes. Smelly boss, just give Xiaoai another serving. Xiaoai isn't satisfied yet. Her large eyes were blinking in a lovely, touching manner that would give anyone a strong urge to protect her. Bulletin Fang glanced at her and simply said, no, if you eat too much oyster pancakes, you'll accumulate internal heat. Chapter 62, Ji Chinsu's Farewell. Host, Bulletin Fang. Gender, male. Age, 20. True energy cultivation level, 3rd grade, has already achieved the ability to manifest true energy outside of the body. As the god of cooking in the fantasy world, you will definitely need to make use of true energy when cooking. Work hard, young man. Cooking talents, unknown. Skills, level 1 meteor cutting technique, 52/100. Tools, fragments of the God of Cooking set, 3/4. God of Cooking overall rating, apprentice chef, you can finally cook ingredients with your true energy. Practice your cutting technique and the road to becoming the God of Cooking will open for you. Work hard, young man. The current turnover is 2,880 crystals. True energy conversion degree, 720/1000. System level, 3 stars, conversion ratio is at 25%, customers are allowed to bring ingredients lower than 4th grade. The next morning, Bulletin Fang drowsily got up from bed. He was looking at the system panel while washing up. After looking at the true energy conversion degree, he realized that he should be able to reach the next level soon. He was currently a 3rd grade battle maniac. Once he reached 1,000 crystals, his true energy value would reach 4th grade battle spirit. At that time, he would become much more proficient at controlling true energy. What exactly is the set? I am really curious. However, I've already collected 3 fragments. Once I reach the next level, I should be able to complete the collection, Bulletin Fang muttered as he headed downstairs. Then he arrived at the kitchen and began his daily radish slicing practice. After finishing his practice, Bulletin Fang walked toward the store's entrance and removed the door boards. The air seemed to have gotten colder and even the cold wind blowing on his face was slightly bone-chilling. Bulletin Fang glanced at Blackie, who was still soundly asleep, and returned to the kitchen to practice his cooking. After a while, an overwhelmingly fragrant sweet and sour ribs was completed. It's time to eat, Blackie. As Bulletin Fang placed the sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie, it immediately became energetic. Fatty Jin and his buddies arrived as usual and left after finishing breakfast. Eating at Bulletin Fang's place had already become a habit for them. Even though Bulletin Fang's dishes were expensive, Fatty Jin was a nouveau riche. He did not lack money. Xiao Yu did not appear anymore after he was blown out of the store by Blackie's sneeze, as if he had completely disappeared from within the imperial city. However, Bulletin Fang did not mind at all. At the most, he felt regret over the loss of a customer. Within the alleyway, a slightly bone-chilling autumn wind was blowing. Ji Chin-su, who was wearing a white robe, slowly approached the store. His fair and gentle face and his narrowed eyes made it seem as if he was constantly smiling. "Owner Bulletin, good morning," Ji Chin-su gently greeted Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang indifferently nodded and acknowledged the greeting. "Your Highness Big Brother, why are you so early today?" Wiang Xiaoi puzzledly asked Ji Chin-su, who had just stepped into the store and sat down. Ji Chin-su patted Xiaoi's head and said with a chuckle, "I am here to eat Owner Bulletin's dishes today." "What are you eating today?" Bulletin Fang asked. "I'll have a serving of each dish. After this time, I don't know whether I would have the chance to taste Owner Bulletin's dishes anymore," Ji Chin-su said with a sigh. What's wrong?" Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. Wiang Xiaoi was curiously looking at Ji Chin-su as well. Ji Chin-su's gaze was slightly downcast as he simply said, "It's nothing. It's just family matters. I'll be leaving the Imperial City tomorrow. As for when I am returning, I have no idea either." "I understand, give me a moment." Bulletin Fang expressionlessly nodded and went back into the kitchen. Then he returned with a jar of ice heart jade urn wine and directly tossed it toward Ji Chin-su. Ji Chin-su was startled as he caught the jar of wine. Then with a gentle smile, he removed the cloth cover and poured the wine into a cup. Bulletin Fang poured a cup for himself as well. He lifted up his wine cup and they lightly clinked their cups together as he said, "I wish you safe journey." "Ha ha ha, thank you. How about treating me to a meal today? Or give me a discount?" Ji Chin-su finished the cup of wine in one gulp and started to chuckle. Bulletin Fang indifferently glanced at him and expressionlessly replied, "No." Then Bulletin Fang returned to the kitchen and began to cook the other dishes. Footsteps could be heard from the alleyway once more and three figures slowly approached. "Your Highness is refined. You came so early today." Xiao Meng slightly bowed toward Ji Chin-su with a straight face, while Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Yunyu stood behind him. Xiao Yunyu's complexion was much better. It seemed that the sage herb phoenix chicken soup had taken effect. "General Xiao, I've made a fool of myself. Since I am setting off tomorrow, I came here to eat Owner Bulletin's dishes for one last time so that I wouldn't be craving for his food during the campaign." Ji Chin-su chuckled as he filled his own cup and another one for Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng was silent for a moment, before he sighed and received the cup of wine from Ji Chin-su. The two of them sat down and began to drink. Wiang Xiaoi informed Bulletin Fang about the dishes that the Xiao family had ordered and he indicated that he understood. Dish after dish of overwhelmingly fragrant dishes were brought out by Wiang Xiaoi and placed onto the table. These were all ordered by Ji Chin-su. He was enjoying himself as he drank while eating the delicious food. "General Xiao, how has my elder sister been doing recently?" Ji Chin-su took a sip of wine and said as he looked toward Xiao Meng with a complicated gaze. Xiao Meng slightly frowned and finished the cup of wine in a single gulp. He lightly breathed out and gloomily said, "She's still in a comatose state as always. The imperial physicians don't understand the reason either. It's already been 3 years and I still don't know when Ruer will wake up. Sister has always been such a kind person, heaven will certainly help her. I am sure she'll wake up one day," Ji Chin-su consoled him. Gruer was the elder sister of Ji Chin-su, the wife of Xiao Meng, and the mother of Xiao Yu. 3 years prior, Xiao Yu used the blood from his mother's heart as an offering to comprehend the true essence of the way of the sword and caused Gruer to fall into a coma. Now that 3 years had passed, there was still no indication of Gruer waking up. Within the past 3 years, Xiao Meng had searched the entire Lightwind Empire for extraordinary individuals and doctors with exceptional skills in order to wake up Gruer, but there had been no results. Because of this matter, his hair had turned white from worry. For a 7th grade battle saint, this was something unbelievable. "Actually, I don't dare to hope for it anymore. Even though Ruer is still in a coma, I am already contented that she's still alive. I came here today to inquire Owner Bulletin whether there's a way to wake up Ruer. I am only grasping at straws here," Xiao Meng honestly told Ji Chin-su about his objective in visiting the store. Ji Chin-su nodded in agreement. If Bulletin Fang's medicinal cuisine could help Xiao Yunyu to recover from a severe loss of life force when she was close to dying, there was a chance that it could wake up his elder sister. He could not help but feel a sense of hope as well. The both of them did not speak any further and continued to drink the wine. Within this period, Xiao Meng only exhorted Ji Qinsu about taking note of certain matters during the campaign. Even though Ji Qinsu was a prince, he was the third son after all. His mother was only a concubine with a lowly status. He was neither comparable to the crown prince, Ji Qingan, nor to King Yu, Ji Qinjiu, and he was also not favored by the emperor himself. If Xiao Meng was not his brother-in-law, the third prince could have already been erased by the crown prince or King Yu. There was a reason behind the saying, the royalty has no relatives. You must take care of your own safety during the campaign. Remember, even though His Majesty doesn't favor you, you're still a prince, Xiao Meng seriously said. Ji Qinsu indifferently nodded and gulped down a cup of wine. As the two of them chatted while drinking, the sound of coughing rang out from outside as an elderly figure slowly walked into the store. The gaze of Ji Qinsu and Xiao Meng naturally shifted toward the person who just arrived. Their expressions immediately froze and their eyes were filled with incredulity. Chapter 63, Hello, Emperor. Xiao Meng and Ji Qinsu looked in surprise toward the person that just arrived. Their eyes were filled with incredulity. Your Majesty! Why are you here? Xiao Meng hurriedly stood up and went forward to meet the emperor. The stunned expression on his face had still not dissipated. The fact that the emperor himself would visit a store situated within an alleyway was out of anyone's expectations. Your son and subject greets Father Emperor. Ji Qinsu stood up as well and saluted the elderly man. Even though the elderly man's hair had turned white, his mental state was still pretty good. He wore a beautiful robe and his hair was fixed in place with a green jade hairpin. With his hands placed behind his back, he was exuding a grandeur and refined aura. General Xiao? Qinsu? Are you eating at this store as well? Looks like the food here should be pretty good. Ji Changfeng faintly smiled as he stepped into the store. He was coughing as he walked and his body swayed with every step. He gave off the feeling of someone who had one foot in his grave. Xiao Meng hurriedly supported him, fearing that the emperor would suffer a mishap. Your Majesty, why are you out here alone? This is unsafe. Even though the experts from the clan hiding within the imperial city have mostly retreated, there's no guarantee that there's none of them hiding around, Xiao Meng anxiously said. The emperor waved him off and simply said, it doesn't matter. Back in the day, I was still considered someone who awed the world. Even though I've grown old, not just anyone would dare to approach me. I came here today to talk about food and not anything else. The emperor sat down on a chair and surveyed the surroundings. The space within the store was not big. There were a few neatly placed tables and the decorations were quite cozy. There was a certain sense of charm. The emperor sniffed the air and his gaze shifted toward the table that Xiao Meng and Ji Qinsu were previously sitting at. His eyes slightly lit up as he said, the aroma of this wine is truly rich. Could this be the fine wine that is better than the bejeweled nectar wine? Yes, Your Majesty. This is the wine exclusive to this store, the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. A jar costs 15 crystals, Xiao Meng said with a nod. 15 crystals, that's not cheap. However, I am even more anxious to taste it now. Where's the owner? I want to meet him and order the dishes at the same time, the emperor asked. Wang Xiaoai was shyly looking at the emperor with her eyes widened. When she heard his words, she turned to the kitchen window and shouted, Smelly boss, the emperor grandpa wishes to meet you. Who? Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice rang out from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of stir-frying. The emperor grandpa, Wang Xiaoai earnestly repeated herself. Oh, let him wait, Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice drifted out but Wang Xiaoai was dumbfounded by his words. The little lowly was exasperated. Whenever she spoke with Bulletin Fang, she felt like vomiting blood from exasperation. The person that wanted to meet him was the emperor, the number one person within the Lightwind Empire as well as the supreme ruler. What did he mean by letting him wait? Ji Changfeng and the others had heard the complete dialogue between Bulletin Fang and Wang Xiaoai and their expressions were inexplicably wonderful. Xiao Meng and Ji Qinsu did not know how to respond. They thought, this owner Bulletin. His character is still as eccentric as always. He doesn't even give face to the emperor. On the other hand, Ji Changfeng was amused and thought it was interesting. If ordinary chefs heard his title, they would hurriedly come and fawn over him. There was not a single case like Bulletin Fang where he was completely ignored. This owner has an interesting character. Ji Changfeng faintly smiled as he stroked his beard. Xiao Meng and Ji Chinsu awkwardly smiled along as well. Finally, after a few minutes, Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen. He was holding a plate of sweet and sour ribs in his hand. The rich aroma of the meat spread out and enveloped the entire store. The tangerine color of the sweet and sour ribs was tantalizing. "Here's your sweet and sour ribs, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang simply said as he placed the plate on Ji Chinsu's table. Then he turned around and looked toward the elderly man sitting on the chair. He thought, this must be the Emperor Grandpa that Xiao I mentioned. "Hello, Emperor," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Everyone was startled. The Emperor was stunned for a moment and started laughing while stroking his beard. "Hello, young man. Are you the owner of this store? What's the name of that dish just now? It's very fragrant." The Emperor had a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Bulletin Fang. He thought that the owner was interesting. "Oh, the name of the dish is sweet and sour ribs. It's the most expensive dish in the store for now," Bulletin Fang simply said. "Sweet and sour ribs. With such an alluring smell, I am looking forward to it." "Good." The Emperor nodded with a chuckle. "The menu is behind you, tell me what you want to eat." "The Ice Heart Jade Urn wine is limited to 3 jars per day and there's only 1 jar left today," Bulletin Fang said as he pointed to the menu behind the Emperor. The Emperor was surprised for a moment. He turned his head and saw the menu on the wall filled with dishes with astronomical prices. The Emperor frowned and lightly coughed a few times. Then he asked, "Interesting, a bowl of improved egg fried rice actually costs 10 crystals. Sweet and sour ribs, 50 crystals per serving. Why are they being sold at such an expensive price? There's naturally a reason why the price is so expensive. Our store has a strict standard when it comes to the ingredients, handling process, and cooking process. Not only are our dishes delicious, but they can also promote the circulation and growth of true energy within a cultivator's body. These prices are fair," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. "Your dishes can promote cultivation? Even the meat of spirit beasts would lose most of its spirit energy after cooking. How do you manage to cook dishes that can promote cultivation?" The Emperor curiously asked. Bulletin Fang indifferently glanced at the Emperor and said with a frown, "This is a secret." Cough cough cough. Xiao Meng and the rest immediately coughed a few times. The mood became slightly awkward because of Bulletin Fang's reply. On the contrary, the Emperor nodded. "You probably have a special handling method and cooking method. This is indeed a secret and should not be casually revealed. Young man, then give me a serving of each of the dishes here. Let me taste this so-called dishes that can promote the circulation of true energy," the Emperor said while stroking his beard as he calmly looked at Bulletin Fang. "All right, wait a moment. I'll cook your order once I've finished cooking their dishes," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly replied with a nod before he turned around and headed toward the kitchen. This time, the Emperor was frowning and slightly unhappy as he asked, "Why aren't you cooking mine first?" "First come, first served is the rule of the store," Bulletin Fang turned around at the entrance to the kitchen and replied. Cough cough. "Owner Bulletin, it's fine if our dishes are served later. Please serve His Majesty's order before ours," Xiao Meng awkwardly coughed and hurriedly said. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly glanced at Xiao Meng and simply said, "I already said that this is the rule of the store. First come, first served. Since you ordered first, I'll cook your dish first." After Bulletin Fang finished speaking, he entered the kitchen and continued cooking the dishes. Xiao Meng was dumbfounded by Bulletin Fang's words. He did not know how to respond as he helplessly looked at Bulletin Fang. The smile on the Emperor's face had already disappeared and his unfathomable gaze was directed toward the kitchen as his fingers tapped on the table. He simply said, "He has an interesting character, but this character must be built on the basis of strength. I'll give him a chance. If his dishes are unable to impress me, then there's no need for this store to continue operating." The Emperor was still the Emperor after all. As the supreme ruler, when was he ever ignored by anyone like this? Bulletin Fang's indifference incited the Emperor's displeasure as well. Xiao Meng and Ji Chinsu suddenly felt their hearts skipped a beat. They were aware that the Emperor was annoyed. Chapter 64, Egg Fried Rice Matched with Fish Head Tofu Soup. The atmosphere within the store suddenly quieted down. The oppression coming from the Emperor as he contemplated was causing Xiao Meng and Ji Chinsu to hold their breath. Emperor Changfeng was still Emperor Changfeng after all. He spent a few dozen years battling the sects outside of the borders and destroyed numerous sects that used to be incomparably glorious. The intimidating aura and killing intent exuded from his body was extremely concentrated. However, Xiao Meng was slightly frowning as he leaned over to the emperor's ear and softly whispered, "Your Majesty, don't forget about the background of this store. The big black dog lying at the entrance is a supreme beast. There's going to be some difficulty if you wish to destroy this store." The corner of the emperor's mouth slightly widened as he glanced at Xiao Meng and simply said, "Great General Xiao, I remembered that you said in your report that as long as someone doesn't cause trouble within the store, that supreme spirit beast would not intervene, am I correct?" Xiao Meng was slightly surprised for a moment. He did not understand why the emperor would ask such a question, but he still solemnly nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Then, it's simple. The rules of this store is that as long as someone doesn't cause trouble within the store, the supreme spirit beast would be unable to intervene. There are many methods to ruin this store, but there aren't many methods that would allow us to both ruin the store and prevent the supreme spirit beast from intervening. However, it doesn't mean that there isn't any." The emperor's index finger lightly tapped the surface of the table and created a dull thud. Xiao Meng's pupils slightly constricted as he thought, there are other methods? Could His Majesty find someone who could suppress a supreme spirit beast within the imperial city? "General Xiao, you're naturally unaware of various business tactics since you're constantly out in the field. Even though this store has a supreme spirit beast, it's still a store and there are certain rules that it follows. If I forbid anyone from patronizing this store, do you still think it'll be able to continue operating?" The emperor chuckled as he reminded Xiao Meng. A sudden realization dawned on Xiao Meng as a wondrous expression appeared on his face. He thought, that's right. With the pride of the supreme spirit beast, as long as no one caused any trouble within the store, it would definitely not intervene. Targeting the business was the most simple and effective method. Haha, there's no need for General Xiao to worry. I am only speaking without thinking. As long as owner Bulletin's dishes are able to satisfy me, why would I interfere with his business? The emperor started to chuckle while stroking his beard. "Xiao, serve the dish," Bulletin Fang called out. While the others had been chatting outside, he had completed another dish. "Smelly boss. If your dishes don't satisfy the emperor grandpa, he's going to forbid others from entering your store." Yang Xiao leaned into the kitchen and softly whispered to Bulletin Fang while she was picking up the dish. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly nodded and did not seem to care in slightest as he replied, "Oh. Smelly boss, are you not worried?" Xiao was pouting as she asked. She was reminding the smelly boss out of the kindness of her heart and he actually responded with an indifferent attitude. How exasperating! Bulletin Fang patted Xiao's head and said with a smirk, "There's no need to worry. There's no one who wouldn't be satisfied by the food made by this god of cooking." Yang Xiao went into a daze as she stared at Bulletin Fang, who was filled with confidence. Her eyes were almost shooting out stars as she thought, the confident smelly boss is really handsome. "Go, don't let the customers wait," Bulletin Fang said. Yang Xiao nodded and eagerly carried the dish toward Ji Chinsu's table. "Your Highness Big Brother, here's your Li's fish. Please enjoy your meal," Yang Xiao charmingly said as she placed the Li's fish in front of Ji Chinsu. Ji Chinsu nodded. He subconsciously glanced toward the emperor and discovered that the latter was attracted by the mixed aroma between wine and fish of the Li's fish. The emperor's gaze had drifted toward the Li's fish. His face filled with wrinkles was slightly trembling and he seemed to be swallowing his saliva. "Father, would you like to give this a try?" Ji Chinsu respectfully asked. When the emperor heard Ji Chinsu's words, he shifted his gaze away and simply said, "There's no need, eat it yourself. I've already ordered mine. By the way, what's the name of this dish?" "Li's fish," Ji Chinsu respectfully replied. The emperor nonchalantly nodded. He slightly closed his eyes and stopped paying any attention to his surroundings. Ji Chinsu sighed. His gaze while looking at the emperor was slightly gloomy as he thought, "Why does father dislike me so much? I am your son as well and I've also been fighting at the front lines. Why can't you give me the slightest concern at all?" Xiao Meng felt helpless as well. He walked toward Ji Chinsu's table and poured a cup of wine. The both of them clinked their cups together and started drinking together. As the rich fragrance of the dishes continuously drifted out from the kitchen, the emperor's eyelids that were tightly shut slightly twitched and his eyes finally opened. Having finished his food, Ji Chensu stood up and respectfully saluted the emperor. He said in a calm tone, "Father, I still need to attend the campaign ceremony, so I'll be leaving early." The emperor nodded and waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. Ji Chensu meaningfully glanced at the emperor's figure and his eyes focused for a moment. Then he turned around and left as the sleeves of his robe fluttered like rolling waves. "Xiao, serve the dish," Bulletin Fang's voice rang out from the kitchen once more. Wiang Xiao's eyes lit up. She knew that the next dish was for the emperor. She was waiting for this moment just to watch the scene when the emperor was subdued by Bulletin Fang's dish. The improved egg fried rice was overwhelmingly fragrant. The light golden and viscous egg fluid wrapped around the pearl-like rice grains seemed to be emitting a faint radiance that was captivating to the eyes. "Emperor Grandpa, here's your improved egg fried rice." Wiang Xiaoi placed the plate of egg fried rice in front of the emperor and her large eyes were filled with expectation as she looked at him. "Good, good. Xiaoi, why are you working here as a waitress? Did your grandfather agree to this?" The emperor gently said as he patted Wiang Xiaoi's head with a kind smile. "Humph, if grandpa dares to prevent me from coming here, I'll pull his beard." Wiang Xiaoi gleefully said while her eyes narrowed into a slit. The emperor was laughing as his gaze shifted toward the egg fried rice. With this look, his gaze changed. As the emperor, his requirement toward food was very strict. Inside of the imperial palace, the chefs within the imperial kitchen were all carefully selected among tens of thousands of chefs within the Lightwind Empire. They were all elites within the culinary world. The dishes that he had tasted were innumerous and his evaluation ability toward food was incomparable to ordinary people. Regarding the plate of egg fried rice, putting aside the fragrance, the appearance itself had already completely attracted his attention. It was cooked not like those traditional egg fried rice. The eggs of Bulletin Fang's egg fried rice were 80% well done and were poured onto the rice grains like a sauce. The emperor used a porcelain spoon to lightly scoop up a spoonful of rice, and the egg fluid left a string-like trail as he lifted it up. Hot air was rising up from the gaping hole created and was accompanied by a fragrance as it assaulted his nostrils. He was completely enveloped by the smell and it seemed as if he had fallen into a sea of fragrance. As he shoved the spoonful of egg fried rice into his mouth, the egg fluid, that was 80% well done, instantly solidified. It was filled with springiness and produced a peculiar feeling as it ricocheted off his tongue and mouth walls. Gulp. After finishing a mouthful of egg fried rice, the emperor could not help but scoop another spoonful. It was completely a subconscious movement. "It's so fragrant. It's so delicious." The emperor's eyes completely lit up. He had not eaten such a delicious food for a long time, food that was able to widen all the pores on his entire body. While the emperor was enjoying the egg fried rice, Wiang Xiaoi was once again carrying another dish over. It was the overwhelmingly fragrant fish head tofu soup that was contained within a large blue and white porcelain bowl. The milky white soup was rocking within the bowl. The barely noticeable jade-like tofu was brilliantly glowing while the tender fish was exuding a meaty aroma. "Emperor Grandpa, eating egg fried rice while drinking fish head tofu soup is the most comfortable thing to do. Here, try Xiaoi's most favorite fish head tofu soup." When Wiang Xiaoi saw the emperor's intoxicated expression, she was extremely happy like a flower had bloomed within her heart. She placed the bowl of fish head tofu soup in front of the emperor and even personally filled a small bowl for him. When the milky white fish soup that exuded a rich fragrance was matched with the rice fragrance from the egg fried rich, the emperor's appetite was immediately triggered as he felt hunger pangs coming from his stomach. After tasting a mouthful of fish soup, the flavor of the fish and the aroma of the tofu blossomed at the tip of his tongue and enveloped his taste buds. He could not help but exclaim, "This fish soup! Excellent!" From a distance, Xiao Meng breathed out a sigh of relief as he thought, "Your Majesty, it's great that you're happy. As long as you're happy, you won't think of interfering with owner Bulletin's store and I won't need to face the Supreme Spirit Beast. Everybody is happy." Chapter 65, Young Man, Work Under Me. At the entrance of the alleyway, teams of armor-wearing Imperial Guards were solemnly standing there and had completely blockaded the entrance. In front of them, Lian Fu, who was wearing a brocade robe, was anxiously pacing around while waving a horsetail whisk. Once in a while, he would pause for a moment and look toward the store with concern in his eyes. "His Majesty is too much. It's not like I would snatch his food, why doesn't he let me accompany him?" Lian Fu dissatisfiedly sighed. He spread his senses and alertly scanned the surroundings. It was not a small matter that the emperor left the imperial palace. If the experts from the sects found out, they would flock toward their location to assassinate him. Suddenly, a disturbance occurred among the guards. As they created a path, a refined figure slowly walked through. "Your Highness is here as well." "What a coincidence," Lian Fu said with a chuckle as he pinched his thumb and middle finger together. Ji Chinsu's mood was slightly indifferent. He only nodded before he walked away. His robes were fluttering as he left a breeze in his wake. Lian Fu was feeling helpless as he watched Ji Chinsu's back figure. He thought, it looks like His Highness met His Majesty within the store and they didn't get along. The royalty has no relatives. As someone from the imperial household, you'll need to face imperial matters. Since His Majesty doesn't like the third prince, it doesn't matter how diligent or outstanding he is. Pay attention. His Majesty is currently inside the alleyway. If something happens to His Majesty, you all know the consequences. Lian Fu whispered a warning to the guards. "Oh my, isn't this Chief Eunuch Lian? It's been a while." A fawning voice rang out and interrupted Lian Fu, who was about to give a long lecture to the guards. Lian Fu puzzledly glanced at the man who just approached. The figure in front of him was thin and had an ugly and vulgar appearance. He was wearing a luxurious brocade robe with a belt inlaid with green jade at his waist and his fingers were adorned with glittering rings. He had the appearance of a nouveau riche. "You are?" Lian Fu puzzled asked. He thought, "I don't seem to recall being acquainted with such a vulgar-looking old man." "Chief Eunuch Lian, did you forget about me? I am the owner of Phoenix Immortal Restaurant. Didn't His Majesty come over to eat the roasted flower duck previously? At that time, I was the one who personally served the dish." The man who approached said with a smile while his eyes narrowed into a slit. He did not seem to mind that Lian Fu had forgotten about him. Oh. You're called Qian. Qian whatever something. Lian Fu said as he narrowed his eyes and pointed toward the man with his thumb and middle finger pinched together. Gong, this lowly person's name is Qian Bao, the man reminded him. Lian Fu suddenly remembered as he nodded and said, "That's right, you're Qian Bao. Oh my, what's the owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant doing here?" This lowly person passed by and came to greet after seeing Gong. "It's been a while since Gong has come to Immortal Phoenix restaurant for a meal. When would you have the time to patronize our restaurant? Your presence would certainly bring great honor to our humble restaurant." Qian Bao was smiling brightly. The dishes of Immortal Phoenix restaurant were indeed pretty good. It was considered a first-class restaurant within the Lightwind Empire. However, after Lian Fu had eaten the dishes made by Bullet and Fang, even the food from the Imperial kitchen tasted bland to him. There was no way he would visit the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Other than Immortal Phoenix restaurant's signature dish, the roasted flower duck, the standard of its other dishes were out of the question. "Oh, I'll go when I have the time," Lian Fu absent-mindedly nodded and replied in a nonchalant manner. "All right, then this lowly person shall respectfully wait for Gong's arrival." The smile on Qian Bao's face remained throughout the conversation. Regardless of Lian Fu's attitude, he was always smiling brightly. After a while, Qian Bao carefully asked, "That Gong, is His Majesty currently inside the alleyway?" Lian Fu's eyes widened as he alertly looked at Qian Bao. He was frowning as he said in a high-pitched voice, "What sort of intentions are you harboring by asking this question? This lowly person only wishes His Majesty to honor our humble restaurant with his presence once more. Didn't His Majesty praise our roasted flower duck as the #1 duck within the Lightwind Empire?" This lowly person was only wondering when His Majesty would taste Immortal Phoenix restaurant's dishes once more, Qian Bao hurriedly said as he waved his hand. If His Majesty wishes to eat, he would naturally send someone to retrieve the food. What are you so anxious about? You're dismissed, Lian Fu indifferently snorted and said after glancing at Qian Bao. Qian Bao was still smiling as he nodded and asked to be excused. Then he turned around and left. After taking a few steps, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and was quickly replaced by a gloomy expression. The black-hearted store in the alleyway. Even His Majesty came in person? I was wondering why all the precious customers had disappeared recently. So they were all attracted by this little store. Qian Bao lowered his head as he muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. How dare you steal my business? I will definitely make you suffer. You're just a little store situated within an alleyway that relies on a signature dish. Humph. Once this signature dish of yours is defeated, we'll see how you manage to steal my business. Emperor Grandpa, this is the Li's fish. Please enjoy your meal, Wang Xiaoai charmingly said as she placed the plate of Li's fish in front of the emperor. As the wine aroma spread into the air, the emperor could not help but take a deep breath. The intensely aromatic Li's fish, it's very fragrant. The emperor praised as he impatiently picked up a pink piece of fish with his chopsticks. As the fish entered his mouth, the taste of the Li's and flavor of the fish mixed together and enveloped his taste buds. He was captivated by the flavor. Emperor Grandpa, this is the golden shumai. Please enjoy your meal. As another dish was served, the interior of the store was completely enveloped by the fragrance of the dishes. The emperor was grinning from ear to ear as he ate the dish. His mouth was constantly chewing and he was unable to stop at all. It had been a long time since he had tasted food that was able to captivate him. Wiping off the oil stains on his beard, an overjoyed expression appeared on the emperor's face as he stared at the first-rate dishes in front of him. For a glutton like him, tasting delicious food was the happiest experience. Xiaoai, isn't there a wine that's better than the Imperial Palace's bejeweled nectar wine? Why haven't I seen it yet? The emperor puzzled asked after contentedly swallowing a piece of sweet and sour ribs. There is. Emperor Grandpa, wait a moment. Wang Xiaoai grinned and cheerfully ran toward the kitchen window. Smelly boss, hurry up and bring out the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. The Emperor Grandpa wants a taste, Wang Xiaoai said to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang had finished cooking the last dish and was wiping away the water droplets on his hands. He nodded and let Wang Xiaoai serve the final dish first, while he took out the last jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine from the cabinet. Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen while carrying the jar of wine. He placed the jar in front of the emperor and sat down at a seat. He looked at the emperor and simply asked, "How is it? Do you still want to shut down my store?" The emperor was curiously picking up verdant and glistening vegetables that seemed to be completely uncooked. When he heard Bulletin Fang's question, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. However, the embarrassment soon vanished. When he bit down on the vegetables, a warm vegetable juice immediately gushed into his mouth. The light flavor of the vegetables lingered in his mouth. This is stir-fried vegetables. The emperor was extremely surprised after taking a bite. As you've seen, this is indeed a plate of stir-fried vegetables. It's just that the stir-fry process used a special cooking technique, Bulletin Fang simply said. As Bulletin Fang was speaking, he removed the cloth cover of the wine jar and poured a cup of wine for the emperor. He pointed toward the cup and beckoned the emperor to have a taste. The emperor's eyes immediately lit up. The fragrance of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine had already lured out the wine bug within his body and his craving for it was almost unbearable. He picked up the blue and white porcelain cup and sipped the wine. The spiciness flowed through his lips to his tongue and suddenly blossomed. The emperor's entire body shuddered and even the wrinkles on his face seemed to be pulsing. After finishing the cup of wine, the emperor smacked his lips as he lightly breathed out. He had a captivated expression on his face. The rumors were really true. The Ice Heart Jade Urn wine is indeed better than my bejeweled nectar wine. I've lived for so many years and only tasted such a wine when I have one foot in the grave. Is this a punishment from the heavens or a reward? The emperor did not know whether to laugh or cry as he exclaimed with his narrowed eyes. With such a fine wine and this sort of delicious food, if I still decide to seal owner Bulletin's store, then I would be truly foolish. The emperor lightly stroked his beard as he beckoned Bulletin Fang to fill his cup. He drank another cup of wine and started laughing. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at the laughing emperor, as if everything was within his expectations. Just like he believed, there was no stomach that could not be subdued by his dishes. The emperor consecutively drank 3 cups of wine and the wine was starting to take effect, but his eyes were even brighter. The emperor stared at Bulletin Fang and slammed his cup down with a thud. His eyes were shining as he said, "Owner Bulletin, work under me. Come to my imperial kitchen. Your monthly salary will be 10,000 crystals." Chapter 66, Do you mind if I name the store? Work under me, your monthly salary will be 10,000 crystals. The emperor said with a smile as he looked at Bulletin Fang with gleaming eyes and held out a shaking finger. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at the emperor and did seem to notice the emperor's shaking finger. His eyes were slightly unfocused as he thought, How much did the emperor say my monthly salary would be just now? 10,000 crystals. My host, as someone aiming to become the god of cooking, your pure goal should not be corrupted by materialism. You must strengthen your resolve and not be affected by riches. You must use your own hands to create a beautiful future. The system's solemn encouragement shattered Bulletin Fang's delusions, whose resolve was slightly shaken. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened into a smile. Bulletin Fang indifferently looked at the emperor with steady eyes and simply asked, "Why should I work under you?" The confident smile on the emperor's face suddenly froze and he said with a frown, "Because I am the emperor, the supreme ruler. Don't I have the qualifications to hire you as the imperial chef? There are countless chefs in the world who desire to enter the imperial kitchen, just to have a chance to cook a dish for me. Is the emperor that incredible? If they wish to go, then let them go." Bulletin Fang simply said. His gaze was calm. He was neither arrogant nor overbearing. It was as if he was declaring an ordinary matter. The emperor suddenly froze. Even Xiao Meng, who was observing the both of them in a distance, was startled as well. When the emperor recovered from his stupor, the corner of his mouth was twitching. Bulletin Fang was probably the only person in the world who would dare to speak to him in such a manner. However, there was nothing he could do to Bulletin Fang within the store. "Don't waste your energy. I won't be swayed by anyone. If you want to eat my dishes, just come to my store. As for going to that so-called imperial kitchen, I have no interest at all," Bulletin Fang simply said as he stood up. His tone was calm, as if he was simply drinking water. The emperor meaningfully glanced at Bulletin Fang and nodded. He did not persist. There were some things where you only need to ask in order to know the result. What an idealistic and ambitious chef, the emperor thought. He no longer said anything as he narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the comfortable feeling brought by the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. After eating for a while, the emperor finally finished his meal. As he cleaned his beard, the wrinkles on his face seemed to have come alive. "Excellent. Delicious. It's been a long time since I've tasted such delicious dishes. You deserve to be rewarded," the emperor said while stroking his beard. "As for the reward, it's hard to decide." Bulletin Fang went into a daze. He did not expect the emperor to offer such a proposal. The emperor held his hands behind his back as he glanced around the store. Suddenly, an unfathomable smile appeared on his face. "Owner Bulletin, I've already thought of a reward for you. Ordinary crystals would be far too vulgar and you wouldn't be able to use expensive elixirs. I saw that your store still doesn't have a signboard, so how about I personally name your store?" The emperor benevolently looked at Bulletin Fang. From his point of view, Bulletin Fang would definitely not reject this reward. With a signboard personally written by the emperor, the fame of the store would definitely rise up and become completely well known within the Lightwind Empire. It was a reward far more practical for a store than crystals. Notice to the host, the store's interior furnishing are to be completed by the system. The store's signboard system has already been prepared. The host must not accept any signboard given by others. Bulletin Fang already knew that, with the system's proudful nature, it would definitely not allow him to accept such a bountiful reward. "I am grateful for your kind intentions. If you like my dishes, you can patronize the store often. As for the matter regarding the signboard, there's no need for that. The store's furnishing are well enough, so there's no need for any changes," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said as he ignored his conscience and rejected the emperor's kind intentions once more. The emperor was feeling really embarrassed. He was mercilessly rejected by Bulletin Fang when he tried to entice Bulletin Fang into working under him. Now, he was even rejected when he wanted to name the store. The black-hearted store was indeed first class at being arrogant, but it had the qualifications to do so. "Good, very good. Then, I thank owner Bulletin for your hospitality." The emperor indifferently nodded with an expressionless face. He placed down some crystals and left under Xiao Meng's escort. Due to the emperor's visit, many of the store's regular customers were unable to enter. Sushi was originally planning to eat boiled fish that day. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the alleyway, he discovered a large crowd blocking his way. He was shocked by the imposing spectacle and only understood the whole story after asking around. My heavens, even His Majesty personally visited owner Bulletin's store. I must immediately inform His Highness about this. Sushi was startled. He could not care about eating any more as he turned around and left. At the same moment, the fact that the emperor personally visited a restaurant located within an alleyway was quickly spread among the entire imperial city. The emperor was famous and the so-called celebrity effect was just like that. Fang Fang's little store had truly become renowned this time. Due to the emperor's fame, it was completely well known within the imperial city. Almost every rich and influential person knew about this information. What did you say? Did father really visited the store personally? On the left side of the gate of heavenly mystery and within the majestic palace of the crown prince, Sushi truthfully reported the information to the crown prince. The crown prince's pupils immediately constricted and he suddenly stood up. Yes, your highness. The entrance to the alleyway was completely sealed off by Chief Eunuch Lian and his men. Sushi said. The crown prince held his hands behind his back as he paced a few steps. Then he raised his head and asked, Sushi, is there any news about the blood phoenix chicken that I told you to search for? Your highness, there is news. It will arrive at the imperial city after a few more days, Sushi said as he bowed. Ji Chingan nodded with a grave expression. I don't know whether father found out about the sage herb phoenix chicken soup during his visit. Once father finds about this information, I'll have to immediately present the blood phoenix chicken. If father does not know, I will personally bring the ingredients and let owner Bulletin cook the sage herb phoenix chicken soup. The crown prince massaged his fingers as the corners of his mouth curled up. King Yu's manor, center of the garden. King Yu, Ji Chinjiu, was wearing casual clothes with his hair down. He was holding crystal dust in his hand as he slowly walked around the pond located at the center of the garden. From time to time, he would pinch a little bit of crystal dust and toss it into the pond. Once the crystal dust entered the pond, fishes with various colors swimming in the water vied over the sparse amount of crystal dust. A red fish, that was unable to snatch any of the crystal dust, immediately wriggled its body angrily within the pond. Its mouth opened widely and revealed a set of sharp teeth as it swallowed a fish that managed to snatch away the crystal dust. A faint smell of blood spread into the air from the middle of the pond. King Yu had a joyful expression on his face, but his gaze was slightly cold as he looked at the fish that devoured the other fish. If even a fish knows to compete, how could someone from the royal family be compassionate? Every single contention is accompanied by a bloody battle. King Yu softly muttered. Suddenly, a series of footsteps rang out from behind him. Several figures appeared behind him. They were all wearing black robes and a faint amount of true energy hovered around them. You're finally here. The corner of King Yu's mouth curled up as he tossed the remaining crystal dust into the pond and slowly turned around. One of the figures raised his hands and took off his hood, revealing a gaunt-looking face. He had deep sunken eyes and there seemed to be a spirit fire pulsing within his pupils. Head Elder of Soul Sect, Hun Qianyuan, greets King Yu. Chapter 67, Young man, use your tongue to find fault. The weather was becoming colder and colder, as if it had turned from late autumn into winter in a flash. The pedestrians on the streets of the imperial city were starting to cover themselves in thick cotton-padded clothes. As they walked down the streets early in the morning, water vapor could be clearly seen coming from their mouth when they exhaled. Bang bang bang! A series of banging sounds came from the entrance. Bulletin Fang, who had just gotten up and was practicing the meteor cutting technique in the kitchen, was slightly startled. He thought, who would be knocking on the door at such an early hour? Bulletin Fang lay down the kitchen knife in his hand and unhurriedly opened the entrance to the store. Reflected in his eyes was Wang Xiaoai, who was wearing a pink jacket. Her vivid, large eyes were blinking as she looked at Bulletin Fang. Xiaoai? Why are you here so early today? Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. He thought, doesn't she normally arrive after Fatty Jin and the rest have finished eating? Xiaoai was slightly out of breath, as if she had jogged all the way there. Her delicate face was faintly rosy and the tip of her nose had turned slightly red from the cold weather, increasing her adorableness. Smelly boss, His Highness Big Brother is leaving the Imperial City and setting off today. Let's go and send him off, Wang Xiaoai expectantly said. Bulletin Fang went into a daze. He seemed to remember that Ji Chinsu mentioned something about leaving the Imperial City and going on a campaign against the sects outside the border. When Bulletin Fang recalled Ji Chinsu had been patronizing his business all this time, he thought that he should at least send him off. So, he did not reject Wang Xiaoai but nodded instead. Wait for me, Bulletin Fang simply said as he turned around and went into the store. After a while, he took out a piece of wooden board. On the wooden board was written, "Business is suspended today." After hanging the wooden board at the entrance, Bulletin Fang squatted down and stroked Black as supple and immaculate fur. He closed up the entrance of the store and left with Wiang Xiaoi. Bulletin Fang was wearing a cashmere overcoat that was tightly wrapped around his body and a dark grey scarf that was coiled around his neck to prevent the cold wind from slipping down his back. Wiang Xiaoi did not expect Bulletin Fang would readily agree to her invitation. She was originally just giving it a try when she came to inquire Bulletin Fang and was prepared to be rejected. However, results were often outside of people's expectations. The two of them walked toward the entrance of the alleyway. Xiao Xiaolong and Xiao Yanyu, the two good-looking siblings, were standing nearby. Xiao Zanyu's face was covered with a veil and her impeccable appearance could not be seen. Her aura was refined and outstanding, as if a goddess had descended. Her injuries had already mostly recovered and basically did not hinder her movements. When Xiao Xiaolong noticed Bulletin Fang and Wiang Xiaoi, he began waving his arms from a distance. The two siblings were wearing white fur overcoats that fully revealed their dignified aura. When matched with their immaculate appearances, they provided a beautiful scenery on the street. "Owner Bulletin, you actually agreed to come with us to send off His Highness." Xiao Xiaolong stared at Bulletin Fang in amazement with an incredulous expression. Previously, when Wiang Xiaoi said that she wanted to invite Bulletin Fang, he thought that Bulletin Fang would definitely not agree, due to his cold personality. However, reality viciously slapped his face. "Why? Is it strange?" Bulletin Fang simply said as he expressionlessly looked at Xiao Xiaolong. Xiao Xiaolong immediately laughed in an awkward manner and no longer said anything. Xiao Yanyu, who was standing next to him, looked toward Bulletin Fang. After a long while, she slightly bowed and gently said, "Thank you for saving me." Bulletin Fang nodded and it suddenly became quiet between the four of them. Then, they left the alleyway and headed toward the main streets of the Imperial City. The early morning wind was slightly bone-chilling. Bulletin Fang tightened the scarf coiled around his neck as he curiously looked around. He rarely left the store and his impression of the Imperial City was quite vague. Even though he had stayed within the Imperial City for almost 2 months, he was still unfamiliar with the streets. On the sides of the street, as the sky gradually became brighter, the stall hawkers began to show up. They were curled up in the cold wind as they yelled to attract customers while water vapor came out from their mouths. On both sides of the street, there were also drowsy shop assistants that were yawning as they opened up for business. After resting for a night, the Imperial City was gradually waking up in the morning light. Bulletin Fang did not conceal his curiosity, while Wiang Xiaoi cheerfully introduced the surrounding things and buildings to Bulletin Fang. "Is that the Immortal Phoenix restaurant? The so-called #1 restaurant in the Imperial City?" Bulletin Fang suddenly said as he pointed toward a beautifully renovated 3-floor building. Wiang Xiaoi and the others went into a daze for a moment and then nodded. Wiang Xiaoi pointed toward the flamboyant Immortal Phoenix restaurant above the entrance and charmingly said, "Smelly boss, those 3 characters were written by the Emperor Grandpa." As Bulletin Fang looked, he discovered that the 3 characters were indeed filled with connotation. The Emperor's calligraphy was still very good, unfortunately. If the system had not rejected, he might have agreed to the Emperor's request at that moment. Because he wanted to quickly get a signboard for the store as well. "Abrupt mission, my host, please taste the 13 dishes of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, assess their merits and drawbacks, and find out 3 inadequate points of each dish by today. People who succeed need to cover their weaknesses with their strengths. Young man, use your fussy tongue to find fault at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Mission reward, 10% of true energy cultivation progression, advanced cooking method of a dish from Immortal Phoenix restaurant." Just as Bulletin Fang was sizing up the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, a solemn voice rang out in his mind, causing him to space out on the spot. He thought, another abrupt mission? This time, I'll have to find fault using my tongue? Fine. This mission definitely seems like something the system would give. However, covering weaknesses with strengths is not wrong. Even though Bulletin Fang had the help of the system, isolation was not helpful to his growth as someone aimed to become the god of cooking. Furthermore, the rewards of the abrupt mission this time, 10% of true energy cultivation progression and the cooking method of a new dish, were quite alluring to Bulletin Fang. If he increased another 10% of true energy cultivation progression, he would soon be able to become a 4th grade battle spirit. When that time came, the system would level up and unlock more functions. Smelly boss, what are you spacing out for? We need to hurry up, otherwise we won't make it for His Highness Big Brother's sending off, Wiang Xiaoai said as she tugged on Bulletin Fang's cashmere overcoat. Bulletin Fang turned his attention back to them and nodded. He meaningfully glanced at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant once more, then followed their pace as they went down the wide main roads of the Imperial City. Soon, the 4 of them reached the city gate. On both sides of the gate, a row of soldiers wearing metal armor were standing there. Their expressions were solemn and they were giving off a somber aura. Outside of the city walls, an army was orderly lined up in a formation. These troops were all soldiers of the Third Prince and his protection during the campaign against the sects. Ji Chinsu was not wearing a refined white robe that day, but a military uniform with a metal armor and helmet. His handsome face was not gentle as usual, but filled with a cold sternness. Thank you for sending me off, Owner Bulletin. I feel honored. When Ji Chinsu noticed that Bulletin Fang actually appeared to send him off as well, he was feeling slightly surprised and warmth. Your Highness, you must take care of your body during the campaign. Your body is more important than anything else. Remember, you're still a prince. Xiao Meng solemnly exhorted. A campaign against the sects from outside of the border was not a joke and was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could cause the entire army to be annihilated. After all, the members of the sects from outside of the border were all experts. Even though the soldiers of the empire were strong, a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its lair. Even Emperor Changfeng was unable to completely annihilate these sects despite spending so many years battling them. Ji Chinsu nodded as he mounted a dark brown unicorn and grabbed its reins. He looked toward the direction of the majestic imperial palace. In his eyes, neither happiness nor sadness could be seen. The orderly army slowly moved and gradually left the imperial city. They slowly disappeared in the horizon. Once Ji Chinsu's figure had disappeared, Wiang Xiaoai turned around and said to Bulletin Fang, Smelly boss, now that we've sent off His Highness, are we going back to the store to open for business? Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Xiaolong looked toward their direction at the same time. If Bulletin Fang was going back to open the store, they would follow along as well. To be able to eat Bulletin Fang's dishes every day was also a kind happiness. However, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly shook his head and looked toward the direction of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The corner of his mouth rigidly curled up. Let's eat at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant today and find out how the food from the #1 restaurant in the Imperial City tastes like. Chapter 68, I want my capacity to be larger. Owner Bulletin. You want to eat at Immortal Phoenix restaurant? When Xiao Xiaolong heard Bulletin Fang's words, his eyes immediately widened and his expression became a little strange. Xiao Yunyu and Wiang Xiaoai could not understand either. From their point of view, Bulletin Fang's culinary skills completely trounced the chefs of Immortal Phoenix restaurant. What was he planning by going there? There's naturally a reason that Immortal Phoenix restaurant was able to become the #1 restaurant within the Imperial City. Furthermore, this great chef needs to learn as well. The sea can hold waters from 100 rivers, it's only great because of its capacity. Bulletin Fang simply said. He turned around and headed in the direction of Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The sea can hold waters from 100 rivers, it's only great because of its capacity. The corner of Xiao Zilong's mouth was twitching. He suddenly felt that there's something wrong with Bulletin Fang on that day. Xiaoai, don't you think there's something strange with Owner Bulletin today? I feel that he has an impure objective for going to Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Xiao Xiaolong moved closer to Wiang Xiaoai and whispered in her ear. Wiang Xiaoai was slightly confused as she puzzledly asked, strange? Not at all, what's so strange? You can only improve by learning more. This makes a lot of sense. Grandpa often says this to Xiaoai as well. Xiao Xiaolong twitched his mouth as he thought, fine, there's no point in talking to you. The 3 of them hurriedly followed after Bulletin Fang and headed toward the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. With regards to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, Xiao Xiaolong and the others were naturally familiar with it. Before Bulletin Fang's store appeared, the place they went the most was the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. It was the #1 restaurant within the Imperial City after all, and the taste of its dishes were definitely worthy to be recognized. Of course, that was only true when not being compared with Bulletin Fang's dishes. Owner Bulletin, since you're going to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, then do you know its rules? Xiao Xiaolong took a few more steps and was walking alongside of Bulletin Fang. Rules? What sort of rules? Bulletin Fang was slightly puzzled as he turned his head and looked at Xiao Xiaolong. The corner of Xiao Xiaolong's mouth was twitching. He knew it. He was sure that Bulletin Fang's decision to go to Immortal Phoenix was made on the spur of the moment. However, even though he was dumbfounded, he still educated Bulletin Fang about certain things. As the #1 restaurant within the Imperial City, the Immortal Phoenix restaurant has 3 floors. The quality of the furnishing and attendance are different for each floor. The first floor is the general area for ordinary customers and the price of the dishes are not high. People from families that are slightly well off can dine there a few times per month. The second floor is the distinguished guests area. The Immortal Phoenix restaurant put in a little effort on the furnishing. The attendant is also changed from a male waiter to a pretty waitress in a brocade dress. Just based on the service quality, it's already one of the best among the Imperial City and even the entire empire. Furthermore, the dishes on the second floor are far more expensive than the first floor and the taste is much better as well. The third floor is the supreme area. All of the services are top-notch. Be it the furnishing or the attendance, it's undoubtedly #1 within the Imperial City. Only those with a distinguished status can step onto this floor. Xiao Xiaolong explained to Bulletin Fang. He introduced the different operating styles of the 3 floors. After hearing his explanation, Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes and nodded. The owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant had some brains after all. By having different operating styles based on floors, it would cause the customers to feel a difference in status and encourage expenditure. Customers from the general area would choose to go to the distinguished guest area due to the issue with face. On the other hand, customers that had been to the distinguished guest area would be unable to return to the general area due to the fear of losing face. This would increase the profits of the distinguished guest area and their earnings would definitely be bountiful. The dishes from the supreme area on the 3rd floor should be the best, right? Are you qualified to enter? Bulletin Fang suddenly asked after thinking for a while. Since it's the supreme area, only the most respectable people in the Lightwind Empire can enter. The children of court officials like us are not qualified. Some time ago, Sun Qixiang wanted to forcibly enter and was thrown out by a 6th-grade battle emperor that was keeping watch, Xiao Xiaolong said. After hearing his words, Bulletin Fang began to frown. Even you're not qualified to enter that supreme area. Only His Majesty, the Minister of the Right, my father, General Wang, and others with similar statuses can enter, Xiao Xiaolong said while ambiguously mentioning the background of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. While the two of them were chatting, they already reached the beautifully furnished entrance of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Oh my, isn't this young Master Xiao? It's been a while since I've seen you. Are you here to eat today? Hurry, and come in. When the 4 of them reached the entrance, a voluptuous, attractive middle-aged woman approached while swaying her hips as her enchanting voice filled with happiness rang out. Xiao Xiaolong elegantly smiled and nodded. It's been a while, elder sister Chun. Your figure has become even more sensual. The attractive middle-aged woman called elder sister Chun immediately covered her smile and as she laughed, her chest began to lively bounce. Despite the freezing temperature, she was still exposing a snow-white area at her chest and did not seem to be bothered by the weather in the slightest. The attractive middle-aged woman was smiling as she guided them into the interior of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Bulletin Fang did not say anything. He only glanced at elder sister Chun's body once and indifferently looked away. His expression was solemn as he stepped into the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Once he entered, he could feel the popularity of the restaurant. The first floor was a vast hall with tables neatly set up. People were heartily having their meals at each table. From the expressions on their face, it was evident that they were very satisfied with the food. Young Master Xiao, is there only 4 of you? Are we going to the distinguished guest area? Elder sister Chun's hips were swaying as she guided them. As they walked, she turned around to chat with their group. Yes, there's 4 of us. Elder sister Chun, arrange a table for us. Xiao Xiaolong nodded and was about to reply, when Bulletin Fang suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. Wait, let's eat at the general area first. Arrange a table for us. We're going to eat at the general area. This time, it was not only Xiao Xiaolong, even Xiao Yunyu and Liang Xiaoai were surprised. Yes, of course. You can go ahead to the distinguished guest area if you want. In any case, I'll head there after I've finished eating at the general area, Bulletin Fang added. With this, the gaze of Xiao Xiaolong and the others became contemplative. Xiao Yunyu's lips, that were hidden under her veil, were even slightly curled up as she thought, this Bulletin Fang is trying to cause trouble. All right. Elder Sister Chun, prepare a table for us at the general area first, Xiao Xiaolong said to Elder Sister Chun with a smile. Elder Sister Chun's pretty face was filled with suspicions. Her red phoenix eyes shifted toward Bulletin Fang and quickly moved away after a single glance. She charmingly said, very well, come with me. Under Elder Sister Chun's arrangement, they were able to quickly sit down at a vacant table. Bulletin Fang was sitting upright as he removed the scarf coiled around his neck and his cashmere overcoat. His expression was solemn as he reached out his finger and brushed it against the surface of the table. An oily sense of feeling instantly emerged and his finger was stained by a jet black grease. The hygiene is terrible and poorly affects my appetite, Bulletin Fang coldly evaluated. Xiao Xiaolong, who had just sat down and was prepared to make an order, suddenly froze and bewilderedly looked at Bulletin Fang. Liang Xiaoai and Xiao Yunyu were blinking as they looked strangely at Bulletin Fang. That voluptuous elder sister Chun was extremely embarrassed as she resentfully cursed in her mind, this is the general area, the hygiene is naturally bad. Why are you so picky when you chose to come to the general area? Bring me all of the dishes in the general area that you think are first-rate, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said to elder sister Chun while seated down. All of the first-rate dishes? There's 10 first-rate dishes in the general area. Each dish costs 500 silver coins. Are you sure you want all of them? Elder Sister Chun suspiciously looked at Bulletin Fang. It was not that she did not trust Bulletin Fang, as he had arrived with Xiao Xiaolong after all. Xiao Xiaolong was the son of great General Xiao Meng and would naturally have a lot of money. If the young man in front of her was Xiao Zilong's friend, he would naturally be well off as well. However, if he did not lack money, what was he doing in the general area? Elder Sister Chun, just serve the dishes. He lacks everything but money, Xiao Xiaolong said to her with a chuckle. Since Xiao Xiaolong had already spoken, Elder Sister Chun went to arrange for the dishes to be prepared. Once Elder Sister Chun was gone, Xiao Xiaolong made eyes at Bulletin Fang and said, Owner Bulletin, are you planning to try all of the dishes in Immortal Phoenix restaurant? The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened into a smile as he indifferently glanced at Xiao Xiaolong and said, that's right, I am here to find fault and cause trouble today. Chapter 69, I give a poor rating to everything. How could he declare it in such a righteous manner even though he's here to cause trouble? It truly fits Owner Bulletin's personality. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were all dumbfounded. They clearly did not understand the reason for Bulletin Fang to find fault at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Owner Bulletin, do you have a grudge against the Immortal Phoenix restaurant? Xiao Yunyu's pleasant voice rang out as she softly asked. Evidently, it was not just Xiao Xiaolong, even someone as intelligent as her could not understand it. Bulletin Fang looked toward Xiao Yunyu and his eyes met her bright eyes. Do I need a reason to find fault with others? I came because I feel like doing it. Fine. This reply is impeccable. It was a reply fitting for Owner Bulletin. Xiao Yunyu thought. Everyone stopped talking and quietly waited for the dishes to arrive. The general area was very noisy and various odors were drifting in the air. The aroma of poor quality wine and the strange smell of food mixed together and created an unbearable stench. Even Xiao Zilong's eyes were noticeably showing disdain. The Immortal Phoenix restaurant might be well known through the Imperial City, but the hygiene within the general area was indeed terrible. The main reason was the high volume of customers, which made it difficult to upkeep the hygiene. Your dish is being served. A voice rang out as a waiter with a white towel hanging on his shoulder carried a dish while slowly approaching. Guests, here is your dish, the red braised lion's head. The waiter was smiling as he placed a steaming red braised lion's head on Bulletin Fang's table. The color of the red braised lion's head dipped in red sauce was gorgeous. It exuded fragrance as steam rose from the dish and dispersed in front of their eyes. This red braised lion's head looks pretty good. Xiao Xiaolong nodded and said after glancing at the dish. He picked up his chopsticks and aligned them by lightly tapping them against the table before picking up one of the lion's head soaked in red sauce. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly picked up his chopsticks as well. He picked up one of the lion's head and moved it into his bowl. He first used his chopsticks to poke the lion's head to feel its hardness, then moved it closer to his nose and sniffed. One after another, Wang Xiaoai and Xiao Yanyu took a bite of this red braised lion's head as well. The taste was pretty good, since it was one of the top 10 signature dishes of Immortal Phoenix Restaurant's general area. Even though it could not be compared to Bulletin Fang's dishes, it was still pretty good when compared to ordinary dishes. Wang Xiaoai's pretty face became rosy as she satisfiedly finished her lion's head within a few bites. Xiao Xiaolong smacked his lips and drank a mouthful of water. He picked up another lion's head and ate it. A plate of red braised lion's head only had 5 meatballs and he ate 2 of them by himself. Owner Bulletin, you should try this as well. The taste of this lion's head is quite good. The chef of Immortal Phoenix Restaurant still has some skills, Xiao Xiaolong said to Bulletin Fang as he chewed the lion's head. Bulletin Fang did not reply as he took a small bite. As the sauce entered his mouth, there was a slight astringent taste. After chewing a few times, Bulletin Fang swallowed and expressionlessly placed his chopsticks down. He did not continue eating. Bulletin Fang's actions caused Xiao Yanyu and the others to give him strange looks. The sauce of this red braised lion's head is too salty. Clearly, too much salt was added. Furthermore, the sugar within the sauce did not completely dissolve, so it was slightly astringent when I tasted it. Moreover, lion's head, also known as 4 happiness meatballs, is made by precisely kneading 70% of the lean meat and 30% of fatty meat into a meatball. In addition, the lean meat must be manually minced into fine bits and the fatty meat must not be too greasy. From the fact that the shredded meat are still sticking together, you can tell that the lean meat used in this dish was clearly not minced into fine bits. The fatty meat used is also too greasy, which affects the taste. I give a poor rating. Bulletin Fang lightly exhaled and simply said. As Xiao Xiaolong and the others speechlessly stared at him, he spoke a lot of words and criticized the dish of red braised lion's head to the point where it sounded completely worthless. Xiao Xiaolong was flabbergasted as his chopsticks fell from his hands and onto the table. After hearing Bulletin Fang's assessment, the lion's head did not seem as delicious when he took another look at it. He had no idea that the meatballs had that many flaws. He originally still had some appetite, but now, his desire to continue eating disappeared. He spat out the half-eaten lion's head back into his bowl. Owner Bulletin. He really is here to cause trouble. The general area's signature dish was actually criticized to such a miserable state. However, with his culinary skills, the rating should be quite accurate, Xiao Xiaolong thought. The second dish, a plate of steamed fish, was served. A fresh aroma was continuously exuding from the fish, along with a warm steam. The appearance of the steamed fish was extremely well preserved. There were a few cuts made on the body of the fish. As the flesh of the fish became cooked after steaming, these cuts would be forced open and reveal the tender flesh inside. A light-colored fish soup was resting within the plate and surrounding the steamed fish. This time, none of the others touched their chopsticks. They were staring at Bulletin Fang as they waited for him to give a rating first. Bulletin Fang nodded and picked up his chopsticks. He first used his chopsticks to lightly press down on the gills of the fish. A slight rebound force came from his chopsticks, causing Bulletin Fang to nod. He thought, it looks like the control over the heat when cooking this steamed fish was done pretty well. He dipped the tip of his chopsticks into the fish soup and placed it into his mouth. There was a faint trace of salty fishiness, but just this little bit of fishiness caused Bulletin Fang's expression to instantly become unpleasant. Tui. Bulletin Fang lightly spat while facing away from the table, then drank a mouthful of water to wash away the fishiness in his mouth. Even the basic fishiness of the fish was not removed. There's no point in trying, the flesh of the fish definitely contains fishiness. Bulletin Fang's expression was extremely unpleasant and his tone was even slightly cold as he gave his assessment. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were surprised once more. Bulletin Fang had already judged the dish as a failure before he even tasted the fish. Xiao Xiaolong did not blindly believe him and used his chopsticks to put a piece of fish into his mouth. The taste was actually still pretty good. The fishiness that Bulletin Fang mentioned was present but not that strong. Even though it was still there, it was still tolerable. Culinary is particular about rigorousness. Any oversight or mistake will affect the taste of the food. Fishiness should not be present in the first place. Since it's present, then it's a failure, Bulletin Fang mercilessly criticized. Xiao Xiaolong and the others nodded without fully understanding his words. A few moments later, the waiter was serving a few other dishes. However, when he saw the mostly intact dishes on the table, he was slightly startled. Some of the dishes were almost untouched while some were only slightly disturbed. However, as a whole, the dishes on the customer's table were only tasted once and left unfinished. This was something completely unbelievable at the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The food cooked by the chefs of the restaurant had subdued the stomachs on numerous people. As the waiter was bringing out the last dish for Bulletin Fang's table, he informed elder sister Chun about the weird situation at the table and she was startled as well. She had a doubtful expression as she carried the final dish to Bulletin Fang's table. When elder sister Chun arrived at the table and saw the table filled with practically untouched dishes, her pupils slightly constricted as she asked, "Oh my, young Master Xiao, why aren't you eating? Are the dishes not to your liking?" Bulletin Fang's mood was currently not good. The fact that he was unable to taste a good dish was naturally affecting his mood as well. Xiao Xiaolong helplessly pointed at Bulletin Fang and said, "This young Master Bulletin said that your dishes were cooked too poorly, that they're completely inedible." What? Young Master Xiao must be joking. Everyone in the Imperial City knows how well the dishes from Immortal Phoenix restaurant tastes like. Even though this is the general area, even the dishes here are comparable to the signature dishes of other big restaurants. Elder sister Chun chuckled and waved her hand. Her gaze landed on Bulletin Fang and her expression became unpleasant. Bulletin Fang ignored her and used his chopsticks to eat the final dish. After having a single bite, Bulletin Fang put down his chopsticks. He shook his head and simply said, "For this stir-fried shrimps with bamboo shoot, the bamboo shoots chosen are overripe, and some of them are too bitter and difficult to chew. There's a difference in quality in the shrimps used as well. Some of them are live prawns while the others are dead prawns. The difference between the taste is too strong. I give a poor rating." After hearing Bulletin Fang's assessment, elder sister Chun went into a daze. Then, she was so exasperated that her chest began to heave. She thought, this zombie face is really here to cause trouble. He actually dares to criticize the signature dish of the general area as worthless. Who is he to evaluate us like this? Elder sister Chun massaged her bulging chest and coldly glanced at Bulletin Fang, saying, "Looks like you're a chef as well? Since you're a chef, you should understand. Who are you to evaluate the dishes of Immortal Phoenix restaurant?" Chapter 70, Pan-Fried Flour Crab, I give a poor rating. Elder sister Chun was furious. Xiao Zilong's friend was clearly there to find fault. The general area's dishes might not be cooked by their top chef, but it was not possible for them to be as dreadful as he described. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaolong and the others were looking at elder sister Chun with weird expressions on their faces. They thought, Bulletin Fang does not have the qualifications to criticize Immortal Phoenix restaurant's dishes? That's the biggest joke in the world. Even the Emperor was subdued by Bulletin Fang's dishes, what right does the Immortal Phoenix restaurant have to be so arrogant? Elder sister Chun's words were very arrogant, but she had the qualification to be arrogant. She was very confident in the chefs of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. There was basically no other restaurant in the Lightwind Empire that was better than them. The chefs they hired were the best in the entire empire. The mocking gaze from Xiao Xiaolong and the others was making elder sister Chun feel slightly uncomfortable. Her pretty face slightly frowned as she asked, "Are my words incorrect?" Xiao Xiaolong and the others chuckled and lightly shook their heads without speaking, while Bulletin Fang was expressionless as he glanced at her. His glance was as if he was looking at a clown. Bulletin Fang stood up and glanced at elder sister Chun. He placed some gold coins on the table and simply said, "Bring me to the second floor. All of the dishes on the first floor. I give a poor rating." You. Elder sister Chun was exasperated. She thought, why is this person so arrogant? Who does he think he is? Who is he to criticize the dishes made by the chefs of Immortal Phoenix restaurant? When Xiao Xiaolong and the others saw that Bulletin Fang was going to the second floor, their eyes immediately lit up and they stood up as well. Xiao Xiaolong smiled as he moved next to elder sister Chun and said, "Elder sister Chun, don't be angry. This friend of mine has a personality just like that. Bring us to the second floor. The second floor's dishes are incomparable to the first floor's. When that time comes, my friend might not give such an assessment. Fine. I want to see whether this arrogant brat would still be this conceited upstairs. Elder sister Chun tenderly snorted as she turned around and led the way while swaying her hips. Xiao Xiaolong and the others carefreely smiled as they followed after her. The space on the second floor of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant was much narrower than the first floor. When Bulletin Fang and the others made their way onto the second floor, they could feel a different atmosphere with their bodies. Unlike the clamorous first floor, the second floor was extremely quiet and harmonious. The furnishing was very gorgeous and exquisite, and there were many spirit herbs placed in the surroundings that constantly released fresh air. There were some customers seated at their tables, eating their food in a refined manner. Elder sister Chun led them toward an empty table while swaying her body. Her expression was unpleasant as she coldly said to Bulletin Fang, "Look at the menu, what do you want to eat?" Bulletin Fang received the menu. There were around 20 dishes written on it and every single dish was very expensive. Even though it was nothing compared to Fang Fang's little store, the price was already unattainable for the ordinary populace. Bulletin Fang only took a single glance before he placed the menu on the table and simply said, "Give me all of the dishes that you think are the best on the second floor." Elder sister Chun's pupils constricted as she coldly looked at Bulletin Fang. She thought, from his tone, this brat is still trying to find fault with our dishes? He's on the second floor of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant and he still dares to find fault. Very well. I'll let you experience the dishes of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Elder sister Chun angrily snorted as she turned around and left to make arrangements for the preparation of the dishes. Only after elder sister Chun left, Xiao Xiaolong softly asked Bulletin Fang, "Owner Bulletin, are you really preparing to criticize all of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's dishes today? Is this really a wise thing to do? After all, harmony breeds prosperity." Bulletin Fang slightly frowned and glanced at Xiao Xiaolong. He simply said, "They should be grateful that I am pointing out their inadequacies." Wiang Xiaoi could not help but burst out laughing. Owner Bulletin's earnest appearance while speaking nonsense was simply too funny for her. Xiao Yunya was covering her mouth as she chuckled as well. A trace of captivating redness appeared on her beautiful face. On the other hand, Bulletin Fang was extremely puzzled. He was speaking the truth. The assessment he gave pointed out the fatal flaws of the dishes. If they made revisions based on these flaws, the taste of these dishes would at least improve by a single grade. After a while, the fragrance of a dish drifted toward them. Elder sister Chun's hips were swaying as she leisurely approached while bringing the dish. She was carrying a large plate with flower crabs that exuded a rich fragrance. These flower crabs were split into halves and erected on the plate. From a distance, it looked dazzling and glorious. This is a very well-known dish of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's distinguished area, the pan-fried flower crab. Elder sister Chun provocatively looked at Bulletin Fang after placing the dish onto the table. Xiao Xiaolong was feeling slightly unable to restrain himself as he breathed in the aroma of the flower crab. Previously, when he came to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, he would definitely order this dish. He moved one of the flower crabs into his bowl and eagerly removed the shell before he heartily started eating. Bulletin Fang also helped himself to one half of a flower crab. The color of the flower crab was well controlled. The red-colored shell and also the fragrance that exuded after it was pan-fried were quite tantalizing. Grabbing a single chopstick, Bulletin Fang pried open the shell of the flower crab and the fragrant crab meat was exposed in front of him. That white and tender crab meat was giving off a faint heat, and when supplemented by the red shell, made it even more inviting. Bulletin Fang did not immediately touch the crab meat. He used his chopstick to scoop off some of the crab butter from the shell. The crab butter was amber in color and very enticing. Even though the fragrance was not that strong, it was still the essence of a crab. After Bulletin Fang tasted the crab butter that remained on the shell, he began to frown and did not say anything. Then, he took a bite of the tender and fragrant crab meat and his expression was still solemn. After tasting both the crab butter and crab meat, Bulletin Fang put the flower crab down and did not say anything. "What's wrong? Can't point out any flaws? The dishes on the first floor are prepared for ordinary commoners and you would definitely be able to point out the flaws. However, now that you're on the second floor, the dishes here are prepared for the distinguished guests, the prestigious people within the imperial city. Can you still point out the flaws? When elder sister Chun saw that Bulletin Fang was not speaking, she immediately began to mock and ridicule him. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were also startled as they puzzledly looked at Bulletin Fang. However, according to their understanding of Bulletin Fang, he would definitely not give up such a chance to put down others. Bulletin Fang glanced at the jubilant elder sister Chun, then pursed his lips and simply said, "It's not that I can't say anything, it's that I am speechless. Is this really a signature dish from the second floor of Immortal Phoenix Restaurant?" Leaving aside how the flower crab was cooked, the choice of the flower crab itself was a stain on this dish. The most important aspect of pan-fried flower crab is the selection of the flower crab. This flower crab's meat is not tender enough and it's as tasteless as water. Just from looking, I can tell that this crab was artificially bred. The texture of the meat feels empty and the taste is much worse than wild flower crabs. Furthermore, there's also the problem with the pan frying process. The control over the heat was not done properly and as a result, the crab butter lost its fragrance and taste due to overcooking. Overall, I give a poor rating. It was not that Bulletin Fang could not say it, but he was lazy to say it. When he first smelled this dish of pan-fried flower crab, he was feeling slightly expectant. However, once he tasted it, that expectation sharply fell. Saying that it fell from the sky into an abyss would not be an exaggeration. Elder sister Chun went into a daze. Xiao Xiaolong and the others went into a daze as well. So, this dish had so many flaws. They could not tell at all. Humph! Who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Who knows whether your comments are correct? Elder sister Chun started to sneer. Bulletin Fang indifferent glanced at her and looked away. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Hurry up and serve the other dishes. I've already lost my patience with your dishes. That was right, whether she believed or not did not matter to Bulletin Fang. He was only there to complete the system mission and not to educate elder sister Chun. Elder sister Chun, what happened? What's the reason for the dispute? Just when elder sister Chun's chest was heaving from exasperation, a slim figure slowly approached and started to speak. When elder sister Chun saw the person who approached, her eyes lit up as she said, "Owner Qian, hurry up and come over. This fellow is saying that our restaurant's dishes are not cooked properly." Chapter 71, Dry Fried Rock Carp. Qian Bao, who was wearing a brocade robe, was walking with his hands placed at his waist with his belly thrusted out, exposing his belt embedded with dazzling jadeite. The reason he walked in this manner was to feel the envious gaze from others when they looked at his belt, in order to satisfy his vanity. Who would be so conceited as to dare say that the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant's dishes are not delicious? Qian Bao was instantly displeased when he heard that someone said the restaurant's food tasted bad. When he stopped next to elder sister Chun and followed her gaze, he saw Xiao Xiaolong and the others. "Oh, isn't this our Imperial City's prodigy, young Master Xiao? It's been a while since you've patronized our restaurant. Oh my, Goddess Yunyu and Princess Weiyang are here as well. Excuse me for not welcoming you earlier." This is... Qian Bao knew how to conduct himself, or in other words, he knew how to do business. He was excellent when dealing with people. In simpler terms, he was a sly person. Hence, he was able to build up a small restaurant from nothing into Immortal Phoenix Restaurant's current scale. Obviously, there were many people behind his success. However, Qian Bao's own effort and talent definitely played a part as well. "You can address him as young Master Bulletin," Xiao Xiaolong smiled as he introduced Bulletin Fang. He did not dare to announce Bulletin Fang's name. The Black-Hearted restaurant was renowned within the Imperial City recently and had already become the biggest competitor of the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant. If he chose to announce Bulletin Fang's name at that very moment, there was no guarantee that Qian Bao would not erase Bulletin Fang. Young Master Bulletin. Qian Bao thought as he tried to search his memories. However, he did not recall any notable families with the surname Bulletin. However, Qian Bao still smiled as he performed a fist and palm salute to Bulletin Fang and said, "I see, you're actually young Master Bulletin. I've heard much about you. Are our dishes not to your liking?" "It's not that they're not to my liking. It's that they're badly cooked. I give a poor rating," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said in a serious manner. "They're badly cooked." Qian Bao was slightly dumbfounded as he looked at Bulletin Fang's serious expression. It had been a while since he met someone that dared to find fault at the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant. When Immortal Phoenix Restaurant was first built, people from other restaurants would come over to find fault with their food. At that time, there were indeed flaws in their dishes. However, at the moment, as the restaurant expanded, they spent lots of money to hire chefs from all over Lightwind Empire, and each of the chef had their own signature dish. This eventually created the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant's current reputation. Young Master Bulletin, you must be joking. You can ask anyone from within the Imperial City. Who would dare to say that the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant's dishes are not delicious? Qian Bao said with a smile on his face. However, the words he said were filled with arrogance. If it's not delicious, it's not delicious. These dishes were badly cooked. You can serve any dish and I can point out the flaws to you, Bulletin Fang simply said. He could not be bothered to argue with Qian Bao. Bulletin Fang's words caused Qian Bao to slightly narrow his eyes as he thought, this brat is truly arrogant. He actually dared to speak such nonsense? Does he really have so much confidence? Very well. Since young Master Bulletin insists, I'll serve up a dish and let the chef have a face-to-face confrontation. If you're able to convince my chef, I'll admit it, Qian Bao simply said as the smile disappeared from his face. Are they really going to have a face-to-face confrontation? Xiao Xiaolong and the others were startled for a moment and then they became extremely excited. Qian Bao might not know the identity of Bulletin Fang, but they knew him well. Since Bulletin Fang dared to say those words, then he would obviously be certain, since Bulletin Fang's culinary skills were much stronger than the chefs from the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant. No, I don't need your approval. How about this, let's have a wager. If the flaws that I point out can convince your chef, you'll let me go to the third floor. On the other hand, if I lose, I'll compensate with 100 times the price of these dishes. How about it? Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 times the price as compensation, this owner Bulletin is truly prosperous. With so many dishes, the total cost had already exceeded 500 gold coins. With 100 times the price, that's at least 50,000 gold coins. Even Qian Bao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the wager. His gaze when he looked at Bulletin Fang no longer contained any trace of belittlement. How could the identity of someone who dared to use 50,000 gold coins as a wager be that simple? Furthermore, he was accompanied by Xiao Xiaolong, the son of a court official. Clearly, his background was not simple. Was the objective of the other party to enter the third floor of the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant? Was his desire to taste the dishes of the third floor? Could he be planning to find fault on the third floor? Within that instant, Qian Bao thought of many things. Finally, his eyes narrowed as he said, very well. I agree. Bulletin Fang nodded and signaled Qian Bao to choose any dish as he wished. Qian Bao placed his hands behind his back as he said, Elder Sister Chun, get someone to serve the signature dish of the second floor, the dry-fried rock carp. When Elder Sister Chun heard Qian Bao's words, her eyes immediately lit up. She thought, as expected of the owner. With this dish, let's see whether this brat can still find any fault. The dry-fried rock carp was the best dish within the second floor of the Immortal Phoenix Restaurant. It was originally supposed to be promoted to the third floor. However, since the owner decided that the third floor would only have 3 dishes, the dry-fried rock carp was eventually bumped off. However, be it the taste or the appearance, the dry-fried rock carp was qualified enough to enter the third floor. Young Master Bulletin, please have a seat and wait a moment, Qian Bao said while smiling. He beckoned Xiao Xiaolong and the others to sit down and wait for the dish to arrive. Bulletin Fang did not say anything as he sat down on his seat and quietly waited for the dry-fried rock carp that Qian Bao mentioned. Meanwhile, Qian Bao was happily chatting with Xiao Xiaolong and the others. After a while, they could smell a rich fragrance wafting in the air, causing many of the customers on the second floor to look around for the source. Elder Sister Chun was approaching while carrying a large plate and a large amount of steam was rising from it. This time, she did not even dare to swing her voluptuous hips, fearing that she would spill the dish. An obese man wearing a chef's uniform was following behind Elder Sister Chun with a prideful expression. The dry-fried rock carp is here, please enjoy your meal, Elder Sister Chun charmingly said as she bent and placed the dish onto the table. Owner Qian, I heard someone is here to find fault. I came over to see whether this fellow can point out any flaws regarding my dish. The obese man walked toward Qian Bao and loudly said. Bulletin Fang glanced at the obese man, and that obese man turned to face him as if he felt something. The muscles on his face were quivering. "Are you the brat that came here to find fault?" The obese man's perception was quite accurate as he glared at Bulletin Fang and said, "Master Chen, this is young Master Bulletin. Don't try to scare him," Qian Bao said while smiling. Bulletin Fang remained expressionless as he shifted his gaze away from the obese man and toward the dry-fried rock carp. The color was bright and eye-catching, with a mixture of gold and red. A layer of thick sauce which contained many ingredients was releasing a sweet aroma. The fish which underwent deep frying was exuding a rich fragrance that aroused his appetite. Just based on the appearance alone, this dish was not bad. Bulletin Fang picked up his chopsticks, while everyone looked on. He dipped it within the sauce and then placed it into his mouth. Xiao Xiaolong and the others held their breath as they fixedly stared at Bulletin Fang. Master Chen and Qian Bao also swallowed their saliva as they looked at Bulletin Fang. After Bulletin Fang tasted the sauce, he picked up a piece of the fish and placed it into his mouth. After savoring it, he put down his chopsticks. From the beginning to the end, there was not even a slightest expression on Bulletin Fang's face. No one could figure out what he was thinking. Suddenly, the mood became heavy and everyone held their breath. Chapter 72, The Roasted Flower Duck That Wishes to Ascend. Young Master Bulletin, how is the taste? After a while, Bulletin Fang was still not saying anything. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were slightly unable to bear it any longer, while Qian Bao had already impatiently opened his mouth and inquired. His eyes were fixedly staring at Bulletin Fang. Master Chen folded his arms across his chest as he calmly looked on. This dish of dry-fried rock carp was his speciality. He had been cooking the dish for dozens of years and his familiarity with it had already reached a peak. Within his heart, it was already perfect. Bulletin Fang lightly breathed out as he lifted up the cup of water from the table and drank a mouthful. Only then did his gaze shifted toward the others. He indifferently opened his mouth and gave his assessment. Compared to those dishes previously that were filled with mistakes, this dish of dry-fried rock carp can be said to be one grade higher. Bulletin Fang's words instantly caused everyone to relax and Xiao Xiaolong and the others were smiling as well. Owner Bulletin actually praised this dish. Looks like the taste of this dish should be pretty good. Then we should definitely give it a try. While thinking like this in his mind, Xiao Xiaolong immediately picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. The savory taste of fish suddenly erupted within his mouth. The faint spiciness that spread within his mouth caused his eyes to suddenly lit up. Xiao Xiaolong nodded and said with a smile, "This dish is indeed pretty good. It's much more delicious than the previous ones." When Qian Bao heard those words, his eyes immediately narrowed and he could not conceal the smile on his face. Since they were all praising this dish, from his point of view, he should have won. To be able to easily earn 50,000 gold coins, Qian Bao's mood was feeling joyous and delighted. Young Master Bulletin, if that's the case, this time, it's my victory. Qian Bao said with a chuckle. However, Bulletin Fang's reaction caused his heart to skip a beat. Bulletin Fang strangely glanced at him and a faint smile appeared on his face. I was only praising the taste of this dish. Compared to the previous dishes, this dish is indeed not bad. However, it's only not bad, but the flaws are still present. Everyone was stunned by his words. Their gazes once again focused on Bulletin Fang. They did not expect such a sudden change of events from him. There are 3 steps to the cooking process of this dry-fried rock carp, right? Firstly, place the processed rock carp into a wok of oil and deep fry until the skin wrinkles. Secondly, stir-fry the other ingredients. Thirdly, place the deep-fried rock carp and the fried ingredients into the wok and dry-fry them together. Bulletin Fang slowly said. Master Chen's pupils slightly constricted because Bulletin Fang's analysis were exactly the same as his own cooking steps. So what? Those are only the general steps. There are many meticulous processes in each step as well. Those are the important points when cooking this dish, Master Chen sneered as he confidently said. Bulletin Fang nodded and pointed toward the dry-fried rock carp and said, "That's right, then I shall point out your inadequacies from the details aspect. Firstly, when you're processing the rock carp, you made cuts on both sides of the fish. You made 2 cuts on each side, right? This is your first inadequacy. You should have made the cuts based on the length and width of the fish. According to the length of this fish, making 3 cuts would be the best, with 2 short cuts and 1 long cut. This would allow the fish to completely absorb the flavor during the deep fry and dry fry process. Master Chen frowned. He had always made 2 cuts regardless of the size of the rock carp. He was already used to it and had never thought whether 3 cuts would be better. As for how deep the cuts should be, I don't think there's any need for me to say it. Next would be the deep frying period. Due to the problem with the cuts, the deep frying process was longer, which caused the fish to age. This resulted in the rock carp losing its tenderness. The stir-frying of the other ingredients wasn't bad since no skills were needed. Lastly, it's the problem with the dry frying. The dry frying time was short by a few breaths. The broth was not thick enough and the fish had not sufficiently absorbed the flavor. Bulletin Fang simply said. However, his words had already caused Master Chen to be dumbfounded. At first, Master Chen was going to retort, but when he thought about Bulletin Fang's words, he realized that cooking in this manner might be better. Gulp. Master Chen swallowed his saliva. His chubby face was filled with sweat and his eyes were filled with incredulity. He thought, is this fellow a monster? How could he analyze so much flaws with this dish just from tasting it? Xiao Xiaolong and the others were astounded as well. Owner Bulletin. How amazing! He only tasted it once and was able to cause the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's chef to be speechless. Ma! Master Chen! Is what he said correct? Qian Bao's current expression was already slightly unpleasant as he asked Master Chen, who was having cold sweats. Elder sister Chun, who was standing nearby, was completely stunned. She did not think that this young Master Bulletin was actually this powerful, that he could cause Master Chen to have cold sweats with a few words. Owner Qian. What young Master Bulletin said is indeed correct. I've been cooking dry-fried rock carp for dozens of years and I understand very well how each step would affect the taste. What young Master Bulletin said were aspects that I've never thought of all these years. Master Chen calmly accepted Bulletin Fang's advice as he sighed and said to Qian Bao. Qian Bao went into a daze. The 50,000 gold coins were suddenly gone. Bulletin Fang glanced at the stupefied Qian Bao, then stood up and expressionlessly walked away. Xiao, follow me. We're going to the 3rd floor. Ah. Wait for us. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were immediately awakened from their astonishment. They hurriedly followed after Bulletin Fang. Qian Bao had also recovered from his stupor and his expression was slightly unpleasant. He clenched his teeth and followed after Bulletin Fang as well. Qian Bao brought the 4 of them to the 3rd floor. This was the most honorable floor of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant and was ordinarily not open to the public. Young Master Bulletin, please. Qian Bao had become serious as well. The previous scene had already made known that Bulletin Fang was not speaking nonsense and was someone with capabilities. The surroundings of the 3rd floor was indeed much better than the 2nd floor. Just from entering, they could feel the dense amount of spirit energy drifting in the air. Qian Bao actually spent a huge amount of money to set up a magic formation that gathered spirit energy on the 3rd floor. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were utterly speechless. They had never been to the 3rd floor and were finally able to enter due to Bulletin Fang. They were instantly overwhelmed by the novelty. Young Master Bulletin, please have a seat. I'll get someone to serve the dishes. The 3rd floor of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant has only 3 dishes, Qian Bao said. Bulletin Fang nodded. He sat down at an 8 immortal table made from red sandalwood and quietly waited for the dishes to arrive. With a grave expression, Qian Bao left the 3rd floor and went to instruct people to prepare the dishes. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were curiously looking around. When facing novelties, most people would be filled with curiosity. However, Bulletin Fang was sitting there without moving. His eyes were closed as he waited for the dishes to arrive. After approximately half an hour, Qian Bao returned. A servant girl with a voluptuous body was following behind him. She was wearing a dress which barely covered her beautiful legs. Young Master Bulletin, this is the Supreme Area's first dish, the red braised spirit pork. Bulletin Fang nodded. His gaze fell on the large porcelain plate in front of them. There was a piece of scarlet and alluring pork placed on the plate, which was exuding a rich fragrance. The first impression he had was that it was fat but not greasy, and seemed exquisite and beautiful like a red jadeite. This is the Supreme Area's 2nd dish, sweet and sour drunken ribs. It was another beautiful and voluptuous servant girl carrying a dish. She placed it in front of Bulletin Fang and removed the lid. The tangerine-colored sweet and sour drunken ribs was reflected in his eyes. Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows. He looked at the dish with interest as the corner of his mouth widened into a smile. Sweet and sour ribs? The third dish, which is also our supreme dish, the colored glass roasted flour duck. When Qianbao announced the last dish, his tone became much more confident and he became extremely proud. He was subconsciously revealing his confidence in this last dish. Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the self-confident duck with a body that seemed like colored glass as it loftily stood on the plate. Its wings were slightly spread apart, as if it was going to flap them and fly away, while its neck was curled into a S shape. Bulletin Fang blinked and he could not help but feel puzzled. Is this really a roasted flour duck? Is this really not a roasted duck that wishes to ascend? Chapter 73, Whether you believe or not has nothing to do with me. Young Master Bulletin, originally, according to the rules, you're not qualified to enter the third floor of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. That's because up till now, this supreme area has only admitted the court ministers, His Majesty as well as the prince. I've only allowed young master to enter due to your ability to assess dishes. Otherwise, even if you had acted shamelessly, I would never allow you to enter the third floor. Qianbao said in a serious manner. He regarded the supreme area as important, which is why he acted prudently. If the general area and the distinguished guest area were the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's basis for establishing itself within the imperial city, then the supreme area on the third floor would be the basis of its reputation. Qianbao was only solemnly regarding Bulletin Fang since he was able to easily list out the flaws within the cooking process of the dry-fried rock carp that even Master Chen could not detect. Bulletin Fang's assessment of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's dishes as he made his way to the third floor could be considered a huge insult to their reputation. Qianbao could not let this humiliation live down. He must find a way to save his reputation and the only way was the third floor. Bulletin Fang glanced at Qianbao and expressionlessly said, if someone wishes for me to evaluate their dishes, I might not be in the mood to care about it. If it wasn't for special circumstances, I really can't be bothered to taste your garbage dishes. Bulletin Fang's tone was extremely indifferent. Even though his words sounded like ridicule, there was no intention to ridicule in the slightest. It was as if he was stating the truth. Qianbao suddenly froze for a moment and he was speechless. However, his narrowed eyes as he suddenly laughed and said, then would young Master Bulletin please taste these 3 dishes? These are the top 3 dishes of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were blinking as they yearningly looked at the 3 dishes that had alluring appearances. The dishes from the supreme area of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant were not something they could normally see. Even though these dishes might not be as delicious as the food in Bulletin Fang's store, eating at the third floor was not about enjoying the taste of the food. It was about enjoying the identity and status. Firstly, Bulletin Fang tasted the first dish, the red braised spirit pork. This was a dish made using an ingredient from a spirit beast, although it was only the low-end meat from the first-grade spirit beast, battle boar. However, the chef's skills were pretty good and the meat was succulent after cooking. It was comparable to the dry-fried rock carp. However, since this is the meat from a spirit beast, then the choice of the ingredient should be very prudent. For this dish, choosing the meat from the battle boar is the wrong choice. The meat from the battle boar is more suited for making stews, while the meat from the flame boar is the best choice for braising. Also, the control over the heat during the braising process is still lacking and the braising liquid is too sweet. After having a bite of the dish, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly put down his chopsticks and mercilessly gave his assessment. Suddenly, several flaws of this first-rate cuisine were pointed out by Bulletin Fang. Qianbao was dumbfounded. He hurriedly ordered the servant girl to record down the flaws mentioned by Bulletin Fang. Qianbao was not too surprised that Bulletin Fang was able to find so many flaws within the red braised spirit pork. After all, the level of this dish was almost the same as the dry-fried rock carp. Young Master Bulletin, try this dish as well, sweet and sour drunken ribs, Qianbao said. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Bulletin Fang's assessment of this dish was extremely low and the flaws he found were even more numerous than in the red braised spirit pork. Qianbao was stunned. He thought, why? Sweet and sour drunken ribs is definitely slightly more delicious than red braised spirit pork. Xiao Xiaolong and the others were stifling their smiles. Showing off sweet and sour ribs in front of owner Bulletin, it was like he was asking for a scolding. From their point of view, Bulletin Fang's sweet and sour ribs was unsurpassable. Bulletin Fang ignored Qian Bao as his gaze shifted toward the roasted flour duck that seemed to wish for ascension. This food presentation is slightly interesting. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched as he used his chopsticks to poke the duck's body. A slight rebound force was transmitted to his hands through the chopsticks. Clap clap. When Qian Bao saw that Bulletin Fang was about to try the signature dish, roasted flour duck, he suddenly and energetically clapped his hands. Then, that voluptuous servant girl who was wearing the dress that revealed her legs gracefully walked next to Bulletin Fang. A burst of fragrance exuded from her body. Bulletin Fang frowned as he indifferently said, "Don't get so close to me. The fragrance coming from you is affecting my judgment toward this dish." Ah! That servant was startled and her pretty face was filled with confusion. Her hand that was holding the dagger stopped in mid-air and she seemed a little helpless. Qian Bao was stunned for a moment and then started to frown. He employed these beautiful servant girls for the sake of attending to those high officials and dignitaries. He even specially spent huge amount of money to buy high-grade cosmetic products for these servants girls to become even more lively and charming. He did not think that his methods would negatively affect the customer's appetite instead. He pondered for a moment and then let the servant girl withdraw. Then he personally held the dagger and began to handle the duck. Qian Bao evidently had some knowledge of handling this dish. His hands were steady as he quickly sliced off a portion of the meat and served it to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang wrapped the meat within a spring roll wrapper with some cabbage and added a little vinegar. Then, he swallowed the entire thing. The taste of the duck meat and the cabbage when mixed together was just perfect and created an indescribable texture. When added with the chewiness of the spring roll wrapper, Bulletin Fang experienced an ineffably delicious taste. He had to admit that the taste of the roasted flour duck was extremely good. "Young Master Bulletin, how is the taste of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's signature dish?" Qian Bao licked his lips as he intensely stared at Bulletin Fang. He was confident that this dish that the Emperor praised as the #1 duck within the Light Wind Empire would be able to subdue this fellow. This dish is indeed pretty good." Bulletin Fang once again sliced off another piece of duck meat. This time, he did not wrap it with the spring roll wrapper and directly ate it. He was someone that enjoyed delicious food as well. Every single chef was an authentic glutton. "Then, young Master Bulletin, could you point out any flaws within this dish?" Qian Bao took a deep breath and said, as he closely stared at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang leisurely drank a mouthful of water and simply said, "This dish can be said to be the most perfect dish within the entire Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The taste is very good. I can guess, this dish is made by strictly following the steps of a recipe. Not a single character was missed and every single detail was taken note," Bulletin Fang said. Qian Bao's pupils suddenly constricted as he stood up. He was intensely staring at Bulletin Fang and the deepest parts of his eyes were filled with incredulity. Indeed. This dish of colored glass roasted flour duck was from a recipe that he obtained by chance. It was because of this recipe that he could operate the Immortal Phoenix restaurant to its current state and obtain the support of that distinguished person. You're not wrong by following the steps of the recipe. However, as you're too rigid and lacked a certain flexibility, you overlooked a few important points. You need to understand that every single recipe underwent numerous revisions and attempts before they were recorded. They are not perfect and there's still room for improvement as well. Just like this dish, a mistake appeared in the choice of ingredients. The choice of ingredients. That's right, the recipe stated that mature ducks should be used, correct? Furthermore, it should be high-quality spirit ducks. However, choosing young ducks is actually better. The skin of the mature ducks is too tight and the flesh is too tough. As for the other flaws, they're not important so I won't mention them, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Qian Bao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. However, his complexion was not very pleasant. He did not agree with Bulletin Fang's statement. "Young Master Bulletin, this dish of roasted flour duck, as the signature dish of our restaurant, has already gone through numerous trials. I do not agree with your argument of cooking with young ducks. I believe even more in the method recorded in the recipe." Even though Bulletin Fang's words sounded reasonable, Qian Bao would not easily believe him. After all, it was the signature dish, so how could he lightly make amendments? Bulletin Fang indifferently glanced at him and said, "Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. I was only assessing the dish. All right, I've already assessed all of the dishes. Then, I shall take my leave. This is for my bill. Bulletin Fang stood up and placed 5 crystals on the table. Then, he elegantly headed down the stairs. Qian Bao's expression was sullen as he stood on the spot. As he looked at the 3 dishes on the table that were basically untouched, the emotions in his eyes were wavering. Young Master Bulletin. Who exactly are you? Qian Bao took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Then his gaze shifted towards Xiao Xiaolong, who was just about to leave. Young Master Xiao, could you tell me the identity of young Master Bulletin? Someone who could point out the flaws of a dish in such a detailed manner is definitely not an ordinary person. Is he an imperial chef from the imperial kitchen? Qian Bao asked as he performed a fist and palm salute. Xiao Xiaolong was stunned for a moment and a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on his face. He narrowed his eyes and said, isn't Owner Bulletin really awesome? Not only are his culinary skills high, his ability to assess dishes is first-rate as well. I was truly impressed. Owner Bulletin. Qian Bao knitted his eyebrows together. Then he narrowed his eyes as he sucked in his breath and said, is this person, the owner of the black-hearted store? Xiao Xiaolong mysteriously smiled and did not reply. He turned around and followed after Bulletin Fang's back figure. At that moment, Bulletin Fang was slowly walking with his hands behind his back. The system's solemn voice was resounding within his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the abrupt mission, taste the 13 dishes of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant and find out their inadequacies. The mission reward will now be released. Chapter 74, Go to that store owner, and kill him. With the scarf wrapped around his neck, Bulletin Fang walked out of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. The moment he stepped out of the warm interior of the building, the cold air rushed into his face, causing his entire body to shudder. He could not help but cross his arms across his chest as he walked. However, even though the temperature was very low, Bulletin Fang was feeling abnormally fervent. The reason was the system just announced in his mind that he succeeded his mission and he was about to receive the mission reward. 10% of true energy cultivation progression, and the advanced cooking method of a dish from Immortal Phoenix restaurant were very generous rewards. Bulletin Fang was obviously feeling overjoyed. Xiao Xiaolong and the others had caught up with him and were walking next to him. Wang Xiaoi and Xiao Xiaolong were chatting non-stop and continuously praising Bulletin Fang's mystical and wondrous ability to render the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's chef speechless just by tasting the dish once. Xiao Yanyu had once again put on her veil and concealed her peerless beauty. She seemed calm and elegant as she quietly walked along with them. The 4 of them bid farewell as they reached the entrance of the alleyway. Xiao Xiaolong and the others went back home while Bulletin Fang stepped into the alleyway and returned to his store. At the entrance of the store, Blackie was fast asleep on its belly. Even though Bulletin Fang returned, he was still soundly asleep. The mission reward has been released. 10% of true energy cultivation progression has been obtained. The system will now randomly draw from the dishes that were assessed. The system's solemn voice rang out in Bulletin Fang's mind. Bulletin Fang was slightly startled. His eyes narrowed as his mind settled down. He was suddenly curious about which dish he would draw. Obviously, the dish he least wanted was the sweet and sour drunken ribs since he already had sweet and sour ribs on his store's menu. Within his mind, the names of various dishes rapidly flashed by and continuously changed. This was the system performing a random drawing. At last, the changing of the dishes gradually became slower and then stopped. Finally, it was reflected clearly within Bulletin Fang's mind. The dish, pan-fried flour crab, has been drawn. After advancement, it is now pan-fried tyrant flour crab. Bulletin Fang could not help but recall the alluring and fragrant pan-fried flour crab and started to drool. Compared to drawing the sweet and sour drunken ribs, the pan-fried flour crab was already considered pretty good. Since a wooden board was hung at the entrance informing customers that business was suspended for that day, many customers excitedly arrived only to dejectedly depart. For example, Fatty Jin and his buddies waited for a while and only resentfully left after realizing that the store was really not opening for business. The other customers also experienced the same situation. After Bulletin Fang returned to the store, he did not plan to open for business as it was getting late. After a quick change of clothes, he stepped into the kitchen and was ready to start learning the new dish, pan-fried tyrant flour crab. Immortal Phoenix Restaurant. Qian Bao was sitting upright on a chair with one hand holding his chin while frowning. He seemed to be thinking about something. Young Master Bulletin is actually the owner of the Black-Hearted store? He actually came to Immortal Phoenix restaurant and criticized all of our dishes. Who does he think he is? How dare he look down on us? Qian Bao clenched his fist and furrowed his eyebrows in fury. Suddenly, he unclenched his fists and sighed. However, even so, this owner Bulletin's level is high indeed. To be able to analyze a dish just by tasting it once, how terrifying. He originally planned to have the chefs on his side challenge Bulletin Fang's store. However, from the looks of it, it was fortunate that they had not gone yet. Otherwise, their reputation would have gone down the drain. It was evident that there was a marginal difference in ability between Bulletin Fang and the chefs of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. However, Qian Bao could not resign himself to let things lie down like this. Swallowing his own anger was not his way of handling affairs. Wait a moment. Qian Bao's eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something. I can let the chefs compete with him in cutting techniques. Without putting in a certain amount of time, it's impossible for anyone to master it. Even though we can't compete with owner Bulletin when it comes to cooking methods, we can still defeat him with skills that require time to master. Qian Bao excitedly banged the table as a smile appeared on his face and finally laughed out loud. Then, he ordered his subordinates to gather all of the chefs. He needed to pick the chef that was most skillful with knives. Qian Bao had already witnessed Bulletin Fang's understanding of dishes and cooking methods, so he could only proceed from the cutting techniques aspect. While Qian Bao was busy assembling his chefs and preparing to pick out the chef most proficient in cutting techniques, a blood phoenix chicken was already secretly delivered to the Crown Prince's palace. Within the majestic palace of the Crown Prince, Ji Chingan was standing with his hands behind his back. He was curiously looking at the metallic cage made from fine iron in front of him. Within the cage, a lustrous chicken, that was entirely blood-red in color, was imprisoned. Is this the 5th-grade spirit beast, blood phoenix chicken? The appearance is peculiar indeed, Ji Chingan nodded and said as the corner of his mouth curled up. Sushi was respectfully standing at a distance as he said, the blood phoenix chicken is a 5th-grade spirit beast with a fast movement speed. Even though its combat ability is very weak among the 5th-grade spirit beasts, it's still comparable to a 4th-grade battle spirit. It took them some time to capture it. You did well, Sushi, the Crown Prince emotionally said as he turned around and looked toward Sushi. Sushi bowed once more and did not say anything else. The blood phoenix chicken and the sage herb are all prepared. Even the valuable medicinal ingredients are mostly gathered. Now, we only need to have owner Bulletin cook the elixir cuisine. If this elixir cuisine can improve father's health, then my position as the emperor will be settled. The Crown Prince stood with his hands held behind his back as he excitedly looked toward the great hall at a distance with many thoughts going through his mind. For the sake of becoming the emperor, he invested far too much. Every single step was like walking on thin ice. That was because he was afraid that if he took the wrong step, his beloved younger brother would obtain a ruinous weakness that would completely destroy him. Sushi, make preparations. I will personally head to owner Bulletin's store tomorrow. We must ensure the elixir cuisine is produced. The Crown Prince solemnly said, before we succeed, information about this elixir cuisine must be kept a secret. Do not let King Yu's subordinates find out about this. Yes, Your Highness. Sushi respectfully said. King Yu's manner. Within a secret chamber, King Yu, Ji Chenjiu, opened his eyes and turbid energy was expelled from his mouth. The true energy outside of his body was seething like boiling water. After a long while, it began to calm down and drew back within his body. 6th-grade battle emperor is truly difficult to reach. I've been stuck at this bottleneck for over a year. King Yu heavily breathed out while feeling slightly helpless. However, he knew that he should not rush when it came to cultivation and he did not know of any solution either. The door to the cultivation chamber was opened. A figure enveloped within a black robe was standing at the entrance and a hoarse voice sounded out. Your Highness seems to be troubled over cultivating matters? Actually, Your Highness could use our soul sex cultivation method. Advancing to 6th-grade battle emperor would not be an issue. King Yu glanced at him and sneered. After that, I'll turn into a monster that doesn't resemble humans or ghosts like you. I am someone who is going to be the emperor. How could I have an ugly appearance like the likes of you? King Yu's words were slightly sarcastic, but this was his usual style of speaking. The head elder of Soul Sect, Hun Kyun, was not angry despite being on the receiving end and only eerily chuckled. Suddenly, a figure came from the door and handed over a secret letter to Ji Chenjiu. Ji Chenjiu nodded, and without making any attempts in concealment, he directly tore open the letter and started reading from it. As he read the letter, his expression became somewhat grave. This brother of mine has truly been working hard for the sake of becoming emperor. Even this sort of method was employed. Everyone is well aware of father's health. There's simply no possibility of a cure at this point. He's actually placing his hope on a little store's elixir cuisine? How laughable! As a burst of energy gushed out from King Yu's palm, the letter was immediately set on fire. Finally, it turned into ashes and drifted away. His eyes were extremely cold as he spoke with a trace of coldness in his voice. Hun Kyun, it is time for you to show your capabilities. Since my elder brother wishes to prolong father's life, then I shall stop him. Tonight, bring your men to that Fang Fang's little store and kill the owner. Remember, it must be a silent assassination. After all, that store is extraordinary according to the rumors. Hun Kyun began to laugh with his hoarse voice. When it comes to assassination, if the Soul Sect claims to be in the second place, no one in the world would dare to claim first place. King Yu, just wait for my good news. Chapter 75, Pan-Fried Tyrant Flower Crab. Head Elder. Do you need us to move out? The two Soul Sect members standing behind Hun Kyun asked. There seemed to be a spirit fire pulsating within Hun Kyun's pupils. It gave others an eerie feeling, as if they were facing a wraith that escaped from hell. Do you not realize that King Yu is testing us? Even though King Yu has joined forces with us, he's still someone that belongs to the imperial court after all, while we're from the sects. Our relationship is originally like that of fire and water. If King Yu wasn't aiming for the throne, he wouldn't dare to violate the taboo and cooperate with us, Hun Kyun simply said. Every time he spoke, the spirit fire in his pupils would throb once. Humans, for the sake of benefits, will always take a risk. No matter what sort of identity you have, this will always be the case. Then, what does Head Elder intend to do? The two members of the Soul Sect puzzledly asked. A few days ago, Hun Qianduan and the Sword Monarch escaped to that store. They relied on the protection of the store to obstruct the pursuit of Xiao Meng and Lian Fu. That mysterious store's strength is absolutely unimaginable for us. According to the rumors, there's a 9th grade supreme beast watching over the store. King Yu's objective is for us to sound out the actual situation. If we can succeed in killing him, that would be best, Hun Kyun slowly said. However, even 2 7th-grade battle saints like Xiao Meng and Lian Fu were intercepted. If mere battle emperors like you two were to go, it would be akin to committing suicide. The pupils of the two Soul Sect members immediately constricted as they felt a chill suddenly rise up from the bottom of their feet. Let Along and Ahu go. They're both 5th-grade battle kings. If they rely on our techniques, they might be able to succeed in the assassination. Even if they fail, we'll only lose 2 battle kings, Hun Kyun said as he turned around. As the night descended, the early winter night brought a nip in the air. Grey clouds were quietly moving under the influence of the wind in the skies, concealing the 2 crescent moons that were calling out to each other. Within Fang Fang's little store, Bulletin Fang had already changed into a comfortable set of clothing. His long hair was tied up with a woolen rope and his forehead was free of any bangs. The pan-fried tyrant flower crab is a dish that tests the quality of the ingredients and the control over the heat during the pan-fry process, Bulletin Fang muttered as he entered the kitchen. At the moment, he was planning to practice the dish that was randomly drawn, the pan-fried tyrant flower crab. The flower crab, also known as Porcinus pelagicus, was a type of sea crab. It was known as flower crab due to the white spots on its shell. The meat of the flower crab was both tender and rich in nutrients. Of course, this was true regarding an ordinary flower crab. Based on Bulletin Fang's understanding of the system, the tyrant flower crab would definitely not be an ordinary flower crab. It would definitely be a spirit beast. When he entered the kitchen, there was a large water tank on the floor. There was no water within the tank, but a gigantic flower crab with its claws and legs tied up was placed inside. This flower crab was beautiful. Its shell was fiery red in color while densely covered in crimson patterns, forming a dazzling picture. The tyrant flower crab is a 5th-grade spirit beast from the sea region of the wildlands. Its attack power is extremely strong and its fighting ability is terrifying. It usually lives in a group and is one of the scariest groups in the sea region of the wildlands. However, its meat is delicious and is an extremely good ingredient. The system solemnly introduced the tyrant flower crab's information to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes. He already knew that the tyrant flower crab would definitely not be an ordinary sea crab. The objective of the system was cooking fine food. The ingredients provided would definitely be first-rate. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly grabbed a kitchen knife with a pointed end from above the table. The kitchen knife was glimmering with sharpness. As Bulletin Fang casually flicked his wrist, the kitchen knife began to twirl in his hand. The tyrant flower crab, which was tied up with a woolen rope, was obediently lying within the water tank. It was hard to imagine that it was actually a 5th-grade spirit beast. As Bulletin Fang flipped the tyrant flower crab over, it was still cluelessly foaming at its mouth. Once the belly of the tyrant flower crab was exposed, Bulletin Fang stabbed the uppermost part of the belly with the tip of the kitchen knife. Within that instant, the tyrant flower crab suddenly began to struggle. Its eyes were whirling around endlessly while the foam produced from its mouth increased. After around half an hour, the tyrant flower crab finally stopped struggling and the woolen rope used to tie its claws had also loosened. After prying open the abdomen shell and removing it, Bulletin Fang began to clean and process the tyrant flower crab. Once everything was settled, Bulletin Fang took out a frying pan. He poured some oil into it and let the pan heat up first. Taking out the heavy kitchen knife which Bulletin Fang used every day for his morning meteor cutting technique practice, he removed the woolen rope that was used to bind the tyrant flower crab. Once the temperature of the oil was hot enough, Bulletin Fang's eyes suddenly became sharp. The heavy kitchen knife was viciously swung and it immediately split the tyrant flower crab into two. The cut made was extremely smooth. Bulletin Fang's hand speed was extremely fast. During the instant when the tyrant flower crab was cut open, before the crab butter could flow out, he immediately moved the entire crab onto the frying pan. A rich fragrance instantly emerged from the frying pan. That was the reaction caused by the meeting between crab meat, crab butter, and hot oil. Next was the control over the heat. Regarding this, Bulletin Fang was already quite experienced. Even though the tyrant flower crab was gigantic, it was not a problem for him. Soon, the pan-fried tyrant flower crab was ready to be served. The tyrant flower crab, which was split into two, was placed onto a plate and its exterior shell had assumed an even brighter shade of red. Due to the oil covering its surface, it was glittering underneath the illumination of the lighting. The smell of the crab butter was extremely fragrant after it was pan-fried. In addition, with Bulletin Fang's ability over controlling the heat, the meat of the crab was white, fragrant, and tender. As it exuded billows of steam, it aroused one's appetite. Bulletin Fang licked his lips. After wiping off the water droplets on his hands, he sat down on a chair and began to heartily eat the pan-fried tyrant flower crab. As expected, this is 100 times tastier than the Immortal Phoenix's restaurant pan-fried flower crab. How can my culinary skills be so formidable? Bulletin Fang shamelessly thought as he ate. Half of the tyrant flower crab was just nice for Bulletin Fang, so the other half was reclaimed into Whitey's stomach. After cleaning up, Bulletin Fang stretched his body and yawned. After eating for the entire day, he was feeling slightly exhausted and was going to have an early rest. Having enough sleep was extremely important for a young man aiming to become the god of cooking. As the lights went out, everything returned into darkness and silence once more. Deep in the night, the sound of something moving through the air suddenly emanated from the entrance of the alleyway. The pitch-black figures were almost impossible to capture by the naked eye in the darkness. The movement of the two people were agile as they slowly advanced while sticking to the quartzite walls of the alleyway. They were practically not making any sound. Bulletin Fang's store was divided into two floors. The first floor was the business area, while on the second there were many rooms with windows and Bulletin Fang's room was among them. Bulletin Fang's room was very comfortable with a large open window. Every morning, the sunlight would be projected through the window and the room would be nicely warm. However, as it was in the middle of winter, Bulletin Fang locked the window to prevent the cold wind from entering. The two figures stealthily stuck close to a window, with both of them standing on each side. Their auras were completely concealed. At the entrance of the store, Blackie, who was soundly asleep, suddenly moved. It drowsily opened its doggy eyes and glanced upward. Eh? What are these two fifth-grade little rats doing here in the middle of the night? Their techniques are quite strange. Unfortunately, they've run into this lord dog. However, it's just two fifth-grade little rats. This lord dog can't be bothered to take care of them. Bark! I am so sleepy. Blackus snorted as it lowered its doggy head and continued sleeping. The eyes of the two battle kings from the Soul sect flashed as one of them placed his hand on the window and the window immediately opened. The two of them looked toward each other in surprise. They did not expect for things to be so easy. However, it was not the time for them to hesitate. The two of them agilely went through the window. Chapter 76, Purple-Eyed Whitey, Extermination. As the two of them landed on the floor, they closed the window without making any noise. When it came to assassination, both of them were extremely experienced. Since they had even assassinated cabinet ministers from the imperial courts before, they did not attach any importance to the owner of a small restaurant. If their boss had not solemnly reminded them to be careful before they set off, they would not even bother to be this cautious as their assassination target was simply too weak. The position where Along and Ahu were located was not Bullet and Fang's bedroom. The interior of the room was empty and spacious. There was no one in sight. Along's eyes slightly narrowed as he pointed ahead. Their figures moved toward a door nearby. As the door was pushed open, there was unexpectedly no sound at all. Everything was quietly completed. The two of them walked out of the room and reached a corner. The left corner led downstairs. The flight of stairs was eerie and gloomy as if it could devour a person's mind, causing them to uncontrollably feel terrified. Along swallowed his saliva and forced himself to look away. Their line of sight shifted toward a tightly closed door ahead of them. The two of them were overjoyed as they looked at each other. From within that room, they could hear stable breathing. From the looks of it, the owner of the store should be within that room. They lightly pushed against the door of the room, but it was clearly locked as the door did not even budge. Along unhurriedly took out a slender wire from his pockets. The true energy within his body surged and a thin layer of true energy enveloped the surface of the metal wire. As he inserted the metal wire enveloped by true energy into the keyhole, the lump of true energy transformed and immediately filled the keyhole. He slightly turned the metal wire and the sound of a lock opening rang out. The door was opened. It's too easy. Along was surprised once more. It did not feel as dangerous as their boss had described. The two of them pushed open the door and looked inside. Their eyebrows were knitted together as they could not see anything within the darkness. With no other choice, they intended to enter the room and immediately launch a killing move. However, the two of them suddenly felt a chill cover their entire bodies. The step they were about to take was frozen in place as well. That was a type of chill that extended from the bottom of their hearts and instantly enveloped their entire bodies, like the cold wind blowing from the Arctic lands. Their eyes suddenly widened and their pupils constricted to the size of a pea. They did not dare to make even the slightest move. Two rays of red light suddenly appeared from behind them and locked onto their bodies. Who's there? Along's entire body began to tremble as he struggled to turn his head. As he looked behind, his eyes met with that ray of light. Whitey's mechanical eyes were flashing red as its mechanical's arms directly grabbed their necks and effortlessly lifted them up. Sensing the target's killing intent toward the owner. Searching for a solution. Solution has been selected and will be activated immediately. Solution, extermination. Rays of light burst out from Whitey's mechanical eyes, as if it was searching for some data. After determining the solution, Whitey's eyes suddenly turned into a deep purple. The mechanical arms immediately tightened its grip. Along's face was filled with terror as he struggled to break free from the mechanical arms that were like steel pliers. They tried to manipulate the true energy within their body, but whenever it flowed into their hands, it would disperse before they could use it. As Along felt the grip around his neck getting tighter and tighter, his struggles were also becoming more intense as blood spilled from his mouth. Whitey faced their fearful gazes without the slightest concern. It was as cold as a death god that treats all living things with indifference, while its purple mechanical eyes seemed extremely demonic within the darkness. Crack! With two crisp sounds, Along and Ahu suddenly stopped struggling. Then, their bodies went limp and their heads hung down. Dark red blood flowed from their mouths and dripped onto the floor, producing an eerie sound. Whitey indifferently turned around while carrying the two who went limp as it left Bullet and Fang's room. As the door closed, the blood stains on the floor suddenly disappeared. Bulatin Fang sniffed the air as he drowsily lifted his hand and picked his nose. Then he smacked his lips and continued sleeping. Bang bang! 2 corpses fell from the air and crashed into the quartzite floor of the alleyway. Blood was flowing out. Blacka drowsily raised its head. When it saw the 2 corpses, it scrunched its nose and snorted. Then, it opened its doggy mouth and lightly exhaled. The 2 corpses were blown out of the alleyway by a sudden squall and flung onto the streets. After doing this, Blacka contentedly lay down once more and continued sleeping. Within King Yu's manor, a candle flame was slightly flickering. An aged and gaunt figure wrapped within a black robe was deeply staring at the flickering candle flame. His eye sockets were filled with 2 lumps of azure spirit fire. Suddenly, the spirit fire within Hun Qinyun's pupils became faint for a moment and the sound of something breaking rang out. A sigh came from his mouth. As I thought. That store should not be provoked. Along, Ahu, died just like that. 2 figures silently appeared in front of Hun Qinyun and respectfully saluted. Along and Ahu died. Go to the alleyway and retrieve their corpses. We failed the assassination this time. I'll go and seek forgiveness from King Yu. Hun Qinyun tottered out of the room with his back hunched over. The 2 battle emperors of the Soul sect were feeling bewildered. Before Along and Ahu set off, they already solemnly reminded them to be careful. However, not much time has passed. The 2 were already dead? 2 5th-grade battle kings could not even struggle? The 2 of them looked each other in the eye and could feel the fear in the other's eyes. Your Highness, we failed the assassination this time, with his back hunched over, Hun Qinyun simply said to King Yu. King Yu was wearing a luxurious robe with his hair loose and a peaceful expression on his face. As he glanced at Hun Qinyun, the corner of his mouth widened into a smile. Understood, I'll give your subordinates a good burial. You may withdraw first, King Yu softly said. Hun Qinyun's spirit fire slightly jumped. He did not say anything as he turned around and left. There was not even the slightest bit of intimidating aura or energy coming from his body. He was like an ordinary elderly man with 1 foot in his grave. However, King Yu did not dare to underestimate him. Hun Qinyun was the #1 expert within the Soul sect. His cultivation level was profound and he was most specialized in the way of the souls. Reportedly, he had already entered the realm of a 7th-grade battle saint. However, there were others who said that he was only a peak-level 6th-grade battle emperor. As King Yu watched Hun Qinyun's figure disappear, his eyes were gradually filled with interest. This old fox is truly ruthless. He actually used the lives of 2 battle kings to display his sincerity. Very well. Then I shall trust you for the time being. King Yu looked demonically charming as the corners of his mouth curled up. Fang Fang's little store. What kind of secrets is this store that suddenly appeared hiding? Compared to the Soul sect, King Yu suddenly discovered that he was more curious about that store. A night peacefully passed. The next morning, Bulatin Fang woke up early as usual. He first went to the kitchen and began his daily cutting technique practice. He held a heavy kitchen knife as he rapidly chopped up radishes. After finishing his cutting technique practice, Bulatin Fang began to cook sweet and sour ribs. It was breakfast meant for Blackie, who was sooner or later going to turn into a pig. Fatty Jin and his buddies majestically arrived with impatient expressions. As Bulatin Fang had suspended business the day before, they had to suffer from their craving for an entire day. After getting used to Bulatin Fang's dishes, the food from other restaurants were tasteless. Owner Bulatin. You're finally open for business. Oh my, there's a new dish. Come, give me a serving of every dish. Fatty Jin ordered his dishes in an experienced manner. Bulatin Fang expressionlessly nodded and headed toward the kitchen. His daily business had started. Wiang Xiaoi arrived at the store while enduring the cold wind. She rubbed her hands together and removed her fur overcoat and her hat, revealing her rosy face. There was automatic heating in the store, so the interior was quite warm and very cozy. Bulatin Fang cooked the dishes while Xiaoi served them. The rapport between the 2 of them was becoming better and better. At the entrance of the alleyway, King Yu, with an imposing appearance and extraordinary temperament, slowly approached while wearing a brocade robe. He stepped into the store and indifferently sized up the interior. It was King Yu's first time coming to Bulatin Fang's store, so everything felt new to him. The astronomical prices of the dishes were especially interesting to him. After ordering a jar of ice heart jade urn wine and a plate of sweet and sour ribs, King Yu began to sample the delicacies of Bulletin Fang's store. At the same time, he waited for the Crown Prince to arrive. Chapter 77, The Crown Prince and King Yu. Within the porcelain wine cup, a liquid as clear as water from alpine springs was lightly swaying back and forth. A rich aroma with an intoxicating scent that lingered around one's nostrils was emanating from within the wine cup. King Yu swirled the wine within the cup. When he tasted the wine, the mellow and spicy taste that erupted within his mouth caused the pores all over his body to tremble. It was the first time he drank such a delicious wine. It was far better than the bejeweled nectar wine from the Imperial Palace. As expected of the store that was able to let father come in person. Just this wine itself is enough for the customers to linger within the store, King Yu lamented. This was the first time he came to Bulletin Fang's store. Previously, he had only heard the rumors. This time, after personally experiencing it himself, he was finally able to experience the charm of the store's delicacies. The wine was a fine wine. The dishes were fine dishes. That tangerine-colored sweet and sour ribs and that dense steam accompanied by the fragrance of meat was like a beautiful and captivating picture. At the entrance of the alleyway, the Crown Prince was walking with his hands behind his back and his head held high. Sashi was the only one following him. His expression was solemn while carrying a gigantic steel cage with one hand. Bulletin Fang, who had just left the kitchen, puzzledly looked toward the entrance. He saw the Crown Prince and Sashi immediately placing a steel cage onto the ground after entering the store. Owner Bulletin, I've come once more, the Crown Prince chuckled and said as he intensely stared at Bulletin Fang. If Bulletin Fang was able to cook the elixir cuisine, the Emperor's health condition should improve. And so, as the person who offered up the elixir cuisine, the Emperor would definitely be more favorable to Ji Chengan. His position as the Crown Prince would be even firmer and he would obtain an even greater advantage over his brothers. As he thought about all these, the Crown Prince became even more fervent toward Bulletin Fang, who could cook the elixir cuisine. The Crown Prince raised his hand and grabbed the cloth covering the steel cage. With a sudden pull, the interior of the steel cage was exposed. A blood phoenix chicken with blood-red feathers was quietly standing within the steel cage. Its eyes were swiveling around its sockets. Blood phoenix chicken. Bulletin Fang was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the Crown Prince strangely. He did not expect the Crown Prince to actually go through the trouble of catching a blood phoenix chicken. That's right, it's only natural that owner Bulletin would recognize this blood phoenix chicken. However, do you recall what you've said before? The Crown Prince smiled and said. Bulletin Fang was expressionless as he walked around the steel cage once. He carefully examined the blood phoenix chicken and could not help but compare it with the one provided by the system. He discovered that this blood phoenix chicken provided by the Crown Prince was in every way inferior to the one provided by the system. The ingredients provided by the system are all high-quality products that went through careful selections. They're the cream of the crop among all the major varieties, the system's serious voice rang out within Bulletin Fang's mind. Bulletin Fang nodded. He believed that the ingredients provided by the system were definitely the best. He had indeed agreed that he would personally cook the sage herb phoenix chicken soup for the Crown Prince if the ingredients were provided. What about the sage herb and the other medicinal ingredients? Bulletin Fang asked. The Crown Prince's eyes immediately lit up. With a wave of his hand, a leather bag filled with medicinal ingredients appeared in his hand and he handed it to Bulletin Fang. The heavenly sage herb was kept within an exquisite wooden box which he carefully handed over to Bulletin Fang as well. The heavenly sage herb was very expensive and its value was comparable to the blood phoenix chicken. Moreover, it was very difficult to harvest as it only grows within the wildlands. That was a terrifying place with innumerable high-grade spirit beasts. Even a 7th-grade battle saint might perish when exploring the wildlands. However, as the heavenly sage herb was only a 5th-grade spirit herb, it was located at the outer perimeters of the wildlands. So the Crown Prince was still able to collect it by spending a large amount of money. Receiving the sage herb that did not look too good, Bulletin Fang nodded and simply said, cooking the sage herb phoenix chicken soup takes a long time. Today's operating hour is almost over. Come here earlier tomorrow to collect the elixir cuisine. Since you provided the ingredients yourself, you're allowed to bring the dish back. The smile on the Crown Prince's face froze as he thought, you're not cooking today? Just because the business hours is over. Owner Bulletin, I really need this sage herb phoenix chicken soup. Could you cook it right now? The Crown Prince asked with a frown. These ingredients used up a large amount of his savings. He wanted to personally watch as Bulletin Fang cooked the dish, otherwise he would not be at ease. Bulletin Fang glanced at the Crown Prince and said, "The elixir cuisine is not as simple as you think. A lot of techniques are needed and I need to concentrate. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask your imperial chefs. Honestly, the quality of the ingredients that you provided can only be considered so-so. I am really not interested in them. However, I really hate it when others doubt me. This is the first time, so I'll forgive you. However, if there's a next time, you can take your ingredients back," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said as he indifferently looked at the Crown Prince. Ji Chengan was furious. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner within the empire? And even dare to threaten him? You! The Crown Prince took a deep breath. When he thought about the store's background and Bulletin Fang's culinary skills as well as the miraculous elixir cuisine, the corner of his mouth widened into a smile as he suppressed his anger. I am not doubting owner Bulletin. Fine, then I shall send someone to collect it tomorrow. I hope owner Bulletin won't disappoint me, the Crown Prince said. Ha ha ha. Just as the Crown Prince finished speaking, a burst of laughter filled with ridicule came from nearby. The Crown Prince slightly frowned as he looked toward the source of the laughter and immediately spotted King Yu. King Yu lifted up a wine cup and emptied it. Then he stood up and walked toward the Crown Prince with a warm smile plastered on his face like a refined scholar. My beloved elder brother, I didn't think I would meet you here. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Are you here to let owner Bulletin cook the elixir cuisine? This is for extending father's life, right? King Yu simply said with a trace of a smile on his face. The pupils of both the Crown Prince and Sushi constricted. Previously, their attention was focused on Bulletin Fang, so they did not realize King Yu was within the store as well. How could he be here? The Crown Prince was both agitated and furious. The Crown Prince suddenly glanced toward Sushi with a meaningful look in his eyes. Sushi's body shuddered as he fearfully took a step back and bowed toward the Crown Prince. Ha ha ha! What a coincidence, second brother! It looks like you were attracted by owner Bulletin's food as well. A smile was on the Crown Prince's face as he nodded toward King Yu. King Yu, Ji Chenjiu, was a peak level 5th grade battle king. He was only a step away from becoming a battle emperor. Among the 3 princes, his cultivation level was the highest. Even though the Crown Prince, Ji Chengan, and the 3rd prince, Ji Chensu, were both 5th grade battle kings as well, they were only at the initial stage. Compared to King Yu, they were a lot worse. Indeed, owner Bulletin's dishes are truly delicious and the wine is the best in the world. Elder brother, you should give it a try when you have the chance. King Yu chuckled as he placed some crystals onto the table and slowly walked out of the store. The smile on the Crown Prince's face gradually disappeared as he gloomily watched King Yu's figure fade away within the alleyway. With a high cultivation level and half of the imperial court supporting him, his young brother, Ji Chenjiu, was the Crown Prince's greatest competitor and the source of his restlessness. Owner Bulletin. You really can't cook it today? The Crown Prince turned toward Bulletin Fang and asked. I can't, Bulletin Fang simply replied as he expressionlessly turned around and sat down on a chair. In addition, the service charge for cooking this dish is 50 crystals. Don't forget to pay. 50 crystals. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, crystals were placed onto the table. Then, he turned around and stormed off in anger. As the Crown Prince, he did not lack money. Sushi sighed as he followed after the Crown Prince with a frown on his face. Soon, their figures disappeared within the alleyway as well. All right, Xiaoai, today's business hours is over. Bulletin Fang stood up and patted Wang Xiaoai's head. After seeing her off, he picked up the steel cage and entered the kitchen. Chapter 78, Close to Level Up. With a loud clang, Bulletin Fang put down the steel cage within the kitchen. He stretched his body and languidly glanced toward the blood phoenix chicken standing idly within the cage. System, if the quality of the blood phoenix chicken is slightly poorer, would the effects of the elixir cuisine be affected? Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. If the quality of the ingredient is poor, the effects of the elixir cuisine would naturally be poor as well. This is common sense, the system solemnly said. Bulletin Fang was suddenly choked up by its words. He glanced toward the blood phoenix chicken once more. Coincidentally, the chicken turned its head as well and its swiveling eyes were fixated on Bulletin Fang. Well, this is an ingredient provided by that crown prince himself after all. If the effects aren't good, it's not my fault, Bulletin Fang indifferently thought, and his conscience immediately became clear. After closing up the store, Bulletin Fang did not immediately start cooking. He rested for a while and called out his system panel to have a look. Host, Bulletin Fang. Gender, male. Age, 20. True energy cultivation level, 3rd grade, has already achieved the ability to manifest true energy outside of the body. As the god of cooking in the fantasy world, you will definitely need to make use of true energy when cooking. Work hard, young man. Cooking talents, unknown. Skills, level 1 meteor cutting technique, 80/100. Tools, fragments of god of cooking, 3/4. God of cooking overall rating, apprentice chef, you can finally cook ingredients with your true energy. Practice your cutting technique and the road to becoming the god of cooking will open for you. Work hard, young man. The current turnover is 3,600 crystals. True energy conversion degree, 900/1000. System level, 3 stars, conversion ratio is at 25%. As he focused on the system panel, Bulletin Fang's expression did not change, but his mind was somewhat agitated. The turnover had already reached 3,600 crystals. He only needed to earn another 400 crystals to level up the system, and his cultivation level would increase as well. And 400 crystals was just about his turnover for a day. Looks like I'll most likely level up after tomorrow's opening hours is over. Will there be any special reward for reaching 4th grade battle spirit? However, I should be able to complete collecting the god of cooking set by that time as well, Bulletin Fang muttered. After resting for a while, he stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Preparing the sage herb phoenix chicken soup needed a lot of time and also required using true energy during the cooking process, so Bulletin Fang did not dare to be careless. He opened the door of the steel cage and immediately grabbed the blood phoenix chicken. Even though its spirit energy was suppressed by the system, the struggle put up by a 5th grade spirit beast was not weak either. However, Bulletin Fang was an experienced chef after all, and handling ingredients was an easy task for him. After a while, he finished processing the blood phoenix chicken. After taking out the heavenly sage herb from within the exquisite box and some of the needed medicinal ingredients from the leather bag, Bulletin Fang began to prepare the elixir cuisine, sage herb phoenix chicken soup. King Yu was in a rather cheerful mood as he returned to his manor. Perhaps tasting delicious food and fine wine might be the reason, but Ji Chenjiu felt as if he was floating as he walked. I didn't expect that store's dishes to be that delicious. That Ice Heart Jade Urn wine is truly unforgettable. As King Yu recalled the captivating taste of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, he could not help but lick his lips as a trace of intoxication appeared in his eyes. Here was another fellow captivated by Bulletin Fang's food. King Yu suddenly felt somewhat regretful. He would have been able to taste these delicacies at an earlier date if he had gone to Fang Fang's little store earlier. Just when King Yu was thinking about the dishes cooked by Bulletin Fang, the head elder of Soul Sect, Hun Qianyun, appeared in front of him along with his subordinates. They were all wearing black robes and their appearances were quite sinister and terrifying. Even though his eyes flashed with disdain for a moment, King Yu was still smiling on the outside as he looked at them. Did you obtain any result while visiting that mysterious store? Hun Qianyun's hoarse voice, like the sound of gravel rubbing together, rang out, giving goosebumps to any listener. That elder brother of mine has already caught the blood phoenix chicken. He brought it to the store along with valuable medicinal ingredients and asked the owner to cook the elixir cuisine. However, that elixir cuisine will only be completed tomorrow, King Yu simply said. Oh? It'll only be completed tomorrow. Hun Qianyun narrowed his eyes. The spirit fire pulsated for a moment, as if he was thinking. King Yu nodded and said, the elixir cuisine is not an ordinary dish after all. Even the owner of that mysterious store will need to spend some time to cook it. However, this is great news for us. Are you thinking of sending us to ruin the soup tomorrow? Hun Qianyun puzzledly asked. That's right, it must be ruined. Father is not only old and frail, he suffers from numerous undiagnosable illnesses as well. Forcibly extending his lifespan will only prolong his suffering. As his son, I don't want to see my father suffer. King Yu simply replied. Then his gaze shifted toward Hun Kunyun and said, "Prepare some men along with experts from within my manor and set up an ambush at the entrance of the alleyway tomorrow. Remember, you must ruin that sage herb phoenix chicken soup. If you fail this time, you and your men can just get lost." Hun Kunyun was indifferently standing at a distance. When he heard King Yu's words, the spirit fire within his eyes suddenly trembled. Then he saluted and withdrew from the room. As King Yu watched Hun Kunyun's disappearing figure, the corner of his mouth widened into a smile. Then he looked away into the distance and yelled out, "Prepare a horse for me, I am entering the palace." The Crown Prince Palace, on the left of the Gate of Heavenly Mystery. The Crown Prince, Ji Chengan, had a gloomy expression as he sat high above while looking down on the kneeling Sushi. The corners of his mouth were twitching, indicating that he was suppressing his anger. Sushi was feeling both terrified and helpless. He understood that the Crown Prince had already begun to suspect him, ever since they met King Yu at Fang Fang's little store. "Sushi, can you explain to me why King Yu would appear within that store?" the Crown Prince asked. "I don't know." Sushi's expression froze. "After instructing you yesterday that our visit must be kept a secret, we met King Yu the moment we arrived at the store. Are you telling me this is all just a coincidence?" The Crown Prince chuckled. "Your Highness! Are you doubting me?" Sushi raised his head and solemnly looked at the Crown Prince. "I've been following your Highness for many years. How could your Highness not understand the way I work?" Sushi's tone was somewhat indignant and dejected. Ji Chengan was slightly startled. When he saw Sushi's dejected appearance, his cold expression became gentle. He believed that Sushi would not betray him. He was suspecting Sushi only because he was irritated by the expression that King Yu gave before he left. Why should the Crown Prince be bullied by a mere king? "All right, I was only befuddled by anger. There's no way I wouldn't know about your loyalty. Right now, go and prepare some experts first. Since King Yu already found out that we asked owner Buledin to cook the sage herb phoenix chicken soup, then collecting the soup tomorrow will definitely not be safe. Go look for more experts who are at least 5th grade battle kings." "Understood, Your Highness." "I'll withdraw first." Sushi solemnly nodded and saluted as he left. However, after a while, Sushi who had just left hurriedly returned with an anxious expression on his face. "Your Highness, I just received news that King Yu entered the Imperial Palace to meet His Majesty." The Crown Prince raised his eyebrows and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. After silently cursing, he hurriedly changed his clothes and headed for the Great Hall to meet the Emperor as well. As the night descended, the 2 crescent moons were suspended high above the sky with dark clouds shrouding them. Several figures suddenly landed in the alleyway where Fang Fang's little store was located. They were all wearing black garments that allowed them to move around unnoticed at night. The aura exuding from them was throbbing as true energy violently surged from their bodies. "Tomorrow's operation must not fail. We must definitely finish setting up the magic array by today." Among the figures, a stooping figure appeared. 2 lumps of eerie spirit fire were flickering within the darkness as a hoarse voice reverberated in the air. Chapter 79, Entering the Magic Array with the Chicken Soup. Imperial Palace, Great Hall. The Crown Prince hurriedly entered while wearing a luxurious robe. Within the Great Hall, the Emperor was languidly sitting on throne with one hand holding his chin. His body would lightly tremble from time to time as the sound of faint coughing came from his mouth. When the Emperor saw the Crown Prince entering the Great Hall, a smile immediately appeared on his face as he softly said, "Chengan, you came. From what I heard from your second brother, you went to owner Buledin's place and prepared the elixir cuisine for me." When Ji Chengan heard his words, his expression slightly changed. However, he still respectfully bowed toward the Emperor and said, "Father, I was only worried about your health. I heard that owner Buledin's elixir cuisine has the effect of prolonging life, so I sent my men to purchase a blood phoenix chicken from the wildlands and asked owner Buledin to cook the elixir cuisine." King Yu, Ji Chenjiu, was within the Great Hall as well. He was standing in a distance with a smile on his face as he watched the Crown Prince with interest. He deliberately entered the Imperial Palace just to inform his father about this piece of news. Ji Chengan was planning to conceal his actions from their father, so that their father would definitely be impressed when he finally presented the elixir cuisine that could prolong lifespan. However, since Ji Chenjiu informed their father about this piece of news first, the effect would not be as shocking. Furthermore, the most important point is that since their father already found out about the elixir cuisine, a gleam of hope would definitely sprout within his heart. And once the elixir cuisine was ruined, this trace of hope would be crushed as well. When that time came, the difference between expectation and outcome would surely affect their father's opinion of the Crown Prince. King Yu's eyes were flashing brilliantly as he looked at the Crown Prince with a bright smile on his face. The Crown Prince had already cursed King Yu countless times within his mind. How could he not understand King Yu's thinking? He originally concealed his actions from the Emperor just to achieve the effect of impressing him. However, with the disrupting actions by King Yu, the resulting effect would surely be greatly reduced. Your actions are considerate, but I know my illness very well. However, I understand your intentions. The Emperor gently smiled as a rare trace of kindness appeared on his face. The Crown Prince could only force out a smile. The only thing he could do was hope that Sushi could safely transport the elixir cuisine to the palace. However, he knew that King Yu would definitely not let things proceed smoothly. Bulletin Fang was slightly frowning while his hands were placed over the cover of the clay pot. True energy was continuously flowing from his body into the clay pot and continuously affecting the ingredients contained inside. Bulletin Fang was still unfamiliar with true energy culinary, so he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He was afraid he would make a mistake and ruin this dish. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but Bulletin Fang ignored them and was fully focused on cooking with true energy. Finally, there was a slight change in his expression and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. After dispersing the true energy, Bulletin Fang pulled back his hand and heavily breathed out. He lifted up a glass of water from the table and drank a mouthful. This water was cold, fresh, and sweet. It was mountain spring water provided by the system that contained spirit energy and was nourishing to the body. He lifted up the lid of the clay pot and took a look. The blood phoenix chicken was quietly lying within the clay pot. As the chicken soup bubbled, the jelly-like, translucent flesh would gently tremble. The color of the chicken soup appeared as amber. However, it was not as bright as the previous one Bulletin Fang cooked for Xiao Yunyu. This was caused by the difference in quality of the ingredients and Bulletin Fang could not do anything about it either. The essence of the sage herb and medicinal ingredients had permeated into the meat of the chicken and the soup, and a rich fragrance was wafting from the clay pot. The cooking of the sage herb phoenix chicken soup was finished. After putting the lid back on the clay pot, Bulletin Fang stretched his body and his neck while walking toward the entrance of the store. As he removed the door boards, the cold winter air rushed into his face. Bulletin Fang, who was feeling tired after working throughout the night, felt slightly refreshed and slightly recovered from his fatigue. After opening up the store for business as usual, Bulletin Fang placed a plate of sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie and rubbed its immaculate fur. Then Bulletin Fang stood up, pulled up a chair and contentedly curled up on it. He wanted to rest for a short while. However, this break did not last long before Fatty Jin arrived with his buddies. Bulletin Fang could only start his busy day. On the main street of the Imperial City, Sushi was heading toward Bulletin Fang's store while leading a group of people. The auras exuding from these people were very strong and the fluctuations of their true energy were almost distorting the air. Sushi did not dare to be careless in the slightest about the operation to transport the soup. The Crown Prince was already dissatisfied with him. If he also messed up this matter, he might as well take a hike. So he specially brought 5 battle kings along with him to transport the soup, just in case something were to happen. After all, 5 battle kings were already considered top-tier combat power within the Imperial City. The entrance of the alleyway was quiet and peaceful. As Sushi stepped into the alleyway, he immediately began to frown. He seemed to sense a cold burst of energy rising from the bottom of his feet. Was he imagining things? Sushi lowered his head and looked at the floor. It was still the old quartzite flooring. There was even moss growing between the gaps of the tiles. Everything was the same as usual. Perhaps I was just imagining things, Sushi thought as he shook his head and bitterly laughed. Then he led the group into Bulletin Fang's store. Within the store, there were a few scattered customers enjoying their meals with relish. They were all rich and influential people living within the Imperial City. Like Fatty Jin, they did not lack money. "Oh, you're here." Bulletin Fang expressionlessly nodded when he saw Sushi step into the store. "Wait for a while, the smelly boss is still cooking," Yang Xiaoi charmingly said as she motioned Sushi to wait. Sushi was somewhat nervous, but he still composedly nodded. After a while, Bulletin Fang finished cooking the last dish and let Xiao Ai serve it to the customer. Then he personally carried out a clay pot from the kitchen. That clay pot was still giving off steam as a rich fragrance spread everywhere. Sushi's eyes immediately lit up as he thought, this is definitely owner Bulletin's elixir cuisine. There's no mistake. Sushi carefully received the clay pot that Bulletin Fang passed over. After solemnly expressing his thanks, Sushi bid farewell to Bulletin Fang and left the store. The 5 battle kings followed after him with grave expressions on their faces as well. From the moment Sushi received the elixir cuisine, his chest began to tighten and he became extremely alert. Violent true energy emerged from each battle king and surrounded Sushi to form a protective barrier. Blackie, who was lying at entrance, lazily lifted its eyes to glance at the group of people. Then it snorted and went back to sleep. Suddenly, a burst of chilly wind that was even colder than the bone-chilling wind blew into the alleyway from the entrance. Sushi and the others, who were transporting the elixir cuisine, had just reached the entrance of the alleyway when they felt goosebumps all over their body at the same time. Their eyes instantly widened and emitted radiance as they scanned their surroundings. Who's there? Come out! With a shout, a Battle King expert concentrated true energy onto his fist and viciously smashed it toward a single direction. Boom! As the fist filled with true energy smashed into the empty air, the pupils of the Battle King suddenly constricted. He realized the floor of the alleyway was radiating black light. 2 black circles filled with symbols appeared on the simple quartzite flooring and were rotating in the anti-clockwise direction. Damn it! This is the killing array of the Soul Sect, the King of Hell's soul-rending array. Sushi's expression became pale in that instant and his pupils nearly lost all luster. Suddenly, the black light rose up and completely enveloped the entire group, as if they were pulled into another world. With the sound of footsteps, several figures wearing black robes appeared and surrounded the alleyway. The aura of these figures were extremely powerful and the aura of the stooping elder leading them was even more terrifying. As the 2 lumps of spirit fire pulsated, Hun Kunyun opened his mouth and said, "The prey has entered the magic array. Begin the elimination." Chapter 80, Who is using embroidery needles to poke your lord dog? Boom boom. The black energy was just like a black mist that rose from under the ground and instantly enveloped the entire magic array. A terrifying desolate atmosphere pervaded the alleyway. The expressions of the 5 battle kings were grave as they formed a circle around Sushi, who was carrying the sage herb phoenix chicken soup. Their mission this time was to protect the elixir cuisine, so they must focus all their attention on protecting Sushi, who was carrying it. The black energy enveloping the air, under the guidance of the 2 black circular magic arrays rotating in the anti-clockwise direction, gradually formed a gigantic simulacrum above them. This simulacrum was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. This is the King of Hell's soul-rending array. It's the Soul Sect's secret magic array. Why would it appear in this place? Sushi's eyes were filled with incredulity. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His pupils constricted as he looked toward the distance. There, he saw several figures wrapped in black robes appearing. "You're from the Soul Sect. Are you here to ruin this elixir cuisine?" Sushi shouted in a stern voice. "Do it, don't waste your breath on him. Remember, there must be no survivors. Our identity must not be exposed." A hoarse voice as ear-piercing as gravel being grinded rang out. The figures wrapped in black robes did not say anything as they swiftly moved toward every corner of the magic array and completely surrounded Sushi and the others. Hun Kunyun, whose eyes seemed to have 2 lumps of spirit fire pulsating within, slowly walked out from the shadows with his back hunched over. At that moment, Sushi had already completely fallen into despair. Even though he was acting cautiously, he still fell for King Yu's trap. Sushi had always assumed that no matter how insane King Yu was, he would only send some powerful assassins to ruin the elixir cuisine. However, he never expected King Yu would actually conspire with experts from the sects. The sects were able to contend against the imperial court for so many years precisely because of their mysterious methods and secrets. Thanks to that, they were able to forcibly survive under Emperor Changfeng's continuous attacks year after year. Every single cultivator within the empire was well aware that the sects were powerful and not to be trifled with. Magic array was a method that the sects were specialized in using. King Yu actually dared to conspire with experts from the sections. Is he not afraid that His Majesty will find out? Sushi clenched his teeth and angrily roared. Hun Kyun lightly exclaimed his surprise as his line of sight shifted toward Sushi. He began to laugh as he said, "How would the Emperor find out? Once we eliminate you, no one else will know." Sushi wanted to continue speaking, but the experts from the sects were already tired of wasting their breath on him. They immediately triggered their true energy, and the black simulacrum above Sushi and the others suddenly launched an attack at them. A gigantic palm formed completely with black energy was viciously heading toward Sushi. Its energy fluctuation was extremely violent. "Block it!" Sushi angrily roared with bloodshot eyes. A battle king loudly shouted as the true energy throughout his body practically gained substance. He rose into the air and launched his attack toward the palm with all his strength. However, this tremendous attack by the battle king was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It did not cause even the slightest damage to the palm. Bang! With a loud noise, that battle king was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. The impact produced an intense tremor and cracks appeared around the area. The true energy within the body of the battle king completely dissipated. He was actually swatted to death by the palm strike. Sushi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. As expected, the might of the magic array was extremely powerful. Hun Kyun faintly smiled as he pointed toward Sushi with a withered finger and said, "They must all die." The crown prince was sitting cross-legged within his palace. His eyes were closed as he tried to calm himself and quietly cultivate. However, after cultivating for a while, he still could not help but open his eyes and heavily breathe out. "Phew! I wonder how Sushi is doing. My eyelid has been twitching for a while, and I've been having a bad feeling." The crown prince was frowning as he stood up and looked out of the window. He originally thought asking owner Bulletin to cook the sage herb phoenix chicken soup and offering it to his father was a good move. However, he did not expect a trick employed by King Yu would turn it into a bad move that sabotaged him. The crown prince was feeling somewhat helpless as well and could not help but feel regretful. He was currently between a rock and a hard place and could only hope that Sushi was able to safely bring back that sage herb phoenix chicken soup. Only then, he would be able to avoid being hoisted by his own petard. King Yu's manner. King Yu was standing in front of the fish pond with crystal powder in his hands as he contentedly fed the fish. As he watched the fish within the pond continuously fighting over the crystal powder, the smile on his face became colder and colder. Sensing a slightly stifling feeling, Bulletin Fang, who was curled up on a chair, was slightly frowning as he stood up. He walked toward the entrance of the store and looked toward the direction of the alleyway's entrance. What he saw was a gigantic humanoid simulacrum blocking the entrance of the alleyway. "What are they doing over there? Don't they know that what they're doing is hindering my business?" Bulletin Fang was frowning and was somewhat displeased. The location of his store was already out of the way. Of all the places to stir up trouble, these people had to choose the entrance of the alleyway. Were they purposely making life difficult for him? Wiang Xiaoi curiously stuck out her head as well. When she saw the towering and majestic simulacrum, her rosy face was filled with astonishment. "Smelly boss, what are they doing?" Xiaoi puzzledly asked. "They're stirring up trouble," Bulletin Fang simply said as he patted Xiaoi's head. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed as the gigantic simulacrum suddenly exploded and a figure shot toward the direction of the store. "Owner Bulletin, save me!" A heart-wrenching shout rang out. Sushi was charging toward them in a miserable state. He was bleeding all over his body and one of his arms was completely broken. As he made the mad dash toward them, blood was continuously dripping. However, his other arm was still tightly holding the scalding clay pot. Bang! When Sushi arrived in front of Bulletin Fang, he was already completely exhausted. As he knelt on the floor, blood was gushing from his mouth and he was bleeding from his arm. He was shivering as he held onto the clay pot. He did not let even a single drop of chicken soup spill from the clay pot. Frightened by Sushi's wretched appearance, Wiang Xiaoi hurriedly hid behind Bulletin Fang and timidly peeked out. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he looked toward the simulacrum that was slowly heading toward his direction and looked toward Sushi, who was bathed in blood. For some reason, he was suddenly feeling very angry. They actually dare to beat up my customer like this. This is clearly an act of provocation toward Fang Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said, but his voice was very cold. "Oh! Owner Bulletin! The sage herb phoenix chicken soup must not be ruined." Sushi trembled as he tried to pass the scalding clay pot to Bulletin Fang. His eyes contained a trace of imploration and helplessness. A burst of black energy suddenly gushed out from his body and instantly covered Sushi's skin. Black smoke was seeping out from his facial orifices. Bulletin Fang's eyes focused onto Sushi. He felt the sliver of imploration in his eyes and could not help but reach out for the sage herb phoenix chicken soup. However, a black spear was suddenly shot toward them at close to supersonic speed and directly pierced through the clay pot. With a loud crack, the clay pot broke into pieces. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped for Bulletin Fang and Sushi. The spear pierced through the clay pot and directly headed toward Blackie, who was soundly asleep, and collided with its head. With a bang, the spear broke into pieces and Blackie drowsily opened its sleepy eyes. Son of a! Who used embroidery needle to poke your lord dog? Step forward right now. Blackie puzzledly looked around the surroundings and its doggy eyes finally locked onto the simulacrum at the distance. Sushi watched with a blank stare as the clay pot broke into pieces. The sage herb phoenix chicken soup spilled all over and the crystal clear, jelly-like chicken meat rolled on the ground. With a long sigh, Sushi closed his eyes in despair as smoke seeped out from his facial orifices. His entire soul was completely incinerated. You must be the owner of the mysterious store. A figure wrapped in a black robe walked over. Behind him was the simulacrum of the King of Hell, controlled by the gigantic magic array. Were you the one who killed him? Was the soup ruined by you? Bulletin Fang coldly turned his head and said as he expressionlessly looked at the person in the black robe. The spirit fire within Hun Kunyun's eyes lightly pulsated as he chuckled and said with a hoarse voice, "They say that your store is extremely mysterious, and even a 7th grade battle saint like Xiao Meng was repelled. The might of this King of Hell's soul-rending array is not inferior to a battle saint. I really want to test out the depth of your store, and pay homage to the 2 little guys that died." Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he glanced toward Hun Kunyun and coldly said, "I asked whether you were the one who killed him, whether you were the one who ruined the soup. You only need to answer yes or no. You're really asking for it. How dare you be so arrogant when you're standing in front of my King of Hell's soul-rending array? So what if I were the one who killed him? So what if I ruined the soup?" Hun Kunyun was somewhat angry as well. True energy suddenly gushed out from his body and the simulacrum of the King of Hell became even more solid. Blackie lazily got up from the ground. It glanced at the simulacrum of the King of Hell and rolled its eyes. Even if the King of Hell really climbed out from the netherworld, this Lord Dog wouldn't be afraid. "What's a knockoff like you trying to play it?" A gentle and pleasant voice of a masculine male suddenly rang out from Blackie's mouth and echoed within the alleyway. Chapter 81, This Black Dog is really arrogant. Who's there? When Hun Kunyun heard the extremely haughty voice, the spirit fire within his eye sockets suddenly swelled up and his aura became even more terrifying. He scanned his surroundings to find the owner of the voice. However, he was completely unable to find anyone who had the confidence to say those words among those present. The customers within the store were all cowering before his glare. That mysterious person was definitely not hiding among them. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together with a gloomy expression on his face. The ground littered with the chicken soup was emanating hot air. The hot air was naturally dissipated as the cold wind blew, accompanied by the rich fragrance of the chicken soup. Killing intent toward the host has been detected. Protection mode activated. A mechanical voice rang out as a gigantic white figure swiftly rushed out of the store and landed next to Bulletin Fang with a loud noise. Whitey stood straight while giving off a red light with its mechanical eyes. A puppet. Hun Kunyun could not find the owner of the voice, so he gave up on searching. He was slightly surprised when his eyes shifted toward Whitey, who appeared next to Bulletin Fang. Even though Hun Kunyun had heard of the store's deeds, he had never really put in the effort to find out more. He only knew that the store was very powerful and could repel the 7th grade battle saint, Xiao Meng. However, he did not know the source of its strength. From the looks of it, could this puppet be the reason? Blackie slowly approached while striding like a cat. When it realized Whitey was standing next to Bulletin Fang, it rolled its eyes and stopped moving. "You killed my customer and ruined my dish. Unforgivable." Bulletin Fang took a deep breath. His eyes focused onto Hun Kunyun and became somewhat cold. "Humph! What an arrogant tone! This old man shall test the capability of this store of yours today." Hun Kunyun sneered as he took a step back. As he waved his withered arm, the gigantic simulacrum of the King of Hell suddenly moved. As the black mist surged, the simulacrum raised its hand and a black spear appeared once more. Black mist was encircling the spear while the energy violently fluctuated. With a loud tearing sound, the simulacrum of the King of Hell forcefully threw the spear. It rapidly headed toward Bullet and Fang's position while whistling through the air. It was as if the air was being torn apart. Whitey's mechanical eyes were flashing as its figure moved in front of Bullet and Fang. It raised up its gigantic mechanical arms and threw a punch toward the black spear flying toward them. A powerful explosion rang out and a squall was instantly created. The entire alleyway seemed to be enveloped by the black mist. Within an instant, the alleyway was completely engulfed. The customers staying within Bullet and Fang's store were all startled by the terrifying noise. However, the surprising thing was that the black smoke unexpectedly did not drift into the store. It was as if the smoke was isolated by a layer of protective membrane. Hun Kyunyun sneered as he watched from a distance. Even a 7th grade battle saint would suffer if they tried to receive the attack of the King of Hell's Void Spear head-on. What could a mere puppet do? Boom! Within the black smoke, only 2 sources of red light could be seen. Suddenly, they turned into a cold purple color. A gust appeared and completely dispersed the black smoke. Once the black smoke completely dissipated, the scene of the aftermath was revealed. When Hun Kyunyun saw the scene, he was extremely shocked and the spirit fire within his eyes wildly palpitated. Whitey's entire body was releasing a metallic luster, and its mechanical eyes had turned into a cold purple color. Both of its arms were crossed in front of its body, which seemed to have blocked the King of Hell's Void Spear from before. There was actually no trace of damage on Whitey at all. Bullet and Fang was indifferently standing behind Whitey. He was expressionless as he looked at Hun Kyunyun without any signs of worry or fear on his face. Combat mode activated. Whitey's mechanical voice became even colder. Its purple eyes seemed to be overflowing with killing intent. With a humming sound, purple-eyed Whitey's figure shot out in an instant. Its speed was almost impossible to be captured by the naked eye. A stifling feeling suddenly assailed toward Hun Kyunyun. Hun Kyunyun angrily snorted as he held out his withered hand. Borrowing the power of the simulacrum of the King of Hell behind him, he controlled the black energy to encircle his body and sent a palm strike toward Whitey. As the two of them collided together, an intense energy shockwave leaked out and cracks appeared on the walls of the alleyway, as if they were going to collapse from the energy collision. Hun Kyunyun's expression suddenly changed. If they continued fighting with this level of power, the soldiers patrolling within the Imperial City as well as experts would be alerted. He needed to finish things quickly. Hurry up and finish off the owner. I'll stall the puppet. As an old-timer, Hun Kyunyun naturally knew about capturing the ringleader first to capture the bandits. The puppet was obviously trying to protect Bullet and Fang. Once Bullet and Fang was dead, the puppet would lose its protection target and stop moving. The 6 battle kings standing behind Hun Kyunyun understood his intentions as well. The King of Hell's simulacrum was heading toward Bullet and Fang step by step. As the gigantic simulacrum moved, the alleyway was almost bursting from the seams. Bullet and Fang indifferently watched as the simulacrum approached. He patted Wang Xiaoi's head and made her hide inside the store. With the store's protection, she should be safe. Is this brat seeking death? Why is he not running away even though he's facing the King of Hell's simulacrum controlled by us? One of the battle kings controlling the magic array said in surprise. He's probably so frightened his legs went weak and he has no strength to run away. Once the King of Hell's soul-rending array is activated, it's equivalent to a 7th grade battle saint. Another battle king said with a chortle. Why isn't that brat pissing himself in fear yet? How could a 3rd grade thrash like him withstand the intimidation aura of a battle saint? Bullet and Fang completely ignored the mocking words of the battle kings. The so-called intimidation aura of a battle saint was completely ineffective to him. Thanks to the existence of the system, he was completely unaffected by any intimidation aura and he was completely unworried about his own safety. Blacka slowly approached while striding like a cat, as it gracefully and refinedly stopped between Bullet and Fang and the King of Hell's simulacrum. As Blacka raised its head and looked at the gigantic simulacrum of the King of Hell formed with black energy, a trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. Shoo shoo shoo! Where did this big black dog come from? Get out of here! A battle king speechlessly looked at the dog sitting between Bullet and Fang and them. He was utterly dumbfounded as he hurriedly tried to chase Blackie away. They could not feel even a trace of spirit energy on this dog and its appearance was quite ordinary as well. It looked just like a commonplace dog. It was no wonder this Battle King was unable to recognize it. You idiot! Are you talking to this Lord Dog? Blackie haughtily raised its head as a gentle and masculine voice filled with mockery rang out. The 6 Battle Kings were stunned. Their thoughts went into disarray for a moment. What the? Is this dog really speaking? You idiot! Did you just tell this Lord Dog to get lost? Are you tired of living? Do you really think you can heckle this Lord Dog just because you have this King of Hell knockoff? Blackie continued and said. This big black dog that became intelligent is really arrogant. The 6 Battle Kings were immediately riled up. A mere dog actually dared to act arrogantly in front of them. It was simply too unforgivable. Damn dog! If I don't cook you up today, I'll follow your surname. A bad-tempered Battle King was unable to bear it any longer. He angrily shouted and immediately created a black spear with the King of Hell's simulacrum. The spear was sent piercing toward Blackie with a whistling sound. You actually dare to call this knockoff the King of Hell's void spear? Its power is no better than an embroidery needle. Even this Lord Dog wouldn't use it for scratching an itch, Blackie said as it rolled its eyes. As the black spear brutally collided with Blackie's head, Blackie's ears slightly flapped and the spear immediately broke into pieces. It turned into black energy and dispersed into the air. The bodies of the 6 Battle Kings froze. What happened just now? Were they seeing things? Even though it isn't that damned old man from the underworld, this Lord Dog still hates this thing. Since you bothered this Lord Dog's nap, all of you shall die, Blackie indifferently said as it stretched out an exquisite and cute paw. The paw slowly flew toward the King of Hell's simulacrum. Bulletin Fang slightly raised his eyebrows. From his point of view, during the moment Blackie extended his paw, it instantly expanded into a gigantic paw that covered the sky. Blackie glanced at the King of Hell's simulacrum underneath the paw and disdainfully snorted, then the paw gently descended. Chapter 82, Drawing from the God of Cooking set, The Imperious Kitchen Knife. There were no startling explosions or violent squalls. Underneath Blackie's paw, that simulacrum of the King of Hell immediately broke into pieces and silently dissipated. During the moment Blackie struck, the minds of the 6 Battle Kings almost shattered from fear. They could not gather even the slightest courage to resist as they endured the terrifying aura. A harmless-looking dog turned into a murderous llama in the blink of an eye. This change caused the 6 Battle Kings to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. With a breaking sound, cracks appeared throughout the magic array and then it exploded into pieces. The 6 Battle Kings were vomiting blood from their mouths while kneeling on the ground. They wanted to run away but their bodies refused to obey. Crunch! As Blackie's paw completely landed, the sound of bones being crushed rang out and the ground slightly shook for a moment. At a distance away, Hun Kyun was so scared that his soul was about to fly out. God damn! So, the most terrifying thing within the store is not this purple-eyed puppet in front of me, but the big black dog lying in front of the entrance. Where exactly did this store come from? A single dog's paw smashed the King of Hell's soul-rending array into pieces and squashed 6 Battle Kings to death. What exactly is the big black dog's cultivation level? Is it actually a 9th grade Supreme Spirit Beast? A 9th grade Supreme Spirit Beast is guarding the door? Are you fricking kidding me? Hun Kyun was feeling so depressed he wanted to vomit blood. He could not help but regret his actions. He must have bumped his head when he decided to antagonize the store. In the first place, the mission was already completed. However, he courted disaster when he aimed to get rid of the store at the same time. Now, it was a situation where he went for wool and came home shorn, losing 6 Battle Kings instead. Oh! There was a chance that he might even die there as well. Blackie's paw gradually restored back into its original exquisite size once more. It disdainfully shook its paw, then glanced toward Hun Kyun and rolled its eyes. It strided like a cat toward its usual position, lay down and went back to sleep. Bulletin Fang seemed to be already well aware of Blackie's personality. It was not the first time that this lazy dog had immediately went back to sleep after showing off. Wiang Xiaoi was standing within the store with her hands holding onto the door frame. Her large eyes were glittering as she looked toward Blackie with eyes filled with adoration. Blackie is really awesome. I wonder what breed of dog is it? Blackie's closed eyes moved and slightly opened. When Blackie noticed a pair of glittering eyes staring at it, it immediately snorted and turned over its head. Don't keep staring at this Lord Dog. This lord dog is not interested in human lowlies. Bark. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly walked a few steps toward the large crater caused by Blackie. It was in the shape of a dog's paw and a faint trace of black energy was rising from within. Within the large crater, the bodies of 6 battle kings were completely squashed into meat paste. They were definitely done for. At a distance, Hun Qinyun's strength immediately fell after losing the King of Hell's soul-rending formation's support. After dropping out of the battle saint level, he was completely not an opponent for the purple-eyed Whitey. After getting struck by a punch, he was brutally flung into a wall of the alleyway and buried underneath a pile of rubble. Whitey's eyes were flashing purple and filled with a cold killing intent as it headed toward Hun Qinyun. Suddenly, a gigantic lump of spirit fire rose from the pile of rubble. A figure was enveloped within the fire as it dashed away and instantly disappeared into the distance. When Hun Qinyun realized the current situation was irreversible, he used one of Soul Sect's secret technique to escape. The price of using this secret technique was great, and he only used it since he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by the purple-eyed Whitey. With its target gone, Whitey went into a daze for a few seconds. It raised its mechanical arms and scratched its bald head. Then the purple color in its eyes subsided and they became red once more. Looking at the messy alleyway, Bulletin Fang pursed his lips. From the looks of it, he would have to ask the Crown Prince to repair the alleyway when the latter came over or he would not be able to continue his business. Sushi's corpse had already mummified. His soul was completely incinerated and his skin had shriveled up. Bulletin Fang lightly sighed while feeling somewhat helpless. He was dumbfounded and could only let the Crown Prince resolve it himself. When the customers hiding within the store saw that the combat had ended, they bid farewell with Bulletin Fang and hurriedly left. Finally, only Bulletin Fang and Wiang Xiaoai remained in the store. After a while, the Imperial City's patrol squads arrived one after another. Xiao Meng had a sullen expression on his face as he arrived at the alleyway filled with debris. The battle seemed to have been quite disastrous, Xiao Meng thought as he looked down from the sky. When he saw the large pit in the shape of a dog's paw, his pupils constricted as he fearfully glanced toward Blackie who was lying at the entrance. He was slightly startled when he saw Sushi corpse and helplessly sighed. He sent someone to inform the Crown Prince and then began to clean up the battlefield. This dog paw is truly overbearing. To be able to directly squash 6 battle kings into meat paste. Their identities can't even be confirmed. Xiao Meng was somewhat unable to react. When Xiao Meng saw the sage herb phoenix chicken soup spilled all over the ground, he was able to deduce the general situation and his eyes became somewhat cold. From the way Sushi died, this should be caused by the soul sex technique. Are the sects involved with the struggle between the Crown Prince and King Yu? This isn't a good thing, Xiao Meng softly muttered. After a while, the Crown Prince hurriedly arrived with his subordinates. When he saw the chicken soup spilled onto the floor and Sushi mummified corpse, he could not conceal the sorrow on his face. He clenched his teeth while his facial muscles trembled. He silently retrieved Sushi's corpse and promised Bulletin Fang to repair the damaged alleyway. Then the groups left one after another. The alleyway became low profile once more. Of course, that was only true if you do not look at the broken pieces of quartzite flooring everywhere and the large pit in the shape of a dog's paw. After Wiang Xiaoai left the store and headed back to the Wiang Manor, Bulletin Fang closed up the store and ended the business for the day. Just as he finished closing up the store, the system's solemn voice rang out within his mind. Congratulations to the host for earning over 4,000 crystals. For completing a short-term objective, you shall soon receive a system reward. The system reward is being released. Bulletin Fang was startled for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up and a smile appeared on his deadpan face. He finally managed to level up. It took him so much time to earn 4,000 crystals. It was not easy, but he was able to endure it. After completing the short-term objective, he could level up and obtain more strength. Even though his fighting capability was very weak, his cultivation level finally caught up and that was enough. Young man who aims to become the god of cooking, congratulations for completing a short-term sales mission. You've taken another firm step toward your objective of becoming the god of cooking. Reward: cooking method of the red braised meat, training method of the Big Dipper carving technique, and 1 fragment of the God of Cooking set. Congratulations to the host for gathering 4 fragments of the God of Cooking set. 1 part of the God of Cooking set will be randomly drawn. Commencing random drawing. Drawing is in progress. Drawing completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking set. The succession of words from the system overwhelmed Bulletin Fang. However, once he calmed down and combed through the information, he soon clarified everything. The dish obtained this time is red braised meat. When Bulletin Fang heard the system announcing the name, he could not help but lick his lips as he fantasized steaming pieces of rosy meat contained inside a clay pot. The glittering grease was making him feel gluttonous. Red braised meat was one of his favorite dishes. The appearance of a carving technique was a pleasant surprise to Bulletin Fang as well. He had always been weak at carving. Now, it was a good chance to make up for this shortcoming. However, the greatest surprise was the God of Cooking set that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife. Is it a kitchen knife made from dragon bones? What an imperious name! Chapter 83, Leveling Up and Unlocking New Functions. Host, Bulletin Fang. True Energy Cultivation Level, 4th grade, has already achieved the ability to manifest true energy outside of the body. As the God of Cooking in the fantasy world, make use of your battle spirit level of true energy to reform ingredients. Work hard, young man. Cooking talents, yet to be unlocked. Skills, Level 1 Meteor Cutting Technique, 90/100, Level 1 Big Dipper Carving Technique, 0/100. Tools, Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking set. God of Cooking Overall Rating, Junior Chef, capable of using true energy to cook and process ingredients. Started learning cutting and carving techniques. The road to becoming the God of Cooking has already opened for you. Work hard, young man. System level, 4 stars, conversion ratio is at 50%. The host is permitted to carry out the capture of ingredients. Bulletin Fang concentrated and examined the system panel that appeared in his mind. As he completed the missions, the system's level eventually advanced to 4 stars and the conversion ratio reached 50% as well. This would also mean that his leveling speed would increase substantially. However, reaching 5th grade Battle King would require 10,000 crystals. Since the system's energy conversion ratio was 50%, he would need to earn 20,000 crystals to level up. 20,000. There was no expression on Bulletin Fang's face. He was dumbfounded. With the current price of his dishes, how much time would it take for him to achieve a turnover of 20,000 crystals? Forget it, thinking about stuff like this is pointless. I might as well study the newly leveled system. System, what is the host is permitted to carry out the capture of ingredients supposed to mean? When Bulletin Fang saw the last piece of information, he was quite puzzled and could not help but ask the system. Before 4 stars, the ingredients used by the host are all provided by the system. After 4 stars, the host can choose to capture the ingredients by himself. The system will set the price of the dishes cooked using ingredients captured by the host, the system solemnly replied. Ah! Bulletin Fang was stunned for a moment. How was a chef with no fighting capability like him supposed to capture ingredients by himself? The Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife from the God of Cooking set has a suppression effect on most ingredients. I believe the host can do it. Work hard, young man. The system said. Bulletin Fang felt that this was a serious issue that he must thoroughly understand, so he continued to clarify the doubts in his mind. System, where am I supposed to go to capture ingredients? Around the Empire. The system will provide the teleportation function. The host can be sent to the gathering location of ingredients within the wildlands. It seemed really formidable by the sound of it, but was there really no problem with sending him to the gathering location of ingredients? Bulletin Fang was insecure about the entire matter for some reason. Just when Bulletin Fang was thinking about these problems, the true energy within his body suddenly started to seethe. His eyes slightly lit up as he knew this was the sign of a breakthrough. The difference between a 3rd grade battle maniac and a 4th grade battle spirit was presence of the true energy vortex within the Danshan. This true energy vortex was equivalent to the soul of the true energy. It controls all of the circulation of the true energy within the body, so the 4th grade was called battle spirit. At that moment, Bulletin Fang felt a warm feeling continuously emanating from his Danshan. The true energy within his body was rapidly gathering in that location and slowly forming a vortex. When Bulletin Fang inspected the interior of his body, he saw a true energy vortex that resembled the Milky Way spiraling within his Danshan. There was no expression on Bulletin Fang's face, but the trace of happiness in his eyes could not be concealed. He held out his hand and waved it in the air. As he exerted his will, a burst of true energy surged out from his true energy vortex. After becoming a battle spirit, Bulletin Fang became more proficient at controlling true energy. After playing around with true energy for a while, Bulletin Fang got used to the changes of the true energy and his joyful mood gradually calmed down as well. Then he directed his attention toward the god of cooking set. System, what about the golden dragon bone kitchen knife? How do I take it out? Bulletin Fang asked. The system is currently delivering the item. Please do not urge, the system solemnly replied. Bulletin Fang was immediately silenced and he did not know how to respond either. However, a speck of light soon appeared in the space in front of him and started moving around until a mysterious magic array was drawn in the air. With a humming sound, something seemed to be slowly emerging from the magic array. Roar! Bulletin Fang was staring at the magic array. Suddenly, a deafening cry of a dragon sounded out, startling him, and rocked his eardrums. Within the magic array, a pitch-black kitchen knife slowly emerged and was floating in the air. A small golden dragon was bellowing while encircling the kitchen knife. The dragon's cry came from the mouth of the divine dragon's simulacrum. An intimidating aura instantly enveloped the store. Bulletin Fang's body and mind felt heavy, as if he was facing a towering mountain. It was almost difficult to breathe. Outside of the store, Blackie was having a small rest when it suddenly opened its eyes. Its expression was grave and extremely alert as it looked into the store. However, it seemed to have thought of something. With a roll of its eyes, it lay down and went back to sleep. The golden divine dragon's simulacrum swiftly flew out and instantly bit Bulletin Fang's wrist. Bulletin Fang felt a slight pain at his wrist and a drop of bright red blood flowed out from the wound. The drop of blood was then enveloped by the divine dragon's simulacrum and slowly flew toward the kitchen knife. Lastly, Bulletin Fang's blood was swallowed by the kitchen knife. The pressure that was like a towering mountain instantly dissipated and the divine dragon's simulacrum disappeared as well. On the wrist that was bitten, a simplified version of the divine dragon's image appeared. Bulletin Fang's mind seemed to have formed a link with the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. With a single thought, he would be able to store the kitchen knife within the image on his wrist. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife, god of cooking set, has been delivered. Would the host please accept the delivery, the system simply said. Bulletin Fang's eyes became focused as he grabbed hold of the plain and unadorned golden dragon bone kitchen knife floating in the air. A harmonious feeling suddenly spread from the depth of his heart. With a flick of his finger and a snap of his wrist, Bulletin Fang easily performed an extremely magnificent knife flip. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened into a smile as he held the kitchen knife. As expected of the god of cooking set, it was easy to use. At first, Bulletin Fang assumed that the golden dragon bone kitchen knife would be a very gaudy kitchen knife made from golden dragon bones. He did not expect its actual appearance to in fact be an unassuming stainless steel kitchen knife. Golden dragon bone kitchen knife, a part of the god of cooking set. It is made from the bones of the golden divine dragon and possesses the intimidating aura of the divine dragon. The aura has a suppression effect against all spirit beasts and has an execution effect on all spirit beasts under 7th grade. The host can change the form of the kitchen knife by expending half of your true energy. The kitchen knife has an spirit energy boost effect when processing ingredients, and prevents the loss of an ingredient's spirit energy, the system said. It can change its form as well. Bulletin Fang was slightly surprised. It's part of the god of cooking set after all. It's extraordinary as expected. I shouldn't regard this kitchen knife the same way I regard other kitchen knives. Furthermore, Bulletin Fang suddenly thought, the system is allowing me to head toward the wildlands to capture the ingredients. The biggest reason should have something to do with obtaining the god of cooking set. With this golden dragon bone kitchen knife around, he could execute any spirit beast under 7th grade. Even with his fighting capability, he was invincible while facing any spirit beast under 7th grade as long as he was holding this kitchen knife. After the system leveled up to 4 stars, I managed to gather 4 fragments of the god of cooking set and obtained the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. Right after, I was permitted to capture ingredients by myself. What a coincidence that everything perfectly fell into place. Bulletin Fang chuckled. Personally, capturing ingredients was an essential training for a chef. Only by having an in-depth understanding of the ingredients, would a chef be able to invest more emotions into the ingredients and cook even more delicious dishes? Bulletin Fang had always understood that the system was only there to assist him. It only opened the door leading to the path of becoming the god of cooking. In order to become the god of cooking standing at the summit of the fantasy world's food chain, Bulletin Fang still needed to continue working hard. Practicing his cutting and carving techniques were all for the sake of that goal. After clearing his mind, Bulletin Fang became expressionless once more. The dragon bone kitchen knife was rapidly spinning on his palm. Then, as his eyes became focused and exerted his will, the dragon bone kitchen knife transformed into a wisp of green smoke and flowed into the mark on his wrist. I'll try out the dishes unlocked by the system first. Red braised meat. The red braised meat provided by the system should be unusual, Bulletin Fang muttered after storing the dragon bone kitchen knife. Chapter 84, Cooking Red Braised Meat with True Energy Culinary. Bulletin Fang did not expect the red braised meat to be the dish unlocked this time. He still remembered the taste of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant's braised spirit pork. Even though Bulletin Fang found many flaws in the end, he had to admit the taste was pretty good. As a chef, it was impossible for Bulletin Fang to not have tasted red braised meat before, and he was quite familiar with its cooking method as well. However, he did not immediately get started as the system's red braised meat might have a different cooking method. Bulletin Fang called out the system's description of the red braised meat. Cooking method of red braised meat: the use of true energy culinary is required during the cooking process. It tests the host's control over true energy as well as the handling of ingredients. The meat used is from the 5th grade spirit beast, heavenly punishment deer, from the wildlands. The meat has a rich aroma, but easily spoils and becomes inedible if the host makes a mistake during the handling process. The cooking method provided by the system for the red braised meat was indeed different from the ordinary method. Bulletin Fang was somewhat surprised that true energy culinary was actually required during the cooking process. Would all of the dishes unlocked in the future require the use of true energy culinary? Furthermore, the meat used for this dish was actually venison instead of pork, which was the traditional ingredient for this dish. This was also greatly out of Bulletin Fang's expectations. Bulletin Fang stopped in front of the cupboard and opened it. A chunk of reddish venison was placed inside. It might be due to the fact that this venison was from another world, but its subcutaneous fat was slightly thicker than other venison that Bulletin Fang had seen before and was somewhat similar to pork. However, there would definitely be a difference in the tenderness of the two kinds of meat. A strange fragrance was emanating from the venison. It was a type of fragrance that did not evoke a person's appetite, but would induce them to smell the aroma. Bulletin Fang took out the venison and carefully placed it on the chopping board. As he exerted his will, the pitch-black dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. The kitchen knife spun around in his hand for a while, then Bulletin Fang scraped the surface of the venison and removed a layer of miscellaneous fat. Next, he brought out some spring water and soaked the venison for a while. After hitting the venison with the back of the knife, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly lifted up the kitchen knife. There was only one thing to note when handling the heavenly punishment deer: it was being fast while ensuring the smoothness of the slices. This would allow the fragrance and the spirit energy within the venison to coexist in harmony and prevent the meat from becoming astringent. This was the first time that Bulletin Fang used the dragon bone kitchen knife, but there was no sense of ineptness in the slightest. The speed of his hands were very fast as he sliced the meat. With his level 1 meteor cutting technique close to culmination, this was not difficult for him. Tun 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 tun. The clear sound of the dragon bone kitchen knife making contact with the chopping board resounded inside the kitchen. Within a short while, the chunk of venison was sliced into pieces. Each piece was smoothly cut and the handling was almost perfect. Bulletin Fang poured the boiling spring water into a bowl with the venison. The pieces of venison were completely immersed in hot water. Then Bulletin Fang began the preparation for other matters. This time, he did not fill the wok with oil since he could use the venison's grease. If he added oil, the different smell of the oil would affect the taste of the dish. Letting the wok heat up, Bulletin Fang waited until the temperature was just enough to scald his hand. He then removed the venison that was blanched in hot water, and extracted the moisture from each piece of venison using true energy before throwing them into the wok. As these pieces of venison entered the wok, a sizzling sound rang out and a rich fragrance continued to exude from the venison. Bulletin Fang was not bewitched by the aroma. He took out a block of brown sugar prepared by the system, crushed it into powder form and turned his attention to the wok. When grease started seeping out from the venison, Bulletin Fang poured the brown sugar into the wok and started stir-frying with a wok spatula. There was a certain rhythm with Bulletin Fang's stir-frying. This was from his experiences as a chef. Once the brown sugar melted into syrup form and enveloped each piece of venison, the venison that was originally whitish turned bright red in color. The meat was emanating a rich fragrance without restraint, which had completely enveloped the kitchen. After pouring spring water into the wok, Bulletin Fang placed a lid over the wok. At that moment, he became serious as well since the true energy culinary portion of the cooking process was up next. He circulated the true energy vortex residing within his dantian and directed his true energy into the wok to enclose each piece of venison. The bubbling sauce within the wok was causing the pieces of venison to wobble, and the subcutaneous fat of the venison was glistening like jade. The venison was continuously releasing a meaty aroma along with a rich fragrance. Once the sauce within the wok had mostly evaporated, Bulletin Fang withdrew his true energy. He removed the lid of the wok and began stir-frying. The sauce that was much thicker than before completely enveloped each piece of venison. After adding salt and soy sauce, the meaty aroma finally stabilized. The meaty aroma was accompanied with a rich fragrance while intertwined with a sweet scent. Just by smelling this aroma, Bulletin Fang felt a sense of hunger and was salivating. Taking out a blue and white porcelain plate, Bulletin Fang poured the red braised meat onto the plate. The new dish was successfully completed. Even though true energy was needed during the cooking process, Bulletin Fang was far more proficient compared to the previous time when he cooked the sage herb phoenix chicken soup. It might have something to do with his breakthrough. As Bulletin Fang carried the plate of red braised meat out of the kitchen and into the dining area, he was suddenly startled. The reason was Blackie was already sitting at one of the tables with blinking eyes as it stared in Bulletin Fang's direction. More precisely, at the plate of red braised meat in Bulletin Fang's hands while letting its tongue hang out. The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched. This lazy dog, it's already eager to eat from smelling the aroma of meat. However, the fragrance of the red braised meat is indeed extremely enticing. It's even superior than the sweet and sour ribs. Bulletin Fang took out another plate and placed it in front of Blackie before he started scrutinizing the plate of red braised meat. Or perhaps calling it red braised venison might be more appropriate. White steam was rising above the red braised meat. The rind of the venison was rosy. The next layer of fat was white and not greasy. The final layer of lean meat was crystal clear and beautiful. After giving one piece to Blackie, Bulletin Fang picked up another piece of red braised venison and put it in his mouth. The flavor of this dish was very unique. Once the meat passed through his lips, the faint sweetness of the sauce blossomed in his mouth. Immediately, he subconsciously bit down on the venison's rind. The flavor of the meat exploded like a bomb and instantly enveloped his mouth and taste buds. With a slurp, the entire piece of venison slithered down his throat. However, an urge to eat another piece immediately sprouted within his heart. In this manner, Bulletin Fang consecutively ate half the plate of venison, but he was still unsatisfied and completely unable to stop himself. It was as if he could not taste the flavor of the meat each time and he wanted to try once more. Blackie was also gobbling down the meat with narrowed eyes filled with satisfaction. And so, the man and the dog soon finished off the entire plate of meat. Satisfiedly curled up on a chair, Bulletin Fang breathed out a mouthful of hot air. Blackie returned to its position at the entrance and cozily went back to sleep. Sleeping immediately after eating. That was indeed Blackie's style. After using true energy culinary, the taste of the venison was simply too good to describe. The heavenly punishment deer scent and the aroma of the meat had completely fused together. This flavor created a sort of uncontrollable and completely unstoppable feeling. When Bulletin Fang recalled the taste of the red braised meat, he could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. After resting for a while, Bulletin Fang placed the plate into the automatic dishwasher and headed for his room with a satisfied mood. It was undeniable that sleeping after eating was sometimes a type of happiness. However, just as Bulletin Fang reached the door to his room, the system's voice resounded within his mind once more. Abrupt mission, would the host please get ready to proceed with your first ingredient capture by tomorrow? The ingredient capturing teleportation will take place the day after tomorrow. How would you see a rainbow without experiencing a thunderstorm? Young man, use your kitchen knife to subdue all ingredients. System reward, rice noodle roll cooking technique. Chapter 85, The Emperor Past His Prime. An abrupt mission. A surprised expression appeared on Bulletin Fang's face as the system's voice resounded within his mind. The abrupt mission this time came faster than he expected. He was already given one even though he recently leveled up. Proceed with the first ingredient capture. Only 1 day of preparation time is given. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together. Isn't 1 day a little too sudden? System, if I am going to capture ingredients in the wildlands, what's going to happen to my store? Are we closing down? Bulletin Fang puzzledly asked. The time limit for the host to capture the ingredients is only 2 days. If a suitable ingredient is not captured within 2 days, the abrupt mission will be deemed a failure and 10% of the crystal conversion ratio will be deducted as punishment. During the 2 days, the store will be temporarily closed for business, the system said in its usual aloof tone. Bulletin Fang nodded. He was starting to understand this abrupt mission better. However, he was also becoming more nervous since 10% of the energy conversion ratio would be deducted if he failed. This was no different from gouging flesh from his heart. The energy conversion ratio was extremely important toward Bulletin Fang's leveling progress. It was not easy for him to increase the value to 50%. If he was deducted 10% from failing the mission, he would have to cry himself to sleep. After giving a big yawn, Bulletin Fang returned to his room and laid down on his bed. After a while, the rhythmic sound of breathing resounded within the room. The Crown Prince Palace. The Crown Prince's expression was gloomy as he tightly clenched his fists. His fingernails were digging into the flesh of his palms. It was clear how angry the Crown Prince must be feeling at the current moment. Ji Chenjiu. You actually dare to collude with sex from outside the border. You're courting disaster. Ji Chengan's face was ashen as he stared at Sushi's mummified corpse with eyes filled with unconcealable sorrow. Sushi had been following him for many years and had always been his most capable subordinate. However, he was now dead from Ji Chenjiu's evil scheme. Even though the Crown Prince had no proof that King Yu colluded with sex from outside the borders, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to guess that King Yu was the culprit. Ji Chenjiu. Despite your claims of never making a mistake, you made such a big mistake this time. If even I could guess that you colluded with the sex, do you really think someone as wise as father wouldn't be able to tell? Do you really think father has gone senile? A trace of mockery suddenly appeared on the Crown Prince's gloomy face. The joy in his eyes was becoming more and more apparent. Like I've said. You're courting disaster. The Crown Prince's cold laughter, filled with repressed anger and killing intent, resounded within the palace. King Yu's manner. King Yu was leaning on the armrest of a sandalwood chair with one leg resting on the other, while lightly hitting his knee with his hand. His eyes were calm as water as he looked into the distance. His expression was serene and his emotions were indiscernible. However, it was this composure that made him seem even more terrifying. At the doorway, a stooping figure entered with tottering steps, as if a burst of wind was enough to knock him over. Hun Kunyun's aura was extremely weakened and had almost fallen to the level of a battle king. Evidently, the secret technique he used to escape caused great harm to his body. This useless old man, greets King Yu. Hun Kunyun seemed to have become even thinner. He was nothing but skin and bones. The 2 lumps of spirit within his eye sockets had also become very dim. Tisk, tisk tisk. Looks like our soul sect head elder's injury isn't light. It's almost as if I could crush you with a single finger. The corner of King Yu's mouth curled up as he mockingly looked down toward Hun Kunyun and lightly gestured with his finger. The spirit fire within Hun Kunyun's eyes trembled for a moment and his body slightly tensed up. A faint trace of pitch black energy began to encircle his body. King Yu, what's the meaning of this? Even though this useless old man is severely injured, the mission was successfully completed. Is there a need for King Yu to destroy the bridge after crossing the river? King Yu glanced at him and indifferently replied, that's right, you completed the mission. However, you also created a huge problem for me. Do you really not know? I only needed you to ruin that sage herb phoenix chicken soup. After you killed my brother's men, you just needed to destroy the corpses and avoid leaving any evidence. But why did you provoke that mysterious store? King Yu's tone suddenly became cold. As he stood up from his chair, his upright body was releasing an intimidating aura. The aura of someone belonging to the upper class came crashing down on Hun Kunyun. Hun Kunyun sighed within his mind. As expected of Emperor Changfeng's son, King Yu was impressive. Even though his strength fell short, his aura was not weaker than Hun Kunyun's in the slightest. However, Hun Kunyun was actually not too worried. At the current moment, King Yu would not dare to have a falling out with the Soul Sect, so the probability of King Yu planning to kill him was low. Sure enough, King Yu's aura soon dissipated as he indifferently swept his gaze over Hun Kunyun. I'll let you off this time. However, you should know that there's a limit to my patience. If you screw up the next mission, then it won't end with just taking a hike, King Yu indifferently said as he held his hands behind his back, while true energy which nearly tore the air apart encircled his body. Hun Kunyun took a deep breath. King Yu was already a peak-level 5th grade battle king. He was only one step away from becoming a 6th grade battle emperor. After Hun Kunyun withdrew, King Yu was the only person left within the palace. He raised his hand and a lump of true energy gathered on his palm. Then, he suddenly crushed it. My dear brother, you're probably celebrating right now from discovering my weak point. But, so what? If father really wants to execute me, then this son will just have to revolt. Xiao Meng passed through the gate of heavenly mystery. When he turned around and looked at the towering Great Hall, he helplessly sighed. Even someone as willful and bold as Emperor Changfeng lost to time in the end. After campaigning against the sects for over 100 years, his own son actually colluded with the sects to destroy his final hope of prolonging his life. It was really ironic. As long as you don't become a supreme being, you're still immortal in the end. With a solemn expression on his face and his eyebrows knitted together, Xiao Meng lightly sighed as he left. Within the Great Hall, the elderly emperor was sitting on his throne. As he continued coughing, his aura became even weaker. A trace of lethargy seemed to have appeared on his face. Lian Fu's face was filled with worry and sorrow as he watched the emperor. Your Majesty! Should I get the imperial physician to have another look? Lian Fu asked. The emperor waved him away. His eyes were somewhat cloudy, but the air of superiority around him had not diminished in the slightest. My lifelong wish has always been to wipe out the sects and bring peace to the empire. The existence of the sects will always be a latent danger, the emperor said in a hoarse voice with an indifferent tone. Now, my wonderful son actually colluded with the sects for the sake of obtaining the throne. Don't you think this is rather ironic? This old face of mine is feeling hot from embarrassment. Lian Fu did not say anything as he respectfully stood on one side with a solemn expression. The emperor was trembling as he stood up. As he started chuckling, his harsh laughter resounded within the great hall. I am Emperor Changfeng, the great emperor who wiped out hundreds of sects. Even though I am past my prime, I still can't let my own son embarrass me like this. Sons should give their fathers the fear and respect they deserve. He'll understand this soon enough. The faint voice, filled with mad arrogance and confidence, resounded within the great hall and then gradually dissipated. Lian Fu's expression became even more respectful as he bowed and watched the emperor's disappearing figure. The next day, early morning, Bulletin Fang opened up the store as usual. However, he had to tell Xiao Ai that the store would be temporarily closed for 2 days. Otherwise, she would come to the store as always and find the entrance closed. Fatty Jin and his buddies arrived and the empty store became a little livelier. With his sharp eyes, Fatty Jin discovered the new dish, red braised meat, and his eyes immediately lit up. Owner Bulletin, this new dish is a bit expensive. It actually costs 100 crystals. That's not cheap at all. The price of the red braised meat slightly extinguished Fatty Jin's excitement. After all, even a nouveau riche would still feel the pain of spending a few hundred crystals per day. The new dish won't disappoint you. Trust me, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly replied. Fatty Jin narrowed his eyes and stared at Bulletin Fang for a long while before deciding to order the red braised meat. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up as he turned around and entered the kitchen. When he walked out of the kitchen with the plate of the overwhelmingly fragrant red braised meat, Xiao Ai had already arrived at the store. At the entrance, an elderly and familiar figure was slowly stepping into the store. Owner Bulletin, the characters on your signboard are not as good as my penmanship, the elderly man said with a chuckle. Chapter 86, My objective for opening the store is very simple. The elderly person who stepped into the store was none other than the current emperor, Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng's complexion was somewhat pallid. He looked extremely delicate, just like an elderly person with one foot in the grave. The air of superiority that belonged to an emperor was missing. I saw the signboard hanging above the entrance. The characters look like they were engraved using a template. The lack of energy makes it extremely awkward to read. Even though it looks good on the surface, it won't be able to withstand a thorough assessment. It's inferior to my penmanship, the Emperor said with a chuckle as he held his hands behind his back. Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised that the Emperor came to his store, but he did not expect him to arrive at such an early hour. The signboard at the entrance was provided by the system. At that time, Bulletin Fang rejected the Emperor's offer for a signboard only because the system was going to provide one. Now it seemed, the signboard provided by the system was not that impressive. System, the Emperor said, the characters on the signboard you provided are poorly written, Bulletin Fang said to the system. The response was a short moment of silence before the system's solemn voice rang out, the characters on the signboard are replicates of the handwriting of the Lightwind Empire's #1 calligraphist. There is no problem. As for the lack of energy mentioned by the Emperor, the system is unable to answer. Bulletin Fang nodded. The signboard provided by the system's ability was definitely not ordinary. However, the characters might have been lacking in energy since they were replicates. No longer interested in this topic, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly asked, "Your Majesty, are you here today to eat?" The Emperor sat down at a table, waved him away and said, "There's no need to hurry. I have some questions that I need you to answer." What sort of questions? Bulletin Fang asked. I am afraid there won't be any more chances if I don't ask them right now. The Emperor's body slightly trembled as he coughed. Then he raised his head and seriously looked at Bulletin Fang with murky eyes. Not only are you the master of a supreme spirit beast as well as a puppet equivalent to a 7th grade battle saint, you're also capable of cooking dishes filled with spirit energy. Owner Bulletin, who exactly are you? What's your objective of staying within the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire? Bulletin Fang slightly raised his eyebrows as he stared at the Emperor. Both of their gazes silently collided in mid-air. After a long while, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly replied, "I don't have any objectives. I simply want to run a small restaurant." The Emperor's expression froze and he shook his head while giving a wry smile. "Impossible. The strength of your store is comparable to the entire Lightwind Empire. There's no way you would open a restaurant just to run it. If you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. However, I hope you would give a proper answer for my last question." "Speak," Bulletin Fang replied. The Emperor lightly coughed while holding his chest, then raised his head and asked, "You're not someone from the sex, right? You won't do anything that would threaten the Empire, right?" This question was his true purpose for the visit. As an emperor, even an emperor that was about to pass away, he could not tolerate an unknown factor that he could not control to exist within his empire. However, with the existence of the supreme spirit beast, the emperor did not even have the slightest confidence in destroying the store. He could only settle for the next best thing. He wanted to be at ease by finding out the true purpose of the store. Nonetheless, the truth was Bulletin Fang opened a restaurant within the Lightwind Empire's imperial city to earn crystals in a low-key manner and raise his cultivation level. It was all in order to become the god of cooking who stands at the pinnacle of the fantasy world's food chain. His objective was really that simple. "Don't worry, that won't happen." The corner of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened into an awkward smile as he solemnly replied the Emperor. The Emperor was surprised for a moment. Then smile appeared on his wrinkled face and later turned into a big laughter. "Owner Bulletin, I feel much more relaxed after hearing your words. I am feeling happy, so I'll have all of the dishes today. This might be the last time I'll be able to enjoy a meal here." After the Emperor finished laughing, he took a deep breath and clapped his hands as he said. Lian Fu, who was waiting outside, walked into the store while pinching his thumb and middle finger together. He respectfully stood behind the Emperor with eyes filled with worry. Bulletin Fang nodded, then went into the kitchen. After a while, a rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and became somewhat captivated from smelling the aroma. After living for so many years and eating so much delicious food, Owner Bulletin's dishes are still the most captivating. Unfortunately, I only met Owner Bulletin at my final moments. I wonder if this is a reward from the heavens or a punishment, the Emperor softly muttered to himself. Xiao I obediently carried out the dishes and placed them in front of the Emperor. The Emperor chuckled as he stroked her head with an expression filled with tenderness. After eating and drinking to his fill, the emperor left the store with Lianfu following behind him. While standing at the entrance, Bulletin Fang lightly sighed as he watched the emperor's elderly back figure. Xiaoi, you don't have to come for the next 2 days. I'll be going out to do something, so the store will be temporarily closed for 2 days. Once the business hours had ended for that day, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said while patting Liang Xiaoi's head. Ah! Smelly boss, are you going to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant to cause trouble again? Liang Xiaoi excitedly raised her head and looked at Bulletin Fang. Her lively eyes were filled with excitement. Bulletin Fang's complexion slightly darkened. Who told you I'll be causing trouble just because the store is taking a break? I have something important to do for the next 2 days. Sigh. Alright, if Smelly Boss still wants to go to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, you must definitely invite me as well. You were really handsome when you slapped their owner in his face. Liang Xiaoi's eyes narrowed into slits as she waved around her tiny fists and said with a grin. I was only speaking the truth. I did no such thing like slapping his face. Also, you should make use of these 2 days to properly cultivate. I hope that your cultivation will improve when I return. In the future, the requirement for eating my dishes will be even higher, Bulletin Fang said. The moment cultivation level was mentioned, Liang Xiaoi's eyes lit up. She held out her hand like she was showing off and said, Smelly boss, take a look. My cultivation has already reached the intermediate level of 3rd grade battle maniac. Bulletin Fang glanced at Liang Xiaoi's smug expression and expressionlessly said, is that fast? Even though you've been eating so many of the store's dishes that are filled with spirit energy, your cultivation progress is still so slow. This proves that you've been slacking off. Look at me, I am already a 4th grade battle spirit. Smelly boss, you're really annoying. Forget it, this young lady is going back. Humph. Liang Xiaoi snorted in exasperation as she turned around and left the store while puffing out her cheeks. After Liang Xiaoi left, Bulletin Fang squatted in front of Blackie. He was stroking Blackie's soft and immaculate fur as he said, lazy dog, I won't be around for the next 2 days. You'll have to look for food on your own. Blackie lazily opened its eyes. When it heard Bulletin Fang's words, it immediately snorted and rolled its eyes. Bulletin Fang went back into the store and he took out a piece of wooden board with the words, business is temporarily suspended. After hanging up the wooden board, he closed up the store and went back into the kitchen. System, since I'll need to find the ingredients by myself in the wildlands, will you be providing condiments? Bulletin Fang asked. They're not provided, the system coldly replied. Bulletin Fang seemed to have already predicted the system's response. He softly replied, oh. Then he took out a large piece of cloth and placed salt, soy sauce, pepper and other condiments onto the cloth. Along the way, he grabbed a large wok that was filled with kitchen knives, spatula and other kitchen tools. He was going to pack them as well. The purpose of heading to the wildlands is to capture ingredients and not to go for a picnic. Would the host please understand the main content of the mission? Condiments can be brought along but cooking tools, except for equipment from the God of Cooking set, are not allowed, the system solemnly said. Bulletin Fang's body suddenly froze while in the middle of packing, then he expressionlessly let out a sigh. Wouldn't I need to cook the ingredients after capturing them? How would I bring out the delicious flavor of the ingredients to the maximum without cooking tools? This time, the system could not even be bothered to reply Bulletin Fang. In the end, Bulletin Fang only wrapped a few condiments within the cloth bundle and went back to his room to replenish his sleep. The next day, as the first ray of light brightened the horizon, Bulletin Fang was woken up by the system's beeping. Would the host please pay attention? The teleportation array will be activated in 5 minutes. Please prepare for the teleportation. Bulletin Fang was surprised for a moment. As he raised his head, he realized a speck of light had appeared above his head and was rapidly drawing a mysterious magic array. Chapter 87, Killing a Pig with a Single Blow. The hidden dragon continent was vast and abundant with resources. There were many lofty mountains, unending mountain rivers, boundless seas, and even lakes shrouded in miasma. The wildlands was a vast plain that was situated outside of the Lightwind Empire's border. There was a large forest as well as a large lake within the plain. However, these were not the main point. The reason for the wildlands naming was that numerous spirit beasts were living within the boundless plain. These spirit beasts were unevenly matched with variation in their strength. Like a nested circle, the wildlands was divided into 3 layers: outskirts, inner, and center. The strength of the spirit beasts scattered within each layer was different. The closer toward the center, the stronger the spirit beasts were. There were even rumors that 9th grade spirit beasts dwell in the center of the wildlands. Therefore, the center area of the wildlands was also known as the forbidden region for humans. Even a 7th grade battle saint would not dare to step into the area. In front of a 9th grade supreme beast, a human battle saint was not any different from an ant. The outskirts of the wildlands. With a series of explosions, hurricanes suddenly emerged and demolished the trees in the surrounding area. 3 figures were rapidly moving between the trees while constantly releasing violent energies. Amidst the hurricanes, 2 figures charged toward the spirit beast in front of them in an attempt to surround it. Their target was the spirit beast that was trying to escape. The spirit beast's running speed was extremely fast and the aura exuding from it was very powerful as well. It was actually a 6th grade spirit beast. Electricity was constantly flickering over its body while producing hissing sounds. As it dashed through the area, a burning smell lingered in the air. Second brother. The Thunderfire spirit pig has slowed down. We must not let it escape. A clear, tender voice rang out as a stream of true energy burst forth and struck the Thunderfire spirit pig running ahead of them. With a roar, the Thunderfire spirit pig became even faster and directly knocked down a large tree. An electric arc jumped from its body and immediately set the broken tree on fire. A man in green garments with fluttering long hair was chasing after the spirit beast while standing on a flying sword. While faintly smiling, he looked toward the Thunderfire spirit pig fleeing in a distance and said, "Junior sister, there's no need to hurry." Even though the Thunderfire spirit pig is a 6th grade spirit beast, it only has a strong defense. Its combat ability, speed, and stamina are weak. Soon, it'll obediently stop. Next to the handsome man, an adorable young girl with large eyes was excitedly staring at the Thunderfire spirit pig. She had a smile on her face with 2 lovely dimples in her cheeks. Suddenly, the man was slightly surprised for a moment as he puzzledly looked toward the distance. The fleeing figure of the Thunderfire spirit pig suddenly stopped. In front of the spirit pig, the empty space had suddenly become distorted. Thereafter, a hurricane burst forth from the distortion. Bright specks of light were flashing within the hurricane. Boom! With a loud explosion, the hurricane fell apart and a slender figure appeared within the magic array constructed with light. With an angry roar, the Thunderfire spirit pig's speed was not inferior from before as it charged toward the slender figure that suddenly appeared. It was still a 6th grade spirit beast after all. Even if its combat abilities are weak, the impact caused by such a charge would still be devastating. What the hell is this? That slender figure seemed to still be in a daze. When he raised his head and noticed a pig fiercely charging toward him, he immediately raised his eyebrows and indifferently spat out the sentence. "Be careful." Even though the man in green garments did not understand how the slender young man suddenly appeared, he still threw out a warning out of goodwill. The young girl with dimples following behind him had also turned pale from fright. She covered her eyes with hands as she did not dare to watch the tragic scene that was about to occur. The man in green garments did not expect someone to suddenly appear in front of the Thunderfire spirit pig. Even though the combat power of the spirit beast was not strong, its defensive power was terrifying. With its tough skin and dense muscles, even a 6th grade battle emperor would be seriously injured by its fierce charge. An ordinary person would most likely be immediately squashed into minced meat. However, the scene that occurred in the next moment caused the expression of the man to suddenly freeze and his eyes to be filled with incredulity. Despite facing the charge of the Thunderfire spirit pig, that young man seemed to be completely unfazed. There was no change in his expression and his eyes were as calm as water. He only saw an unassuming kitchen knife appear within the young man's hand. "Are you serious? What's the point of taking out a kitchen knife when you're facing the charge of a Thunderfire spirit pig?" This was the first thought that the man in green garments had when he saw the kitchen knife. However, the result was completely outside of his expectations. The speed of the Thunderfire spirit pig did not decrease at all, while the unassuming kitchen knife held by the young man actually started radiating a brilliant golden light. The man in green garments was unable to open his eyes due to the dazzling golden light. After the light subsided, everything became quiet once more. When the man in green garments saw the scene before him, his mouth slightly opened and his face was filled with horror and solemnity. The young girl next to him exclaimed in surprise as well, and her large eyes opened even wider. The Thunderfire Spirit Pig was actually split into two halves while it was still alive. Its gigantic body had fallen to the ground and blood was spilled everywhere. There was still some electricity jumping about within the pool of blood. That young man put away his unassuming kitchen knife and walked toward the Thunderfire Spirit Pig while carrying a bundle. He squatted down next to the Thunderfire Spirit Pig and seemed to be observing its corpse. The man in green garments and the young girl hurriedly descended and did not dare to make the slightest noise. By the fact that the person in front of them could kill the Thunderfire Spirit Pig, which was known for its defensive power, with a single blow, there was no doubt that he was definitely a powerful expert. He might even be a 7th grade battle saint. Your ex. Senior, what an amazing move. Killing the Thunderfire Spirit Pig with a single blow, you were truly awe-inspiring. The man in green garments had a smile on his face as he spoke to the young man who was observing the corpse of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig. The young man expressionlessly lifted his head and glanced at the man in green garments and the girl with dimples standing behind him. He indifferently nodded and stood up. The meat of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig contains thunder and fire elements. It's a pretty good ingredient. Sadly, it's still quite lacking compared to the ingredient that I'm hoping to capture, the young man muttered to himself. However, these words sounded like thunder in the ears of the man in green garments. Gosh! He's definitely an exponent. Even the 6th grade Thunderfire Spirit Pig is not good enough for him. Is he here to look for a 7th grade spirit beast? The man in green garments thought. What are your names? What are you doing here? The young man asked the man in green garments while having an unchanging expression. Senior, I am Tang Yin, a disciple of the Celestial Arcanum sect. This is my junior sister, Lu Xiao Xiao. Dare I ask your distinguished name? Tang Yin respectfully said. After a closer observation, he realized the true energy fluctuation coming from the young man's body was actually not that strong. It was approximately around the level of a 4th grade battle spirit. Even so, he still spoke in a respectful manner. 4th grade battle spirit. How could someone with such a cultivation level dare to enter the wildlands? Obviously. There was no way a person who could kill a 6th grade spirit beast with a single blow with a kitchen knife could be a 4th grade battle spirit. Oh, my name is Bulletin Fang. I am a chef. I am from, the Lightwind Empire. Bulletin Fang earnestly introduced himself as well. A chef? Did you really just introduce yourself as a chef? Tang Yin thought. Both Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao had weird expressions on their faces. They had to admit that the hobbies of the powerful were indeed difficult to fathom. Their own master, the 3rd elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect, spent a lot of time researching culinary in the kitchen as well. Senior, could you sell this Thunderfire Spirit Pig to us? My junior sister and I came all the way to the wildlands for the sake of this Thunderfire Spirit Pig. Tang Yin said while performing a fist and palm salute. Bulletin Fang thought for a moment as he glanced at the corpse of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig. The corners of his mouth widened into a smile as he said, you can have it, since I don't need this ingredient anyway. Other than cooking, there should be no other uses for the meat of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig. Are the two of you chefs as well? Tang Yin's pupils slightly constricted as the admiration in his heart toward Bulletin Fang suddenly blossomed. As expected of a senior. He actually figured out their intentions for collecting the Thunderfire Spirit Pig with a single glance. He was right. They were there in order to collect ingredients for their master. It doesn't matter whether you're a chef or not. I have a question to ask the two of you. Bulletin Fang interrupted Tang Yin, who was about to reply, and said, do you know whether there's an ingredient far superior than this Thunderfire Spirit Pig in the surrounding area? Chapter 88, I am a chef. Bulletin Fang's question was rather outside of Tang Yin's expectations because it lacked common sense. The Thunderfire Spirit Pig was a 6th grade spirit beast and was already considered the strongest within the outskirts of the wildlands. Relatively speaking, it was also an ingredient with the highest grade. If they wanted to find an ingredient of a higher grade than the Thunderfire Spirit Pig, they would need to enter the inner layer of the wildlands. The inner layer of the wildlands was an extremely dangerous place to them. Tang Yin was a 6th grade battle emperor while Lu Xiao Xiao was only a 5th grade battle king. If they entered the inner layer at their level, there was very little chance for them to survive if they encountered any spirit beast. The reason was the weakest of the spirit beasts within the inner layer was already 6th grade, while 7th and even 8th grade spirit beasts could be occasionally encountered. When Bulletin Fang noticed something was strange about Tang Yin's expression, he realized Tang Yin knew where to find ingredients with higher quality. If you tell me the information about the ingredients or guide me there, I'll cook for you free of charge, Bulletin Fang earnestly said. Tang Yin scoffed at Bulletin Fang's words and did not take him seriously. If Tang Yin was not awed by Bulletin Fang when the latter killed the Thunderfire Spirit Pig with a single blow, he would have already left with Lu Xiao Xiao. Guiding Bulletin Fang to the inner layer was a perilous task. He did not believe Bulletin Fang's dishes would be more precious than his life. Just when Tang Yin was somewhat hesitant, Lu Xiao Xiao glanced at her senior brother and suddenly said, "Second brother, isn't there a spirit beast within the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix? Master told us to give it a try if we have the capability or choose the Thunderfire Spirit Pig if we don't. That spirit beast should be an ingredient of a higher grade than the Thunderfire Spirit Pig, right?" Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes were curved like crescent moons, while her adorable smile was accompanied by charming dimples in her cheeks. Tang Yin knitted his eyebrows together as his gaze fell on his junior sister. He did not expect Lu Xiaoxiu to mention the spirit beast within the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix at this time. A spirit beast of a higher grade than the Thunderfire Spirit Pig? All right, bring me there to have a look, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Tang Yin wanted to explain something, but the moment the words reached his mouth, Lu Xiaoxiu clinged onto his arm and pulled him away while walking forward. Second brother, with our senior's ability, he can help us get rid of that spirit beast. Without that spirit beast, we'll be able to harvest the phoenix blood herb inside of the valley. Then, we'll be able to complete Master's mission. Lu Xiaoxiu whispered to Tang Yin. Wouldn't we be taking advantage of our senior? We can't do this. We need to explain things to him properly, Tang Yin said with a frown as he gave his impish junior sister a dissatisfied look. Second brother, what if our senior refused to go if we told him the truth? He's looking for a high-grade ingredient anyway, and that spirit beast is certainly of a higher grade than the Thunderfire Spirit Beast. Lu Xiaoxiu said as she anxiously pulled Tang Yin's arm while walking forward. Tang Yin faltered for a moment and was struggling internally. Finally, he sighed and said, when the time comes, we'll have to work hard and help our senior to get rid of that spirit beast. Of course. That's a given. When Tang Yin finally agreed, Lu Xiaoxiu delightedly smiled and her charming dimples appeared once more. As Bulletin Fang was following behind them while carrying his bundle, he was naturally unaware of their conversation. The corpse of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig was already kept by Tang Yin. He must have been carrying a spatial spirit tool as he managed to put away the corpse just by waving his arm. Senior, that spirit beast is located at the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix. There's quite a distance between this place and the valley, so we'll have to travel throughout the night to get there earlier, Tang Yin said. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly nodded. It's alright, we just need to reach there by tomorrow afternoon. The system gave Bulletin Fang 2 days to capture the ingredient. According to Tang Yin's words, Bulletin Fang was not anxious. The three of them traveled within the dense forest. This forest was an extremely vast region within the wildlands. Once in a while, they would encounter 3rd and 4th grade spirit beasts and Tang Yin would immediately slaughter them. There was no need for Bulletin Fang to help out. After the three of them traveled for a while, they finally walked out of the dense forest and entered a stone forest. Countless amount of gravel littered the floor of this wasteland. Once we've crossed this stone forest, we'll reach the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix. Senior, why don't we rest here for the night? Tang Yin said to Bulletin Fang with a smile. Lu Xiaoxiu also hurriedly said, that's right, senior. Let's have a rest. I am so tired. The wildlands is very dangerous at night. Even though senior is very powerful, we should still rest for the night for the sake of safety. Why don't we continue tomorrow? Bulletin Fang looked up and saw that the sky had already gone dark. He nodded and said, let's rest for the night. I promised that I would cook for you if you are willing to guide me. I need you to give me a piece of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig's spinal meat. The three of them found a tranquil spot hidden behind a large boulder. Bulletin Fang went into the forest and returned with some dry wood. He turned to Tang Yin and asked, do you know how to build a fire? Tang Yin was stunned for a moment. He thought, this Is Senior really planning to cook for us? He kept thinking Bullet Fang was just joking around with them. He did not think that Bullet Fang was actually going to cook for them. Lu Xiao was slightly surprised as well, then she became somewhat suspicious. This Senior. Is he really a chef? He's not the kind of unreliable chef like our master, right? You, build a fire and give me a piece of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig's spinal meat. I have to process it, Bullet Fang expressionlessly said. Tang Yin hurriedly took out a piece of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig's spinal meat from his spatial spirit tool and handed it over to Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang took the spinal meat. He found a piece of rock and used true energy to clean its surface. Once the rock was properly cleaned, he took out a gourd filled with spring water and washed the Thunderfire Spirit Pig's spinal meat. He rinsed the meat to remove the excess blood and allow the spirit energy within the spring water to permeate the surface of the meat. After Bullet Fang evaporated the water on the meat's surface with true energy, he conjured the dragon bone kitchen knife with a wave of his hand. The pitch-black kitchen knife whirled around a few times on his palm. Then Bullet Fang used the knife to slice the meat into 3 large pieces. Lu Xiao was speechlessly staring at Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang's gorgeous and dazzling cutting technique was still replaying in her mind. She was somewhat confused by the situation. Was this Senior really a professional chef? Nearby, Tang Yin had already built a fire. Having a 6th grade battle emperor to build a fire was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Bullet Fang picked up some tree branches and sharpened the ends. A strange fragrance was emanating from the twig. After skewering the pieces of meat with the tree branches, Bullet Fang built a stand over the fire that Tang Yin made. He placed the skewered meat onto the stand to be slowly roasted. 3 pieces of meat skewered by tree branches were neatly placed onto the grill and roasted by the fire. Senior. Your actions looked really skillful. You looked just like a chef, Tang Yin said, not knowing how to react. So, Bullet Fang was really planning to cook for them. Bullet Fang glanced at him and said, I am a chef. After Bullet Fang finished speaking, he took out various bottles filled with seasonings like salt, pepper, cumin powder, etc. Looking at the bottles, Tang Yin and Lu Xiao were completely speechless. They thought, so, you really were a chef. As expected of our Senior. Coming to the wildlands is like having a picnic for you. You even prepared seasoning, Lu Xiao said with a dry chuckle. Bullet Fang said, if it isn't for the fact that it wasn't allowed, I would have brought the other kitchen tools as well. Then, I would have been able to cook even more delicious dishes. You guys are unlucky. Lu Xiao and Tang Yin could only speechlessly stare at Bullet Fang. For a while, no one said anything and the surrounding became quiet. They could only hear the sound of the firewood burning. Within the terrifying silence, the rich fragrance of meat soon began to waft through the air. Chapter 89, Bullet Clan's Secret Recipe Roast Meat. The spinal meat of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig was skewered by the tree branches of an unknown genus and roasted above the fire. As the temperature rose, the tree branches would release an enticing aroma. The aroma was unlike the smell of meat. It was similar to the captivating fragrance of fresh fruit. An alluring rossiness gradually appeared on the meat as it was being roasted by the flames. Oil soon permeated from the meat, while a faint amount of electricity continuously jumped about on the surface. Bullet Fang skillfully rotated the meat to ensure that every spot was evenly heated. This was a test of the chef's control over the heat. Rotisserie looked simple at a glance, but there were many small techniques involved in the process. As the meat belonged to the 6th grade Thunderfire Spirit Pig, ordinary flames naturally had no effect on it. Therefore, Bullet Fang had to inject his true energy into the fire all the time. This was actually considered a style of true energy culinary. As the roasting time increased, the rich fragrance of meat was wafting out from the grill and drifting within the stone forest. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao swallowed their salivas at the same time without prior agreement, and their eyes involuntarily drifted toward the meat. That extremely rosy meat roasted by Bullet Fang was glittering with oil and exuding tremendous charm. It smells really aromatic. Tang Yin could not restrain himself as he exclaimed. The smell of the meat was mellow but not greasy and was even mixed with a faint fruity fragrance. It gave him an inescapable feeling of euphoria. Lu Xiao was already staring at the roast meat, and her eyes were unable to move away. Having spent their lives cultivating within the Celestial Arcanum sect, how could they resist such a rich fragrance? Within the sect, those who became 5th grade battle kings would usually choose to fast. Their need for eating food was extremely small. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly rotated the meat. As the oil started to drip from the roast meat, he would sprinkle some seasonings on it and the aroma of the meat would immediately become even more rich and diverse. Taking down 2 of the skewers, Bulletin Fang gave them to Tang Yin and Lu Xiao and beckoned them to start tasting. Bulletin Clan's secret recipe roast meat, please enjoy, Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao were almost drooling. As they were smelling the aroma of the roast meat from a close distance, their appetites were whetted and they were eager to have a taste. Thank you very much, Senior. Tang Yin was still quite self-disciplined. He thanked Bulletin Fang before he took a bite out of the roast meat. Even though Lu Xiao was a woman, her table manners were not as refined as Tang Yin's. When Tang Yin was having his first bite, her mouth was already stuffed with roast meat. Oh, oh! Hot! Hot! Lu Xiao's cheeks were stuffed with food and her eyes were opened wide. She tightly held onto the roast meat with one hand while continuously fanning her cheeks with the other hand. Tang Yin took his first bite of the roast meat. During the instant his teeth made contact with the meat, a rich flavor burrowed into his mouth. The meat was surprisingly tender and was missing the dryness and hardness that roast meat should possess. As he bit down, the oil seeped out and smeared his lips. When seen from afar, it was like a layer of lipstick was applied. As Tang Yin chewed the roast meat within his mouth, the succulent meat was covering his tongue and a numbing sensation was secreting from the meat. It was stimulating his mouth and causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. After swallowing the roast meat, the numbing sensation traveled down his esophagus and into his stomach. It felt as if his entire body was being cleaned and it was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. How could such a delicious taste exist in this world? I didn't know that the meat of the Thunderfire Spirit Pig could be this delicious. Tang Yin suddenly felt an impulse to shed tears. After living for so long, it was the first time he had eaten food that emotionally moved him. Lu Xiao had already reached a point where she could not stop eating. Her eyes were red. She was evidently emotionally moved by the delicious taste as well. As a disciple belonging to one of the top 10 sects outside of the border, the Celestial Arcanum sect, they had to undergo arduous training since they were young. They ate plain congee and steamed buns for 3 meals a day over a dozen years. Once their cultivation level reached 5th grade, most of them would choose to fast. Therefore, they had no concept of taste. Eating the roast meat made by Bulletin Fang for the first time was simply an indescribable shock to them. It was the kind of taste that could enter the depths of their hearts. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly watched as the two of them continued to eat with no signs of stopping and the corners of his mouth widened into a smile. Then he took the last skewer as well and leisurely began tasting. As he ate, he was also attempting to look for flaws existing within the roast meat. Swoosh! As the wind blew, the aroma of the roast meat gradually spread into the surroundings. The smell of the roast meat was especially conspicuous within the wildlands. Many spirit beasts were subconsciously attracted toward their location by the fragrance. Above a craggy boulder, a cheetah-like demonic beast with dark green eyes glowing in the dark was baring its teeth and drooling from its mouth, while staring in the direction of Bulletin Fang's camp. Meanwhile, there were also a few other powerful auras belonging to spirit beasts swiftly approaching them. The smell of the roast meat was not only a temptation toward humans, it was clearly an aroma that was hard to resist for spirit beasts as well. Tang Yin took a bite of the roast meat and swallowed it into his stomach with a gulp. He had a satisfied expression as he stood up. Senior's culinary skill has really astounded me. Let me take care of the little things in the surroundings, so as not to affect your mood. Tang Yin pulled out his longsword with one hand while holding the roast meat with the other. The sharpness of the longsword exuded a numbing coldness. Bulletin Fang was expressionlessly eating his roast meat while pondering the flaws within it. Lu Xiao was also fully concentrated on dealing with the roast meat. When Tang Yin realized that no one was paying attention to him, he suddenly felt really embarrassed. He grinned and took another bite of roast meat. With a chuckle, the true energy within his body suddenly burst out and wrapped around his body like a dragon. Ha 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 ha! In the past, there were heroes who drank wine while slaying demons. Now, there's I, Tang Yin, who ate meat while butchering beasts. Tang Yin's figure instantly charged into the midst of the approaching spirit beasts. The strength of these spirit beasts, who were attracted by the smell of the roast meat, were all approximately 5th grade. They were all rulers of their own regions. If it was not for the overwhelming temptation of the roast meat, they would never leave their own territory. As his sword flashed in the darkness, Tang Yin effortlessly moved about in the midst of the numerous spirit beasts in a relaxed manner with his clothes fluttering about. He would occasionally take a bite of the roast meat as he fought to his heart's content while maintaining his composure. Naturally, there was something strange with the spectacle of someone eating roast meat while battling spirit beasts. After the battle was over, Tang Yin returned with one hand holding his sword and the other holding the roast meat. There was still blood dripping from his ice-cold longsword, but Tang Yin was eating the roast meat with indifference. There was an indescribable look of satisfaction on his face, mixed with a trace of astonishment. "Senior, the spirit beasts have all been dealt with," Tang Yin said with a chuckle. Bulletin Fang nodded as he placed the last piece of roast meat in his mouth and slowly chewed it. "Senior, is your roast meat capable of replenishing true energy? Even though I was fighting against 4 5th-grade spirit beasts on my own, not only did I feel my true energy was not depleting, I was getting stronger as the fight progressed. My true energy was nearly overflowing from my body." Tang Yin took a deep breath and solemnly asked. Nearby, Lu Xiao had a satisfied expression after eating her fill and was rubbing her bloated belly. She exhaled a breath of hot air and was planning to rest for a while. However, her eyes widened in surprise in the next moment. She glanced at Tang Yin, then sat down with her legs crossed. A dense amount of true energy was surging within her body. She actually entered a cultivating state. "As you can see, this roast meat can provide enough true energy to you. Don't make such a big fuss, this is just an ordinary true energy cuisine. If you still wish to taste food like this, you can come to the imperial city of the Light Wind Empire and look for Fang Fang's little store," Bulletin Fang simply said. At the same time, he advertised for his store. "Light Wind Empire, Fang Fang's little store." Tang Yin narrowed his eyes and solemnly nodded. He thought, a serving of delicious food that is comparable to a single 5th-grade elixir, our senior is indeed enigmatic. Then, after eating finished the roast meat, Tang Yin sat down with his legs crossed and began cultivating as well. Since the system had already extracted the true energy within his food, Bulletin Fang found a spot and went to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, as the sun just rose above the horizon, the three of them set off toward the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix. After passing through the stone forest, the scenery before their eyes changed. In front of them was a trickling stream surrounded by a lush undergrowth. The sound of a cascading waterfall resounded in their ears. The Valley of the Fallen Phoenix was right before their eyes. Chapter 90, Most Impressive, My Senior. "Senior, this place is the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix," Tang Yin said as he pointed toward the paradise-like valley in the distance while standing above a large boulder. The Valley of the Fallen Phoenix was located at the boundary between the outskirts and the inner layer. After passing through the stone forest, a single step was like stepping into paradise. There were many unusual treasures growing within the valley and precious medicinal ingredients could be found everywhere. The strong medicinal aroma emanating from within the valley was almost forming a multicolored curtain as it hovered in the skies. "This is truly a wondrous location," Bulletin Fang said. Only such a beautiful scenery could correspond with the fantasy world in Bulletin Fang's heart. After arriving at the Hidden Dragon continent so long ago, this was the first time Bulletin Fang felt the marvel of the fantasy world. "Didn't you guys say there's a spirit beast with a higher grade than the Thunderfire spirit pig? Where is it?" Bulletin Fang asked. After he finished praising the scenery, his thoughts once again went back to the matter of the ingredient. "Senior, that spirit beast is hiding inside the valley. We need to enter before we can meet it." Before Tang Yin could reply, Lu Xiao responded to Bulletin Fang's question first. Tang Yin was frowning as he swept his gaze toward his junior sister. He turned to Bulletin Fang and said, "Senior, the interior of the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix is not safe because of the uniqueness of its location. There might even be 7th-grade spirit beasts in there." Since the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix was located at the boundary between the outskirts and inner layer, there was a possibility of 7th-grade spirit beasts appearing. "Oh! 7th-grade spirit beasts? That should be considered as an ingredient of a higher grade than the Thunderfire spirit pig," Bulletin Fang indifferently said. Tang Yin was dumbfounded. As expected of his senior, even a 7th-grade spirit beast was only an ingredient in his eyes. Tang Yin's admiration toward Bulletin Fang has simply reached the point of worship. Even a human 7th grade battle saint would find fighting against a 7th grade spirit to be an arduous task. However, in the mouth of his senior, the so-called 7th grade spirit beast was only food. How awe-inspiring! Most impressive, my senior! With Tang Yin leading the way, the three of them passed through the stone forest and stepped into the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix. Within the serene valley, lush vegetation was growing everywhere. At a single glance, they could only see green. However, within this greenery, they could occasionally spot a few thickets of flowers beautifully blooming in this winter. Even though it was winter, the Valley of the Phoenix seemed to be in a different world. There was no cold winter winds or falling snow. The inside of the verdant valley was exuding a warm wetness and was extremely comfortable. This was also the first time Tang Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao stepped into the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked around. Second brother. Look, it's a butterfly leaf herb. A 3rd grade spirit herb. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed when she saw an herb that resembled the wings of a butterfly. Furthermore, it was not just the butterfly leaf herb. Within the valley, there were all sorts of precious herbs growing all over the place. At the very least, the herbs used in the sage herb phoenix chicken soup could be seen everywhere. As the thunderous sound of a waterfall resounded in their ears, the three of them picked the herbs while following a small path. They soon came before a waterfall. As a strong wind mixed with water vapor blew past them, their sleeves and the edges of their clothes flapped violently. Their eyes were squinting as they looked forward. Is that a sage herb? Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows as he looked toward a touch of purple foliage near the edge of the waterfall. The sage herb was beneath the foliage. Correct, that's the 5th grade spirit herb, heavenly sage herb. I didn't think the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix would even have sage herb. Tang Yin took a deep breath and was rather happy as he said. Bulletin Fang nodded and started walking forward. He would naturally not miss such an opportunity to acquire the sage herb which he was very familiar with. Especially when the value of the herb was indisputable and it was a rare delicacy as well. Just as Bulletin Fang was only a few meters away from the heavenly sage herb, he knitted his eyebrows together as the sound of an object sailing through the air reached his ears. Bulletin Fang's expression remained unchanged. As he waved his arm, the unassuming golden dragon bone kitchen knife immediately appeared in his hand and was swung toward the swiftly approaching figure. During the instant the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared, the body of the approaching figure suddenly stiffened and was immediately hewed into 2 halves by Bulletin Fang's kitchen knife. Bright red blood spilled onto the floor, while the figure that was split in 2 was convulsing on the ground. Hiss! When Tang Yin saw the scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a 5th grade spirit beast, the phantom spearhead viper. It was one of the most troublesome among the 5th grade spirit beasts. After Bulletin Fang slayed the viper, he twirled the kitchen knife in his hand. There was neither dust nor blood on the blade. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned into the mark on Bulletin Fang's wrist once more. He pulled out the sage herb. The plump herb was filled with a dense amount of spirit energy. Even though it was slightly inferior to the sage herb provided by the system, it was still much better than the one provided by the Crown Prince. System, can't you provide me with some kind of storage function? You can't be expecting me to carry the spirit herbs around with my bare hands, right? The ingredient I am going to capture might just be an enormous creature. Even if I manage to capture it, I won't be able to bring it back, Bulletin Fang said to the system. The system did not immediately reply and was silent for a while. Dimensional bag function is being activated. Countdown until activation, 3, 2, 1. Activation completed. The host may now use the dimensional bag function. The system's solemn voice rang out. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened into a smile. As he exerted his will, the sage herb in his hand was stored into the dimensional bag. The capacity of the dimensional bag provided by the system was not small. The space inside was around the size of the store. After storing the sage herb and a few other miscellaneous items into the dimensional bag, Bulletin Fang's eyebrows were knitted together as his gaze landed on Tang Yin once more. Where's the high-quality ingredient you mentioned? Bulletin Fang expressionlessly asked. Senior, please wait. That spirit beast is right inside this valley. Tang Yin hurriedly replied. He did not dare to irritate Bulletin Fang. Along the way, the unfathomable feeling coming from Bulletin Fang was terrifying him. Second brother. Look. That's Phoenix blood herb. Suddenly, Lu Xiao, who was standing next to Yang Yin, excitedly shouted while pointing toward a small hill next to the waterfall. Phoenix blood herb? What was that? Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together as he looked toward the direction Lu Xiao was pointing. He saw a blood-red herb that resembled the tail feather of a phoenix atop a small hill swaying along with the wind. A dense amount of spirit energy was emanating from the herb. Phoenix blood herb is a 7th-grade spirit herb. According to legends, it's a herb that mutated after coming in contact with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Those who consume the herb will gain the chance to rise from the ashes and succeed after failure. This is an excellent ingredient for the elixir cuisine. The system suggests acquiring this ingredient. Bulletin Fang's eyes lit up. The phoenix blood herb seemed pretty good from the looks of it. This phoenix blood herb is just about to mature. When the time comes, the spirit beasts hiding within the valley would probably all appear. Senior, that spirit beast you're seeking will appear as well. The phoenix blood herb is a good thing. I didn't think there would be an unexpected gift as well, Bulletin Fang said with a smile. The phoenix blood herb swaying along with the wind was becoming more beautiful. The thick spirit energy was spreading to the surroundings and forming a cloud of white mist. When Lu Xiao heard Bulletin Fang's words, her expression immediately changed. She asked, Senior, are you going to take the phoenix blood herb as well? Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together and puzzledly turned his head toward her. He looked at her and asked, is there anything wrong with that? After hearing his reply, Lu Xiao's expression became unpleasant. At the same time, a series of powerful spirit energy fluctuations emanated from within the valley and terrifying auras were continuously leaking out. Suddenly, Tang Yin's expression changed. As he looked around, he saw a horde of bestial figures had gathered in their surroundings without their realization. Chapter 91, Once the kitchen knife is drawn, all beasts shall submit. Within the valley shrouded with spirit energy, whitish waves of water produced thunderous noise as the water descended from above the cliff and resulted in water vapor scattering in all directions. Not far from the waterfall, Bulletin Fang and the other two were alertly scanning their surroundings. A series of soft bestial howls rang out as spirit beasts emerged from the area around the valley one after another while releasing a surge of spirit energy. A macabre atmosphere pervaded the entire valley. Within the herd of bestial figures, there was at least a few hundred spirit beasts. Tang Yin's complexion had become extremely pale. As his gaze swept over the bestial figures, his eyes were filled with despair. He really did not think that the temptation of the phoenix blood herb would be so great that the spirit energy released when it was about to mature would actually attract so many spirit beasts. There was a disparity in the strength of the spirit beasts. They were mostly 5th-grade spirit beasts, but there were over a dozen 6th-grade spirit beasts among them as well. With this kind of line-up, Tang Yin would not be able to survive even if there were 10 of him. Second brother. Why is this happening? Why are there so many spirit beasts? I don't want to die here. As Lu Xiao's large eyes swept across these spirit beasts, both of her legs suddenly started to tremble. If she knew there were so many spirit beasts hiding within the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix, she would never have come. On the other hand, there was not much change in Bulletin Fang's expression. He only slightly frowned as he scanned the surrounding spirit beasts in astonishment. The phoenix blood herb is filled with a dense amount of spirit energy and has a huge enhancement effect to the evolution of the spirit beasts. Therefore, its attractiveness to the spirit beasts is tremendous, Tang Yin solemnly said as his gaze landed on Bulletin Fang. Senior, if you manage to escape, I hope you would bring the news about our deaths back to our section. Tang Yin had fallen into despair and his voice was filled with helplessness. Lu Xiao was already lying limply on the ground while crying like a pear blossom moistened by raindrops. She really regretted her reckless decision to enter the valley. Suddenly, Lu Xiao seemed to have recalled something. She looked toward Bulletin Fang with hope in her eyes while still sobbing. Senior, with your capabilities, you must have a way of saving us, right? Don't you guys want the phoenix blood herb as well? Bulletin Fang asked as he indifferently looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's expression immediately stiffened as she blankly stared at Bulletin Fang. She watched as a wisp of green smoke emerged from Bulletin Fang's hand and that unassuming kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Don't take me for a fool. You were trying to use me from the beginning. It's true that there are spirit beasts here, but you only wanted to make use of me to get rid of them. Then, it would be easier for you to acquire that phoenix blood herb, right? The corners of Bullet Fang's mouth widened and revealed a mocking smile as he looked toward the bewildered Lu Xiao Xiao. When Tang Yin heard Bullet Fang's words, he suddenly sighed. He realized that Bullet Fang had figured out their intent from the beginning. However, Bullet Fang might not have minded earlier on since his objective was capturing the spirit beasts as ingredients. However, at the current moment, they had already fallen into a crisis. In this sort of situation, Bullet Fang had no reason to be courteous any longer. Tang Yin was feeling helpless as well. His junior sister, Lu Xiao Xiao, was actually not that bad of a person. The thing was she happened to be a crafty person. Normally, it was still fine since she was within the sect. However, once she was outside, it was easy to offend others with her ploys. Do you guys still want the phoenix blood herb? Bullet Fang expressionlessly asked. At the moment, Lu Xiaoxiu's heart was already in her mouth. When she heard Bullet Fang's question, she hurriedly replied while shaking her head, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Between her life and the phoenix blood herb, Lu Xiaoxiu chose her own life without any hesitation. Tang Yin was dazed for a moment, then suddenly became overjoyed as he excitedly asked, does senior have a method of resolving this perilous situation? As expected of his senior. This sort of situation might be a desperate situation for them. However, that was not the case for that unfathomable senior, Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang glanced at him and was just about to nod his head, when he discovered the bestial horde in their surroundings were getting restless. Rumble. An intense tremor occurred in both the left and right directions, then the sound of trees breaking rang out. Two gigantic figures walked out and their terrifying aura pressed down on the entire valley. Tang Yin's complexion suddenly became deathly pale. His eyes were fixated on the two figures that just appeared. The hope that had just arisen was destroyed once more. Two 7th grade spirit beasts. It's over, we're done for. Lu Xiao Xiao broke out in tears once more. The hope that had just arisen was suddenly crushed. The difference between her expectation and the result had caused her mental breakdown. When Bullet Fang looked to his right at the gigantic bovine figure whose entire body was ignited in light red flames, his eyes suddenly lit up with an intense brightness. What a fellow! This ingredient is far better than the Thunderfire Spirit Pig. There were two 7th grade spirit beasts. On the right side was the 7th grade wandering dragon cow whose body was enveloped by everlasting flames. It possesses the head of a cow and the tail of a dragon, and its breathing sounded like the rumble of thunder. The spirit beast on the left was 7th grade as well. It was a gigantic spirit ape with golden fur all over its body. Tang Yin knew there was a 7th grade wandering dragon cow within the valley. However, he did not know there was a spirit ape as well. With two 7th grade spirit beasts guarding the valley, Tang Yin would never dare to enter even if he was given 100 times the courage. No matter how powerful his senior was, how could he handle two 7th grade spirit beasts at once? Even a 7th grade battle saint would flee in panic if these two spirit beasts were encountered. Rumble. With the wandering dragon cow's roar, the entire valley seemed to be trembling and continued to shake. The spirit ape bared its teeth and started screeching in response. The auras of the two immediately started opposing each other with equal ferocity. The phoenix blood herb atop of the small hill was swaying even more rapidly and the spirit energy leaking out was becoming even more intense. Vaguely, there seemed to be a phoenix rising from the ashes and attempting to ascend into the skies. The phoenix blood herb was about to mature. Tang Yin and Lu Xiao Xiao were close to despair as well. They understood that the entire valley would turn into a battlefield for the two 7th grade spirit beasts once the phoenix blood herb matured. When that time comes, they would definitely be torn into pieces by the enraged spirit beasts. Bullet Fang ignored the others. Like the two 7th grade spirit beasts, his gaze was fixated on the phoenix blood herb, the spirit herb that was precious enough to bring about the battle between two 7th grade spirit beasts. The water plummeted from the top of the waterfall and smashed into the plunge pool below with a loud noise. Suddenly, within that single moment, the entire valley became absolutely quiet. The deafening silence was disturbing. The thunderous roar of the waterfall disappeared. The breathing noise of the wandering dragon cow also disappeared. The screeching of the spirit ape could not be heard as well. The entire valley seemed to have turned into a restricted zone for sound. Atop the small hill, the phoenix blood herb was swaying as red specks of light emerged from within. Red spots began to appear on the leaves and the bright red color was just like the color of burning blood. The cry of a phoenix resounded within the entire valley. After the cry ended, all of the sound returned. The phoenix blood herb has matured. Moo! The wandering dragon cow roared and its eyes abruptly turned blood red. It suddenly stepped forward with its cow hooves and charged toward the phoenix blood herb. The entire valley was trembling. The other spirit beasts behind the wandering dragon cow bellowed with rage as they rushed out one after another and followed after it. The spirit ape suddenly beat its chest with its fist. With a loud screech, it dashed toward the phoenix blood herb as well. The horde of spirit beasts behind it also followed after it. Bulletin Fang and the other two were located in between the two approaching stampedes. They were just like a fragile boat made from leaves floating in a vast ocean. In front of these gigantic spirit beasts, it seemed as if they would be stomped into minced meat at any moment. Tang Yin and Lu Xiaoxiao had already closed their eyes in despair. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly swept his gaze over the spirit beasts that were rapidly approaching them from two different directions and leisurely lifted up the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. As he raised the kitchen knife over his head, the true energy within his body immediately burst out and flowed into the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. A golden radiance blossomed intensely like the sun and was extremely glaring. A gigantic, golden kitchen knife was hoisted over Bulletin Fang's shoulder. The boundless aura of a dragon, with Bulletin Fang in the center, suddenly spread in all directions and turned into a ripple. In the next moment, the stampede of spirit beasts abruptly stopped and laid on the ground in panic. Once the knife is drawn, all beasts shall submit. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife from the god of cooking set, was just that overbearing. Chapter 92, Mission Complete, and Return. The aura released by the golden dragon bone kitchen was like a spreading ripple. It instantly expanded and made all of the spirit beasts lie down on the ground. The spirit beasts that were under 5th grade were all shivering from the effects of the aura. The spirit beasts were a species with a very strict hierarchy. They worshipped the strong but also feared them as well. The suppression effect of higher grade spirit beasts toward lower grade spirit beasts was very clear. Therefore, the spirit beasts clearly divided their territories within the wildlands. This was the reason for the existence of the outskirts, inner layer, and central zone within the wildlands. The aura of the dragons was contained within the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. The dragon race had always been standing atop the food chain of the spirit beasts. They looked down upon the spirit beasts and ruled over them. They had the power to suppress any spirit beast. Therefore, Bulletin Fang lifted up the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, injected his true energy, and activated the current form of the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. That blinding golden radiance, accompanied with the surging golden dragon's aura, directly forced all of the spirit beasts within the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix to lie down on the ground. Even the spirit ape and the wandering dragon cow were no exceptions. A violent wind spread into the surroundings with Bulletin Fang in the center, causing his hair to flutter and his clothes to make flapping noises. He was carrying the gigantic golden dragon bone kitchen knife with his head held high as he expressionlessly swept his eyes over all of the spirit beasts. Even though the wandering dragon cow was a 7th grade spirit beast, the suppressive effect of the golden dragon bone kitchen knife was much stronger toward it than the other spirit beasts. The reason was the dash of dragon's blood flowing in its veins. Therefore, when facing the authentic aura of the dragon race, it could only lie on the ground while shivering. Tang Yin had already closed his eyes in despair. However, he suddenly realized the surroundings seemed to have quieted down and getting trampled by the stampede of beasts did not happen. He suddenly opened his eyes in puzzlement and immediately saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Lu Xiaoxiao's frightened face was also filled with astonishment. There was still some remnants of tears on her face. Her mouth was slightly opened as she blankly stared at Bulletin Fang, who stood a distance away while holding a gigantic golden kitchen knife. The area around them was filled with prostrating spirit beasts. What's going on? Senior. Tang Yin's mouth felt somewhat dry. Just what was he witnessing? What exactly was going on? The spirit beasts, including the two 7th grade spirit beasts, were all actually prostrating in front of that senior. He was actually this powerful. Was he subduing a horde of spirit beasts by purely relying on his aura? Was this the senior's actual strength? Tang Yin's awe grew even more. He only felt Bulletin Fang was unfathomable and was even more impressive than his own sect leader. At least, his sect leader was unable to make spirit beasts prostrate. At the moment, Bulletin Fang, who was only a 4th grade battle spirit, was suddenly as imposing as an 8th grade war god in his eyes. Bulletin Fang was carrying the kitchen knife over his shoulders as his eyes turned toward Tang Yin, whose expression was constantly changing. He puzzledly frowned and said, "Are you guys still not going to run?" "Ah!" Tang Yin blankly replied. "If I were you, I would immediately run away and never look back." "I would run as far as possible," Bulletin Fang expressionlessly said. Tang Yin suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He immediately understood Bulletin Fang's meaning. Their senior was creating a chance for them to escape. Otherwise, with their senior's unfathomable cultivation level, he would have already started slaughtering those spirit beasts. Where would he have the time to care for them? He felt an indescribable feeling in his chest. Tang Yin clenched his teeth and helped the bewildered Lu Xiao up. He respectfully kowtowed toward Bulletin Fang and solemnly said, "Senior, I'll never be able to repay your kindness for saving our lives today. Senior, please take care. All right, hurry up and go. Oh, remember to visit Fang Fang's little store at the Lightwind Empire when you have the time. The food there is pretty good and the price is extremely affordable as well," Bulletin Fang indifferently said. Tang Yin was surprised for a moment, then earnestly nodded and was about to leave while pulling Lu Xiao along. "Ah! Se. Second brother, what about the phoenix blood herb?" Lu Xiao seemed to have just recovered from her shock. When she saw that Tang Yin was actually leaving while pulling her along, she immediately exclaimed in anxiety. "Are you still thinking about the phoenix blood herb? Do you want to die?" Tang Yin was furious. Their senior magnanimously created a chance for them to escape, yet this junior sister of his was still thinking about the phoenix blood herb. She was simply unreasonable. At that moment, Lu Xiao finally realized the situation. Her entire body shivered when she glanced toward that expressionless and unfathomable Bulletin Fang. Then, without saying a word, she left while following Tang Yin's pace. When Bulletin Fang saw the figures of the two had left the Valley of the Fallen Phoenix, his gaze once again shifted toward the spirit beasts in front of him. The true energy within his body which he used to sustain the golden dragon bone kitchen knife's current form was gradually running out. Therefore, Bulletin Fang no longer hesitated. With one hand grabbing the kitchen knife's hilt which had a sinister dragon head carved upon it, he suddenly pressed downward and the surging aura was immediately released once more. The horde of spirit beasts lying flat on the ground all shivered. Bulletin Fang pointed his kitchen knife at the spirit ape, lifted his face and indifferently said, "You're not suitable to be my ingredient. So, get lost." The figure of the spirit ape trembled and immediately bared its teeth toward Bulletin Fang. However, its eyes were still filled with horror and unwillingness. The phoenix blood herb had already matured. Giving up like this? As a 7th grade spirit beast that had just become enlightened, it was naturally unwilling to just leave. You're really not leaving?" Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows together. He swung the kitchen knife around a few times and walked toward the wandering dragon cow. The entire head of the wandering dragon cow was buried underneath the ground and its dragon tail was curled up. It was not moving even an inch. As the possessor of the dragon race's bloodline, it was completely suppressed. Bulletin Fang did not say anything as he indifferently looked toward the spirit ape. Then he swung his kitchen knife and sliced off the wandering dragon cow's horn like it was tofu. The wandering dragon cow felt wronged. It thought, if you wanted him to leave, shouldn't you be bothering him? Why are you bullying this cow? You really think cows are easy targets? As a long-time rival of the wandering dragon cow, the spirit ape naturally knew quite well how hard and sharp its horn was. However, this horn was actually sliced off with a single swing by this human with a terrifying aura. It thought, "Fine, this good monkey shall not pick a fight with a cunning human like you." With a sharp screech, the 7th grade spirit ape while filled with reluctance leapt out of the valley with a single bound and instantly vanished. The spirit beasts following the spirit ape also receded like tide water. Using the same method to drive off the spirit beasts behind the wandering dragon cow, the entire valley was only left with Bulletin Fang, who was carrying the gigantic golden dragon bone kitchen knife over his shoulder, and the shivering wandering dragon cow, who was missing a horn. Bulletin Fang patted the wandering dragon cow's gigantic body as he clicked his tongue and exclaimed in wonder, "Not bad, this ingredient is far better than the Thunderfire spirit pig." The wandering dragon cow's big head was filled with suspicions. Ingredient? What ingredient? In the next moment, in the eyes of the wandering dragon cow, the golden dragon bone kitchen gradually grew bigger, and bigger, SPHHHLT. The true energy within Bulletin Fang's body finally ran out and he was unable to sustain the golden dragon bone kitchen knife's current form. It transformed back into its unassuming appearance and disappeared after turning into green smoke. Bulletin Fang patted the wandering dragon cow's gigantic body once more. With a wave of his hand, he stored it into the dimensional bag provided by the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the abrupt mission, carry out the first ingredient capture. The system reward will now be released. After a minute, the return teleportation will be carried out. Would the host please get ready? The system's solemn voice resounded within Bulletin Fang's mind, just as the corpse of the wandering dragon cow was stored. Bulletin Fang was startled. Only a minute was left? The phoenix blood herb was still not harvested yet. Above Bulletin Fang's head, a speck of light had already appeared. This speck of light was slowly drawing a mysterious teleportation magic array. Regarding this, Bulletin Fang was already used to it. Bulletin Fang did not hesitate as he turned around and ran toward the small hill. Above his head, the speck of light was still drawing. As time went by, the magic array was already halfway to completion. 10 seconds left until return. Begin countdown. 10. 9. Bulletin Fang was still expressionless, but his anxiety could be seen in his eyes. He was getting closer and closer to the phoenix blood herb, but the countdown was also getting closer to finishing. Just give me one more second. I can pry open the entire valley. Bulletin Fang shouted in his mind as he leapt with all his strength and grabbed onto the phoenix blood herb that was ascending into the skies like a phoenix. A sharp pain was instantly transmitted from his palm into his mind. However, before he could scream from the pain, the drawing of the magic array was completed. A burst of violent wind emerged and then dissipated. The valley of the fallen phoenix regained its peace once more. The flow of the waterfall continued its natural course. Everything was as usual. Chapter 93, The Fragrant, Smooth, and Tasty Rice Noodle Roll. Lightwind Empire, Imperial City, Fang Fang's little store. A speck of light appeared within the empty space of the store. Then, this speck of light rapidly flew around the air while drawing a magic array. A burst of violent wind cropped up and a figure appeared within the magic array. Bulletin Fang came back to the store in a trance. He was having dizzy spells as he fell down on his buttocks and gasped for air with deep breaths. The host has already returned to the store. The system reward will now be released, the system's solemn voice resounded within Bulletin Fang's mind. However, Bulletin Fang ignored the message. His gaze was fixated on the fiery red herb tightly grasped in his hand. The herb felt extremely hot as he held it within his hand. It was like holding a piece of magma. Thankfully, I still managed to catch it. Otherwise, after toiling for so long, it would be a huge loss if I had missed this 7th grade spirit herb. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened and a faint smile seemed to appear on his rigid face. The phoenix blood herb was entirely red in color. After maturation, the herb became even more dazzling as if it was carved from an exquisite red agate. On its surface, it was filled with dark red spots as if it was stained with blood. Grasping the herb in his hand, he felt an extreme hotness. However, this hotness was not felt on his skin but in his mind. After finding a jade box, he placed the phoenix blood herb inside. He did not choose to store it within the dimensional bag provided by the system, but kept it within a cupboard. Similarly, he took out the sage herb he harvested from within the dimensional bag. This plump sage herb was exuding an enticing fragrance. Bulletin Fang endured the temptation as he placed the sage herb into a jade box before storing it into the cupboard as well. After completing all of these actions, only then did Bulletin Fang heavily breathe out. As he stretched himself, the joints within his body produced popping sounds. Contrary to his expectation, his first ingredient capture was a meaningful experience. As expected of the god of cooking set. Without the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. No wonder the system waited until I obtained the god of cooking set before initiating this ingredient capture mission. Bulletin Fang stretched his sore neck as he headed up the stairs. Bulletin Fang first took a shower. His hair was let loose and water was still dripping off the ends as he returned to his room while feeling more refreshed. After spending 2 days hunting for ingredients, Bulletin Fang was feeling tired. It was time for him to have a good sleep. However, before he could go to sleep, he needed to find out more about the mission reward that was newly released by the system. The rice noodle roll cooking technique. Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes. He was actually very interested in this new dish. As a chef, he was naturally familiar with the rice noodle roll. After all, this was an extremely delicious breakfast. The rice noodle roll was a type of rice product. It was also known as steamed rice roll, jiu chung fan, and chi chong fun. It was considered a relatively simple dish. The main point was making the thin wrappers by steaming the rice milk and then wrapping the freshly stir-fried filling with the thin wrappers. As Bulletin Fang pondered the rice noodle roll's cooking method in his mind, he felt an itch to try it out. He was eager to cook the new dish and have a taste. However, after considering for a while, he gave up in the end. The main reason was after expending too much true energy, he was rather tired and feeling somewhat languid. The other reason was that the rice noodle roll was a breakfast dish and waking up earlier to cook it was the best choice. Therefore, Bulletin Fang endured the impulse to get up and practice the dish. He lay down on his bed and soon fell asleep. The night quietly passed. The next day, Bulletin Fang got up from bed just as the sun rose, and stretched his body. After washing up, he went into the kitchen and first practiced his cutting technique. His level 1 meteor cutting technique was already close to culmination. He would most probably be able to reach culmination after practicing for one more day. After finishing his cutting technique practice, Bulletin Fang made a plate of sweet and sour ribs. This was Blacka's daily meal and Bulletin Fang was extremely experienced with making this dish. Soon, a rich, captivating aroma of meat was wafting within the kitchen. Carrying the plate of sweet and sour ribs to the dining area, Bulletin Fang opened up the entrance and the cold wind immediately blew into the store. The imperial city of the Light Wind Empire had already officially entered winter. The sky was overcast as if foreshadowing heavy snow. Blackie, it's time to eat. Bulletin Fang arrived in front of Blackie with the plate of sweet and sour ribs. The gluttonous dog instantly jumped up and excitedly stared at the plate in Bulletin Fang's hands with its tongue hanging out. Deprived of food for 2 days. Your lord dog is craving to death. Blackie thought as his eyes gleamed while staring fixedly at the sweet and sour ribs. That bewitching aroma of the meat was almost causing Blackie to degenerate. When Bulletin Fang placed the sweet and sour ribs in front it eagerly began gobbling down the meat on the plate. It was still the same recipe with the same taste. This was the taste of sweet and sour ribs. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up as he watched Blackie gobble down the food while wagging its tail. He turned around and entered the kitchen. He was about to start cooking the rice noodle roll. He first took out the rice milk prepared by the system. The rice milk was pure white like milk and was exuding a faint fragrance. Evidently, the rice used to make it was not ordinary. He poured the rice milk into a specially made tray. This tray was not thick, so the height of the rice milk layer was not that high either. It was around 2 millimeters. After pouring the rice milk, Bulletin Fang placed the tray onto the steam rack to be cooked. While the rice milk was being steamed, Bulletin Fang began preparing the filling needed for the rice noodle roll. Pork or beef, shrimp, bok choy, dried radish granules. Bulletin Fang muttered as he prepared these ingredients. However, as he was about to take out the pork prepared by the system, he suddenly paused for a moment. An idea could not help but surface within his mind. System, what if I were to replace this pork with the meat of the wandering dragon cow, is it feasible? Bulletin Fang asked. Yes. However, since an ingredient would be replaced, the price of the dish will change, the system seriously replied. How will it change? Bulletin Fang asked in curiosity. The system's solemn voice resounded within his mind once more. The original filling of the rice noodle roll uses pork from a 3rd-grade spirit beast. After the host replaces the ingredient with the 7th-grade wandering dragon cow, the price of the rice noodle roll will be increased from 10 crystals to 60 crystals per serving. Increased from 10 crystals to 60 crystals. Bulletin Fang blinked his eyes. He could not help but exclaim in his mind, as expected of a 7th-grade ingredient, it definitely doesn't disappoint. However, there's probably no one who would choose to eat such an expensive serving of rice noodle roll. System, could you treat the rice noodle roll with the meat of the wandering dragon cow as filling as the improved version of the rice noodle roll? Of course, the system replied. This was actually the same as the egg fried rice and improved egg fried rice. Bulatin Fang nodded. Green smoke emerged around his wrist and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. He started off with the filling needed for the dish. He first cooked the third-grade spirit pork in preparation for making the normal rice noodle roll. After he finished preparing the filling, he took out a small piece of the wandering dragon cow's meat. With the gigantic size of the wandering dragon cow, using such a small piece was not a big deal. With the two types of filling readied, the rice milk was done as well. As Bulatin Fang took the tray out, clouds of white steam rose into the air. The steam was mixed with the rich, mesmerizing aroma of rice, causing him to deeply inhale. He separated the steamed gelatinous sheet from the tray. The sheet was crystal clear like jade, smooth as a mirror, and pleasing to the eyes. The dragon bone kitchen knife in Bulatin Fang's hands performed a few spins and the sheet was equally sliced into rectangular-shaped pieces. Bulatin Fang first placed the filling made from third-grade spirit pork, shrimps, and dried radish granules onto one of the pieces, and then carefully wrapped it up. A white as snow, thin as paper, shiny, fragrant, smooth, and delicious rice noodle roll was completed. Chapter 94, The Rice Noodle Roll That Costs 20 Crystals Per Mouthful. Bulatin Fang brought the rice noodle roll that was like an exquisitely carved jade into the dining area. As he looked at the glistening rice noodle roll, a soft growl came from his stomach. The fragrance of the rice noodle roll was not strong, perhaps due to the filling being enveloped within the wrapper, but its appearance was extremely appetizing. At least, Bulatin Fang was already unable to hold himself back any longer. When eating rice noodle roll, a special sauce should naturally be used. Just the thought of eating the smooth and tasty rice noodle roll dipped with the savory sour sauce was enough to excite anyone. After he took a bite of the rice noodle roll, the oil immediately seeped out from the meat filling. The accumulated fragrance burst out at that moment and instantly rushed into Bulatin Fang's face, causing him to involuntarily lapse into an euphoric state. The wrapping of the rice noodle roll was gratifyingly smooth and its texture was extremely good. It slightly bounced around in his mouth and produced a springy feeling when he bit down. As expected, the products provided by the system were definitely the finest. The taste of the rice noodle roll was indeed pretty good and was certainly worthy of its pricing of 10 crystals. Bulatin Fang nodded as he continued to gobble down the rice noodle roll. Oh my! Owner Bulatin, you're finally opened. I've missed you so much for the past 2 days. While Bulatin Fang was eating the rice noodle roll, a boorish voice came from outside the store. Fatty Jin and his buddies had arrived in a majestic manner and they immediately spotted Bulatin Fang as they stepped into the store. Fatty Jin's eyes immediately lit up and seemed rather impatient as he inhaled the fragrance wafting within the store. Owner Bulatin, have you added another new dish? Fatty Jin asked. Oh. That's right, Bulatin Fang mumbled as he glanced at Fatty Jin with his mouth stuffed with the rice noodle roll. Fatty Jin swallowed his saliva and a series of growls involuntarily sounded out from his stomach as he watched Bulatin Fang finish off the last piece of rice noodle roll. He turned his head and looked at the menu on the wall. The new dish is rice noodle roll, right? There's an improved version like the egg fried rice. Fatty Jin exclaimed. When he took another look at the price, he saw that the ordinary rice noodle roll was 10 crystals per serving while the improved version of the rice noodle roll was, good heavens, 60 crystals per serving. Owner Bulatin. The difference in the prices is ridiculous. Fatty Jin said as he turned his head and looked toward Bulatin Fang, who was tidying up after finishing the food. Once you have a taste, you'll understand the reason for the pricing, Bulatin Fang expressionlessly replied before he went back into the kitchen. He placed the plate into the automatic dishwasher and returned to the dining area. Fatty Jin was actually feeling rather conflicted. Although he was rich, spending a few hundred crystals per day was somewhat unbearable even if his family owned a crystal mine. I'll have a serving of the ordinary rice noodle roll first, as well as a serving of sweet and sour ribs and red braised meat each. Oh, I'll have the improved egg fried rice as well. After eating Owner Bulatin's egg fried rice, my cultivating speed has become much faster, Fatty Jin said with a chuckle. Alright, wait a moment, Bulatin Fang said with a nod. After he noted the orders of the others, he turned around and went back into the kitchen. Now that Bulatin Fang obtained the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, his cutting technique had improved quite a bit. His speed when handling the ingredients was also much faster than before. After a short while, he finished dealing with the ingredients of the dishes and started cooking. A rich fragrance once again drifted out from the kitchen and into the dining area of the store, causing Fatty Jin and his buddies to involuntarily lapse into an euphoric state. The dishes cooked by owner Bulletin still smell the best. Smelling the aroma alone is enough to make one feel a sense of satisfaction. Fatty Jin hummed in euphoria. After a while, Bulletin Fang walked out of the kitchen while carrying a dish. The first dish he served to Fatty Jin was the rice noodle roll, which was also the dish that Fatty Jin wanted to eat the most. Since it was a new dish, he wanted to try it out. "Here's your rice noodle roll, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang said as he placed the plate of rice noodle roll as well as a condiment bowl filled with sauce in front of Fatty Jin. When Fatty Jin saw the crystal clear rice noodle roll that looked like a piece of artwork, he could not help but lick his lips. He immediately picked up the rice noodle roll, dipped it in the sauce and impatiently took a bite. As he bit into the springy wrapper that contained the aromatic spirit pork, the oil that overflowed into Fatty Jin's mouth caused his entire body to tremble in happiness and his eyes to instantly light up. Delicious! Owner Bulletin's dishes are indeed all excellent. Fatty Jin licked his lips clean before he continued eating the rice noodle roll. However, with his food intake, the entire serving of rice noodle roll only lasted 3 bites. As Fatty Jin sucked on his fingers, the flesh on his face was almost scrunched together. With such a small serving, he was still not satisfied. However, Fang's little store only allowed dishes to be ordered once. "Owner Bulletin, give me a serving of the improved rice noodle roll." Unable to resist the temptation any longer, Fatty clenched his teeth and ordered the improved rice noodle roll, which was 6 times costlier than the normal version. Bulletin Fang, who was in the kitchen, was surprised for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth widened into a smile as he nodded. Only after Bulletin Fang served Fatty Jin's remaining orders as well as the others' orders, did he finally start cooking Fatty Jin's improved rice noodle roll. There was basically no difference in the steps for the improved version of the rice noodle roll. The main difference was in the filling. The ingredient used was the meat of the 7th grade wandering dragon cow that Bulletin Fang personally acquired. Bulletin Fang sliced off a small piece of the wandering dragon cow's meat. It was extremely fresh and tender and the marbling on its surface seemed to be glistening with vibrant colors. A dense amount of spirit energy was packed within the meat. Bulletin Fang used the dragon bone kitchen knife to turn the piece of beef into mincemeat. Since the dragon bone kitchen knife had the ability to preserve the spirit energy within the ingredients, the spirit energy within the wandering dragon cow's meat was perfectly retained. After the cooking finished, the aroma of the meat was like a bomb had exploded within the kitchen. Even the obese men in the dining area were attracted by the smell. They were swallowing their salivas as they looked toward Bulletin Fang's direction. "What kind of meat is this? What a strong fragrance! I've never smelled any meat as aromatic as this before." This was what the obese men were thinking. Their expectations were high for the next dish Bulletin Fang was about to bring out. Soon, a slim and tall figure walked out of the kitchen. His slender fingers were grasping a porcelain plate and a crystal clear rice noodle roll was placed in the middle. Everyone's eyes that were originally filled with expectation immediately revealed a trace of disappointment. So, it was still a rice noodle roll. On the other hand, Fatty Jin did not care. He was the one who was going to eat it after all. Thus, he cheerfully waited for the improved rice noodle roll. "You fools! This is the improved rice noodle roll, which costs 60 crystals per serving. How could you judge its quality from the appearance? You need to focus on the inner beauty." The pudgy flesh on Fatty Jin's face continuously trembled. "Improved rice noodle roll, please enjoy your meal," Bulletin Fang simply said. Fatty Jin glanced at Bulletin Fang before he picked up the rice noodle roll and dipped it with a little bit of sauce. His hand was trembling as he sent it into his mouth. This mouthful was exactly 20 crystals. Fatty Jin felt as if he was not biting a rice noodle roll, but an expensive crystal essence. So, he acted very carefully. After taking a bite, he even pursed his lips so that not even a single piece of minced meat was wasted. As the rice noodle roll entered his mouth, Fatty Jin immediately felt the difference. His eyes were originally very small. However, as everyone watched, his tiny eyes actually widened to the max within a second. His nostrils widened and 2 streams of hot air gushed out. Within that hot air, dense amount of spirit energy was present. Gulp! After chewing for a while, Fatty Jin swallowed the piece of rice noodle roll in his mouth. He sighed in relief as if he had just experienced a roller coaster ride. How's the taste? Bulletin Fang asked in curiosity. Even he had not tasted the improved rice noodle roll yet. However, Bulletin Fang was very confident that the taste of the wandering dragon cow's meat would be good. Fatty Jin's lips were trembling as spirit energy continued to gush out from his nostrils. He looked at Bulletin Fang and gave 2 thumbs up. It's unparalleled. It's extremely delicious. Fatty Jin grinned as he said, this dense amount of spirit energy made the true energy within my body instantly reach the bottleneck. My confidence in advancing to the next level has become even higher. After Fatty Jin finished praising the dish, he did not say anything further. He finished off the rest of the rice noodle roll and hurriedly paid the bill before leaving with his buddies. He wanted to go home and advance to the next level. Bulletin Fang breathed a sigh of relief in his mind as well. Looks like the reaction isn't bad for the ingredient I personally acquired. After cleaning up the tableware, the interior of the store became deserted for a moment. Bulletin Fang pulled a chair toward the entrance and curled up on it. As he stared at the empty alleyway which was already repaired by the Crown Prince's men, a question surfaced in his mind. Usually, shouldn't that girl have already arrived by now? Why isn't she here yet? Did she forget that the store is open today? Bulletin Fang thought as he cozily yawned. Chapter 95, The Imperial City's First Snow. Imperial City, Weiyang Manor. The elderly Weiyang's expression was stern as he sat above the Great Hall. Most of the Weiyang family members were present within the hall. Weiyang Zongheng was solemn as a statue as he sat below his father. The mood within the hall was extremely serious. Xiaoai was sulking with a pout on her face and her large eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. She glanced at the elderly Weiyang sitting above the Great Hall and bitterly snorted as she turned her head away. You rascals, watch Xiaoai properly. She's absolutely not allowed to take even half a step outside of the manor today. The elderly Weiyang's head ached whenever he saw Weiyang Xiaoai's behavior, but he still pulled a long face as he instructed the 3 barbarians of Weiyang. The 3 barbarians of Weiyang nodded. Their eyes were sternly fixated on Weiyang Xiaoai. However, when they were glared at by the sullen Weiyang Xiaoai, the 3 brothers immediately looked away in guilt. Grandpa! Why am I not allowed to go out? The store still needs my help. Weiyang Xiaoai indignantly asked the elderly Weiyang. The elderly Weiyang scowled at her. Xiaoai, Grandpa is only thinking for your sake. For the past few days, the situation within the Imperial City has become grim. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince has been openly roping in the Imperial Court's officials. They're willing to do anything in order to pull people to their side. We're afraid for your safety. Even if that's the case, you still can't stop me from helping out at the store. Weiyang Xiaoai was still unhappy as she pouted her mouth while puffing up her cheeks and said, Help! What sort of help can you provide? You're the daughter of a general. How could you always run around in public and even work as a waitress in a restaurant? What a disgrace! The elderly Weiyang was exasperated by the stubborn Xiaoai. His beard was twitching with anger. When Weiyang Xiaoai heard his words, she suddenly held her arms across her chest. She coldly glanced at the elderly Weiyang and softly laughed. Grandpa, that's not what you were saying yesterday. When I advanced to 4th grade battle spirit, you were definitely overjoyed. You were even glad to let me be a waitress every day. The elderly Weiyang's body stiffened as a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. However, a grin soon appeared on his face as he shamelessly said, If I say you can't go, then you can't go. Today, you still have to obediently stay within the manor. Humph! Smelly Grandpa! I am going to ignore you from now on. Weiyang Xiaoai was furious. She snorted toward the elderly Weiyang and left the Great Hall in a huff with her head held high. What are you 3 rascals doing? Go and watch over that girl. The elderly Weiyang angrily shouted at the 3 barbarians of Weiyang, who were busy watching the show. Below the elderly Weiyang, Weiyang Zongheng was wiping away his cold sweat as he thought, Father! What kind of example are you setting for the youngsters? The elderly Weiyang calmed down after the 3 barbarians of Weiyang left in low spirits. He turned his head toward Weiyang Zongheng and asked, What's the situation on His Majesty's side? Weiyang Zongheng's expression immediately turned cold as he solemnly replied, His Majesty's condition is not optimistic. The elderly Weiyang suddenly sighed. The emperor had spent his youth leading campaigns against the sects and fought with many experts. His wounds accumulated and left hidden ailments throughout his body. Now that he reached old age, even the mighty Emperor Changfeng was unable to withstand these hidden ailments that suddenly flared up. Liang Zongheng helplessly sighed as well. The situation within the imperial city was already somewhat grim. If the emperor passed away, the entire imperial city would instantly descend into chaos. This was also the reason the elderly Liang prohibited Liang Xiaoai from leaving the manor. For a while, the great hall became quiet and no one said a word. After a long time, a lone figure rapidly approached the great hall. He swiftly entered the great hall and knelt before the elderly Liang with a sealed envelope held in his hand. The elderly Liang's eyelids twitched as he opened the envelope and rapidly scanned its contents. When he finished reading, his complexion was extremely dreadful and his beard was trembling. Liang Zongheng swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Father, what's the situation?" With a burst of true energy emitted from his hand, the letter was immediately turned into ashes. The elderly Liang's eyes contained a trace of melancholy and sorrow. His Majesty passed away. As the elderly Liang said those words, he seemed to have aged 10 years within an instant. On the main road of the imperial city, a petite figure was skipping while heading toward Fang Fang's little store. "Humph! Stupid grandpa, you actually let my 3 foolish brothers watch over me. With how thick-headed they are, how could they watch over the resourceful and intelligent Xiaoai?" Liang Xiaoai's eyes were curved into crescents. When she thought about her grandpa's fuming expression when he realized she ran away, she could not help but exult in her mind. It's snowing. Liang Xiaoai was walking along when she suddenly exclaimed and raised her head in puzzlement. A burst of winter wind blew across the grey skies and then snowflakes as white as goose feathers silently descended. Xiaoai stretched out her fair hand and a snowflake fell onto her palm. It silently melted and turned into ice-cold, bone-chilling water. It was like the sky was weeping. "How beautiful!" Xiaoai expelled a white cloud of breath as she softly muttered. She flung off the water on her palm and continued moving forward. The arrival of the imperial city's first snow was that sudden. The pedestrians on the main road all stopped to admire the snow for a while before they hurriedly resumed walking. Behind Liang Xiaoai, several figures suddenly started to follow her. Within an instant, they sped up and completely surrounded her. Xiaoai's large eyes suddenly widened as true energy immediately burst forth from her body in order to escape their encirclement. However, the cultivation level of the attackers were high. They were actually all 5th-grade battle kings. Liang Xiaoai was captured before she could make any attempts to escape. "Let go of me. My father is General Liang and my grandfather is a doyen of the current dynasty. If you kidnap me, you'll be beaten up." Liang Xiaoai was infuriated. There was actually someone who was brazen enough to kidnap a general's daughter within the imperial city. Those Battle King experts glanced at Liang Xiaoai. They could not even be bothered to give a reply as they immediately stuffed a rag into her mouth and carried her away. "Go back and report to the young master that the mission is completed." One of the figures nodded, and then, he instantly separated from the group as the tip of his toes tapped the ground. Bulletin Fang was curled up on his chair. As he watched the heavy snow slowly descending from the grey skies, he subconsciously curled up his body even more. It was snowing and the weather became colder as well. There were very few customers on that day, to the point where Bulletin Fang was not used to it. Basically, those regular customers did not appear. "Is it because it's snowing?" Bulletin Fang softly muttered while he remained curled up on the chair. Suddenly, the sound of messy footsteps came from within the alleyway as 3 bear-like, boorish figures appeared in front of the store. Isn't this the really invincible Liang brothers?" Bulletin Fang thought. He was slightly surprised as he puzzledly looked at the anxious Liang brothers that appeared in front of his store. "Owner Bulletin. Is that girl, Xiaoai, here?" Liang Zhen immediately asked while breathing heavily. "That girl actually deceived us and secretly snuck out. What happened to the basic trust between siblings?" Liang Di said. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at the 3 brothers and simply said, "Liang Xiaoai didn't come here today. She's not here. How could that? She..." Liang Wu glared at Bulletin Fang. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. The expressions of the 3 brothers suddenly changed as they looked at each other and said, "Oh no. Xiaoai secretly snuck out in order to help out at the store. However, she was not inside the store. There was only one possibility. Motherfucker, these bunch of despicable scumbags dare to kidnap my sister! Wei Zhen angrily shouted. The three brothers immediately turned after and left in a rage, leaving a bewildered Bulletin Fang behind. As Bulletin Fang expressionlessly watched the three of them leaving, the corners of his mouth widened into a bemused smile. These three brothers must have turned stupid. Chapter 96, Who Kidnapped the Little Girl? Within the Xiao Manor, Xiao Meng blankly stared at the secret letter in his hand without saying anything. After a long while, Xiao Meng let out a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked toward the direction of the Imperial Palace's Great Hall. His eyes were filled with sorrow and indescribable grief. Father, what happened? Xiao Yanyu worriedly asked with a frown as she looked at her father's sorrowful appearance. Xiao Xiaolong puzzledly looked at his powerful father as well. Since earlier on in the morning, Xiao Meng forbade them from leaving the manor. The two siblings who were planning to head to Fang Fang's little store to enjoy delicious food were extremely bewildered. Xiao Yanyu had an astute mind and she was more perceptive than the carefree Wang Xiaoi. She could guess that the reason their father forbade them from leaving the Xiao Manor was probably for their own safety. If they needed protection even while they were inside the Imperial City, it could only mean one thing. The Imperial City was no longer safe, or, it was no longer safe for those with important statuses like the children of court officials. Has the Imperial City descended into chaos? Xiao Yanyu's voice that was like the singing of birds rang out as she asked Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng glanced at Xiao Yanyu. The muscles on his face slightly trembled before he slowly opened his mouth. His Majesty passed away. When Xiao Yanyu and Xiao Xiaolong heard those words, their bodies shuddered and then their eyes suddenly widened. The Xiao family was not the only one who received the news. The various rich and influential families living within the Imperial City were informed as well. The news of the Emperor's death was like a tsunami that instantly engulfed the Imperial City. The ruler of a generation, Emperor Changfeng, had passed away. This was like a tumultuous earthquake for the entire Lightwind Empire. The situation within the Imperial City was already quite uncertain. With the death of the Emperor, the city immediately became turbulent. The fight over the throne between the Crown Prince and the Second Prince was also completely moved into the open. This could be seen from the fact that all of the rich and influential were making their children obediently stay within their manors. Once the fight over the throne began, the princes would need to rope in helpers. They needed the support of the court officials and they had to win this support on their own. In order to gain the allegiance of the court officials, they would make use of unscrupulous methods like blackmail, kidnapping. They would use any method available to achieve their goal. On this day, the news of Emperor Changfeng's passing spread. The Crown Prince, Ji Chengan, as well as King Yu hurriedly entered the Imperial Palace and headed for the Great Hall. After approximately an hour or so, the Crown Prince and King Yu left the Imperial Palace. After preparing horses and carriages, they began visiting the manors of each court official in order to enlist their support. The fight between the Crown Prince and King Yu had finally turned into a showdown. Zhao Manor, the official residence of the Minister of the Left, Zhao Mushan. As the Lightwind Empire's Minister of the Left, Zhao Mushan's position was so great that even the princes had to treat him courteously. It was to the point where his rank within the Lightwind Empire could be said to be second only to its guardian, Xiao Meng. Zhao Mushan's was not considered old. He looked rather healthy from his overall appearance. However, his hair color that alternated between black and white gave him the feeling of vicissitude. He was sitting in a wooden armchair with his eyes slightly narrowed and slapping his belly with one hand. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from beyond the door and a figure stepped into the room. Father! Your child has returned. Zhao Ruga stepped into the room in a brocade robe and respectfully greeted Zhao Mushan, who was seated in the armchair. Has the matter been settled? Zhao Mushan narrowed his eyes and simply asked. The matter was completed without a hitch. However, why did father send someone to abduct Wang Xiaoi? Are you not afraid of angering that madman, Wang Qi? Zhao Ruga looked at Zhao Mushan in puzzlement. He could not understand why they participated in this messy situation under this sort of circumstances. Ji Changfeng is dead. Now that he's dead, the pot of soup called the Imperial City is finally going to boil. In order to make this pot of soup even tastier, we'll need to add some condiments. Zhao Mushan opened his eyes. His eyes were profoundly harmonious and seemed to possess a calming aura. Zhao Ruge's reverence toward his father became even stronger. Leave now, and make sure that girl isn't mistreated. We only brought her here to bring things to a head. If she gets hurt, Liang Qi will really try to kill us. That old fogey really cherishes this granddaughter of his, Zhao Mushan said with a chuckle. We'll have him cause trouble with the crown prince and King Yu first. Let him stir up this pot of soup. Zhao Ruga was startled for a moment and then seemed to have understood something. A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he nodded and left. As Zhao Mushan watched Zhao Ruga's disappearing figure, he chuckled once more. After Zhao Ruga left the room Zhao Mushan was in, he walked for a while inside of the Zhao Manor and soon arrived before a room guarded by 2 battle kings. Watch after that girl properly. She's very clever. Don't give her a chance to escape, Zhao Ruga solemnly said. The 2 battle kings gravely nodded. As Zhao Ruga gazed at the quiet room, the corners of his mouth widened into a smile. I am really curious. If owner Buletin found out that this girl was kidnapped, what would he do? Would he immediately rush over while bringing along that iron lump? That would be interesting. Within the Crown Prince's palace, the Crown Prince had a forced smile plastered on his face as he looked at the menacing elderly Liang. This Doyen-level figure was not someone he could afford to anger. Elder, I can vouch with my life that I've never touched a single hair on Liang's eye. Ji Chingan's expression was solemn as he took an oath-taking pose while facing the elderly Liang. Motherfucker! Who else could it be other than you? If my precious Xiaoi is missing even a single strand of hair, I am going to fucking demolish this Crown Prince palace of yours. The elderly Liang's temper was not good. He was cursing and swearing while pointing at the Crown Prince's nose. He was scolding the Crown Prince to the point where the Crown Prince almost lost his composure. However, the Crown Prince had no other choice. He could only maintain a forced smile as he watched the elderly Liang leave with a strut. Similarly, after the elderly Liang left the Crown Prince's palace, he immediately headed toward King Yu's manor. He chewed out King Yu as well, but he still could not obtain any information on Liang Xiaoi. However, after the 2 princes were scolded by the elderly Liang, they kept in check their overt actions and their confrontations became less brazen. After returning to the Liang manor, the elderly Liang had already lost the dominance he had when scolding the Crown Prince and King Yu. His expression became rather unpleasant. If King Yu and the Crown Prince were not responsible for abducting Xiaoi, then who was the culprit? Within the imperial city, who would have the nerve to capture Liang Qi's granddaughter? The elderly Liang pondered for a while. Finally, a name surfaced in his mind. Zhao Mushan. For the past 3 days, the amount of customers that visited Fang Fang little stores became very small. It reached a point where Buletin Fang was bored to death every day. He could not sense the stormy situation within the imperial city. The only thing he could sense was that his customers had decreased in number. Liang Xiaoi did not come to the store during the 3 days either. Buletin Fang found out that the situation within the imperial city was extremely grim from Fatty Jin, who came on time every day to eat. Every single influential family was carefully choosing a faction to side with. With the passing of the emperor, the Crown Prince and King Yu began fighting over the throne. Buletin Fang was perplexed after hearing all of this information. He was completely clueless about the so-called fight over the throne. After listening for a short while, he walked away in bewilderment. However, the news about the emperor passing away still made him lament. However, he was extremely concerned about the news regarding Liang Xiaoi's abduction. After all, the girl was still his waitress, someone who belonged to Fang Fang's little store. Since she was Buletin Fang's employee, he would not allow her to be easily bullied. Buletin Fang was curled up on his chair, watching the heavy snow that continuously descended. The pure white snow had already begun covering the entire imperial city with a layer of silver coating, giving the city an exquisite appearance. Owner Buletin, you seem to be free. Looks like I came at the right time. A familiar voice that was mild but contained a bit of arrogance rang out. Zhao Ruga was standing at the entrance of the store, looking at Buletin Fang with a smile on his face. Chapter 97, Owner Buletin, do you feel no shame? Zhao Ruga was wearing a brocade robe and had a refined and handsome appearance. He was standing at the entrance of the store with a smile on his face as he looked toward Buletin Fang, who was curled up on a chair. Buletin Fang raised his eyebrows in surprise. He recognized this fellow who tried to tempt him with crystals on 2 separate occasions, but he resolutely turned him down. However, despite their brief encounter, Buletin Fang still remembered Zhao Ruga's appearance. Bulletin Fang stood up from his chair. He glanced at Zhao Ruge and asked, "What are you ordering?" Zhao Ruge stepped into the store and shook off the snow that had clung onto him. He expelled a cloud of breath before he sat down on a chair. After taking a glance at the menu, he realized the store had added many new dishes since his last visit. As the delicious dishes cooked by Bulletin Fang involuntarily surfaced within his mind, his stomach slightly growled in response. Zhao Ruge ordered a serving of sweet and sour ribs and improved egg fried rice, as well as a jar of ice heart jade urn wine. Bulletin Fang nodded. He went back into the kitchen and started cooking the dishes. After a while, a rich aroma wafted out from the kitchen. That fragrance was extremely strong, causing Zhao Ruge to sniff the air. After a long while, Bulletin Fang's slender figure walked out from the kitchen while carrying a dish in his hand, and he placed it in front of Zhao Ruge. Zhao Ruge did not immediately start eating. Even though the rising steam emanating from the dish was continuously arousing his appetite, Zhao Ruge still managed to endure it. His eyes appeared to be smiling as they landed on Bulletin Fang. "Owner Bulletin, where's Xiao Ai? Didn't she come here today?" Zhao Ruge's tone contained a trace of mockery. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly glanced at him, then pulled out a chair and sat down. He sat upright in front of Zhao Ruge. Everything was completed in an unhurried and leisure manner. "She didn't come today," Bulletin Fang simply replied as his pitch-black pupils locked onto Zhao Ruge's cheek. Zhao Ruge was extremely calm. Even though Bulletin Fang was staring right at him, there was not even a slightest change in his expression. After suffering so many losses within the store, this was the first time he felt he was holding the initiative. He could use the attitude of a superior to face Bulletin Fang. "Is owner Bulletin not curious why she didn't come?" Zhao Ruge asked as the corners of his mouth curled up. Bulletin Fang did not reply this time around and only watched Zhao Ruge. Zhao Ruge was not flustered either. With a faint smile, he removed the cloth cover of the ice heart jade urn wine and poured a cup of wine for himself. The rich aroma of wine immediately spread into the surroundings. As the aroma hovered around the tip of his nose, an euphoric expression was revealed on his face. In the past, he used to believe the number one wine within the Lightwind Empire was the Imperial Palace's bejeweled nectar wine. However, ever since he tasted the store's ice heart jade urn wine, he was completely subdued by this fine wine. "Owner Bulletin, do you want a cup as well?" Zhao Ruge shook the blue and white porcelain wine cup in his hand as he asked Bulletin Fang out of politeness. "Oh, hold on," Bulletin Fang softly replied. Then, under the embarrassed gaze of Zhao Ruge, he stood up and headed toward the kitchen. After a while, he returned with a clean porcelain wine cup. "Fill it to the brim, don't be shy," Bulletin Fang said. Zhao Ruge was speechless as he looked at Bulletin Fang. He thought, "Don't you realize I was only being polite? With our relationship, do you think I would treat you to a drink? This wine costs 15 crystals per jar, and more importantly, there isn't much of it in the first place." Under Bulletin Fang's sincere gaze, Zhao Ruge was unable to refuse his request out of politeness. He could only fill Bulletin Fang's wine cup to the brim with a deadpan expression. Bulletin Fang raised the wine cup to his mouth and took a sip of wine, revealing a trace of contentment in his eyes. With the cold temperature and the snow fluttering about outside of the store, warming up the body with fine wine was such a wonderful pleasure. "Owner Bulletin, are you really not curious why Xiao Ai did not come?" Zhao Ruge asked once more. He finished the wine within his cup and narrowed his eyes at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang glanced at him as he placed the already emptied wine cup on the table, and he took the liberty of grabbing the wine jar. After filling up his wine cup to the brim, he simply replied, "Why do I need to know?" Zhao Ruge expressionlessly watched as Bulletin Fang unceremoniously drank the ice heart jade urn wine that he ordered. He suddenly felt a touch of sadness as he regretted opening his mouth. "She's your employee. As an employer, shouldn't you be worried about your employees?" Zhao Ruge asked. "I am very concerned," Bulletin Fang replied. "How is this the appearance of someone who is concerned?" Zhao Ruge was somewhat speechless as he pursed his lips. As Bulletin Fang finished the cup of wine once more, a touch of faint redness appeared on his fair cheeks. This was a sign that the alcohol was taking effect. However, once a person started drinking the ice heart jade urn wine, they would get the feeling of not being able to stop themselves. Therefore, Bulletin Fang poured another cup for himself. Zhao Ruge's eyes that were directed at Bulletin Fang were almost spewing fire. He thought, there isn't much wine in the jar, yet you're still pouring even though you've already drunk 2 cups. Do you feel no shame? Bulletin Fang placed the wine cup on the table and heavily breathed out before he replied, I am very concerned, but I am not worried since you won't do anything to her. Bulletin Fang indifferently looked at Zhao Ruga and the latter's pupils constricted in response. He did not think Bulletin Fang would immediately guess that he was the one who abducted Wang Xiaoai. You came here to tell me about this matter for no particular reason, that's no different than admitting that you're culprit. However, I am not worried since you wouldn't dare to do anything to her. You can't afford to offend the Wang family, Bulletin Fang said. Ha ha ha. Owner Bulletin has completely seen through me. I was really too reckless. I wonder if Owner Bulletin has any interest in joining hands with me. Now that the Imperial City has descended into chaos, it's a good chance to choose a side. As long as Owner Bulletin is willing to join hands with me, I can guarantee that Fang Fang's little store shall become the most famous restaurant within the Imperial City and even the entire Lightwind Empire. Zhao Ruge's eyes suddenly became fervent as he stared at Bulletin Fang. Cooperation. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at Zhao Ruge. Not interested. Owner Bulletin, don't be in a hurry to refuse me. My father is the current dynasty's minister of the left. We definitely have the ability to make Fang Fang's little store the #1 restaurant within the Lightwind Empire. With your powerful puppet and supreme beast companion, it'll be easy for us to assist one of the princes into becoming the emperor, Zhao Ruge said. Bulletin Fang shook his head after giving Zhao Ruge a single glance. He poured himself another cup of wine and a jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine was finished just like that. After finishing the cup of wine, Bulletin Fang did not even give a response to Zhao Ruge. He stood up while slightly swaying and slowly walked into the kitchen. His silence meant refusal. The fervent expression on Zhao Ruge's face gradually disappeared, and then, he began tasting the sweet and sour ribs and egg fried rice with a composed expression. However, when he picked up the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine, he discovered the jar was already empty. At that moment, Zhao Ruge really wanted to throw the empty jar at Bulletin Fang's head. That fellow was truly outrageous. After he finished his meal, Zhao Ruge threw down some crystals and left in a huff. He only managed to drink a single cup of wine out of an entire jar of Ice Heart Jade Urn wine that costed him 15 crystals, and the rest ended up in Bulletin Fang's stomach. How infuriating! Inside of the Zhao Manor, Zhao Mushin was slowly walking within the garden while wearing an overcoat with images of cranes sewn on it. However, there was nothing beautiful about the garden that was covered by a layer of snow. A figure glided into the manor, landed in front of Zhao Mushin and respectfully said, "The secret letter has been delivered into the hands of the Crown Prince." Zhao Mushin imperceptibly nodded. He raised his hand and a lump of pale yellow true energy that gave a feeling of tranquility and harmony hovered on his palm. Very good. Has the young Marquis Yang been captured? Zhao Mushin indifferently asked. He has already been caught. We've placed him into the same room as Wang Xiaoai, the figure respectfully replied. Zhao Mushin lightly exhaled a cloud of white breath. A snowflake drifted into his palm and was instantly shattered into pieces by the true energy gathered there. A terrifying force was actually hidden underneath that tranquil and harmonious true energy. With both the young Marquis and the Wang family's girl on our hands, the Crown Prince won't be able to reject our offer. The Emperor of the Lightwind Empire, very good. Zhao Mushin dispersed the true energy gathered within his palm. He slowly stepped on the snow and left the garden, leaving behind meaningful words that lingered in the surroundings. Chapter 98, Obey this Lord Dog's words, let go of that girl. Wang Xiaoai's eyes widened as she stared at the extremely haughty boy in front of her. She recognized the brat as the extremely well-known heir of a marquis. However, what was he doing there? Yang Chen was the 7th child of the marquis who pacifies the West, Yang Mo. Whenever the Yang family was mentioned, their deeds of sacrificing themselves for their country had to be acknowledged. The head of the Yang family, Yang Mo, had 4 sons. The first 3 sons were extremely talented individuals that used to be influential figures within the imperial city. Unfortunately, all 3 of them died on the battlefield during their participation on military campaigns. In the end, Yang Chen was the only son left in the entire Yang family. Therefore, the Yang family was extremely concerned about Yang Chen. As the first-in-line successor to the marquis position, there was no room for mistakes. What is a brat like you doing here? Yang Chen was very arrogant. He had always been putting effort in his cultivation with his elder brothers as his goal. Now, he had already reached the level of a 4th grade battle spirit. This degree of talent and cultivation level was already considered the highest among his peers. When Wang Xiaoai looked at Yang Chen's immature yet arrogant face, she could not help but roll her eyes and reply with a pout, "Do you really think I want to be here? There isn't even anything delicious here. This place is like hell on earth." Yang Chen was unable to understand Wang Xiaoai's words. Even though they were being held captive, the people who abducted them was not ill-treating them. They were properly served with 3 meals each day and the taste of the dishes brought to them was very good. Yang Chen ate his meals with great relish. "If you're getting excited over eating this sort of dishes, I can tell that you're someone who hasn't seen the world." Wang Xiaoai held her arms across her chest as she disdainfully glanced at the dishes placed on the table as well as Yang Chen, whose lips were covered with oil. "I haven't seen the world? A little brat like you is the one that hasn't seen the world. I've been to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant numerous times." Yang Chen unhappily mumbled while his mouth was filled with food. Immortal Phoenix restaurant. When the Immortal Phoenix restaurant was mentioned, Wang Xiaoai snorted and rolled her eyes in disdain. "What's going on? Are you looking down on the Immortal Phoenix restaurant as well?" Yang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Xiaoai. Wang Xiaoai pursed her lips and said, "Compared to the dishes made by the smelly boss, the food from Immortal Phoenix restaurant is no better than dregs. You haven't even tasted owner Buletin's dishes and you still dare to claim that you've seen the world. Let me ask you, have you ever tasted fish head tofu soup that increases the true energy within your body? Have you ever eaten sweet and sour ribs that sends you into an euphoric state just from smelling the aroma? Have you ever eaten egg fried rice that sparkles?" Wang Xiaoai mentioned a few dishes from Fang Fang's little store in a row. As a waitress, she was naturally familiar enough with the names of the dishes to immediately list them. Yang Chen blankly stared at Wang Xiaoai in an adorable manner. He had never heard of the names of these dishes before. However, they sounded really impressive. Could a person really increase their cultivation level by eating a meal? Humph! Impressive, right? I've eaten all of these dishes before. Wang Xiaoai loftily said. Yang Chen picked up some food with his chopsticks and shoved it into his mouth. As he chewed the food, he said, "It sounds pretty good. Where's the location of the store? When are you bringing me there to have a look?" When Wang Xiaoai heard his words, her large eyes immediately did a little turn. Then, a smile appeared on her adorable face as she said, "Let's go right now. None of these dishes suit my appetite. I haven't eaten anything for over a day. Right now." Yang Chen was stunned. They were currently held captive, how would they be able to leave? "That fellow who's monitoring us is only a 5th grade battle king. With our cultivation level, we can instantly deal with him if we take him by surprise. Then, we'll be able to make our escape." Wang Xiaoai said with sparkling eyes. Yang Chen raised his eyebrows and then suddenly excitedly nodded. Immediately after, Wang Xiaoai fell onto the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Her acting that was instantly performed startled Yang Chen for a moment. When the guard outside heard the commotion, he stepped into the room and immediately saw Wang Xiaoai kicking a fuss onto the ground. "What's going on? Stop making so much noise." The guard impatiently knitted his eyebrows together. He was annoyed that the two brats were not behaving. "She thinks the taste of the food is too terrible. She also said your chef is a pig," Yang Chen earnestly said. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the guard did not know whether to laugh or cry. After he approached the food on the table and sampled it, he said, "The taste is pretty good though." Yang Chen approached the guard and said with a nod, "I think it's pretty good as well. However, she thinks the chef is a pig, so she doesn't want to eat the food here and wants to go outside." Just then, the guard noticed something was wrong. In the next moment, true energy burst forth from Yang Chen and restricted the guard's limbs. Even though the guard was a 5th grade battle king, he was unable to react after receiving a sneak attack from such a close range. Wang Xiaoai leapt off the ground while brandishing her fists and greeted the guard's face with a punch. The Wang family's style was kicking their opponents when they were down. Therefore, Wang Xiaoai's next few punches all landed on the guard's face. The guard fell onto the ground and lost consciousness. Then, Wang Xiaoai pulled Yang Chen along as they left the room that imprisoned them at a trot and snuck out of the mansion. During the bright sunny days in the imperial city, the sunlight shining through the clouds was rather dazzling. As it shone over the people, it felt warm and comfortable. After Bullet and Fang finished serving the first wave of customers, the store regained its tranquility once more. And so, Bullet and Fang was curled up on a chair near the entrance like the past few days. There was sunlight on that day and he was feeling drowsy from the warmth felt throughout his body. It was quite comfortable to pass the days like this. Smelly boss! Save me! At the entrance of the alleyway, a heart-rending scream rang out. Bullet and Fang, whose eyes had just closed, opened them and puzzledly looked into the distance. There, two runty figures were running like mad while taking wide strides as a few experts with powerful auras chased after them. The speed of the pursuers was very fast and they were right about to catch up to the two brats. One of the battle kings caught up with them and directly grabbed hold of Wang Xiaoai. He picked her up and said with a sneer, "Let's see how you're going to run now." They did not expect the two canaries kept within a birdcage would be able to get out. They almost let them escape. "Do you know who I am? I'll make my grandpa strip you down and hang you up on the walls of the imperial city." Wang Xiaoai was furious. The smelly boss store was not far from there, but she was caught at the last moment. The anxious feeling of waiting for help made her want to go crazy. "Smelly boss, save me! Blackie, save me!" Therefore, Wang Xiaoai started screaming for help, hoping that Bullet and Fang would save her. However, she felt that her chances of escaping might be much higher if Blackie came instead. Blackie, who was lying on the ground, murmured as it opened its eyes. It lazily yawned while sticking its tongue out and exhaled a cloud of white breath. "Who's calling for your lord dog?" Blackie puzzledly scanned its surroundings and soon found Wang Xiaoai struggling to escape at the entrance of the alleyway. "You brat, why are you calling your lord dog for no reason? Don't you know how busy your lord dog is?" Blackie lazily got up and slowly headed for the alleyway's entrance while striding like a cat. Bullet and Fang slowly walked out of the store. He stood at the entrance and expressionlessly looked toward the alleyway's entrance. Wang Xiaoai's large eyes immediately lit up when she spotted the big black dog slowly approaching them. She yelled out, "Blackie, save me!" Yang Chen sniffled his nose that was slightly numb from the cold and puzzledly looked at the swarthy big black dog that was rather overweight. The few guards were also looking at Blackie with weird expressions on their faces. Did this girl really think a dog would be able to rescue her from the hands of a few battle kings? Should they call her naive, or naive? However, in the next moment, these people were all shocked by the big black dog that started speaking like a human. "Obey this lord dog's words, let go of that girl." Blackie's lukewarm voice sounded out of nowhere. Chapter 99, Don't Break the Floor Tiles. Next to the Gate of Heavenly Mystery, the Crown Prince Palace. Inside the huge palace, the Crown Prince was sitting up straight, alone. His expression was grave and his eyes revealed the myriad of thoughts running through his mind. There were a few sheets of secret letters lying on the table in front of him. Zhao Mushan, that wily old fox. I knew he was the one behind all of this. The Crown Prince's expression was agitated. He picked up one of the secret letters from the table and became even angrier as he looked at it. The letter was soon crumpled into a ball. If only Sushi was still around. Ji Chingan thought as he let out a long sigh. If Sushi was around, he would probably be able to provide him with a good idea. At the very least, he would not appear as passive. The Emperor's sudden passing caught everyone by surprise. If the news was not accidentally leaked by one of the eunuchs working in the palace, they might still be in the dark. Abducting both Wang Xiaoai and Yang Chen. This Zhao Mushan really is brazen. Nevertheless, there's no reason why we can't work together. If I agreed to his offer, that would be equivalent to gaining the support of both the Wang family and the Yang family. In that case, it wouldn't be easy for my second brother to overthrow me, even if he's colluding with the sex. The Crown Prince muttered. Then, he unraveled the crumpled piece of secret letter once more and carefully examined it for a while. He seemed to have made some kind of huge decision in his mind. Zhao Mushan lightly blew on the cup of tea in his hands. He took a sip of tea before he mildly asked, "What did you say? A few battle kings can't even watch over two battle spirit level brats." The complexion of the man in brocade robe, standing before him, suddenly became extremely pale. He hurriedly knelt down on the floor and fearfully said, "My lord, the fault lies with me. I've already sent some of the men to bring them back. But what? Zhao Mushan indifferently asked as he continued to drink his tea. The man in brocade robe sneaked a peek at Zhao Mushan before he cautiously replied, the Yang family's little princess and Yang family's heir are fleeing toward that mysterious store. Mysterious store? Are you talking about the place that has been the talk of the town recently? The restaurant that even the emperor himself personally visited? Zhao Mushan's drinking movement suddenly paused as he puzzledly asked. He had heard some rumors about that little restaurant as well, but he did not know much about it. However, from the data he gathered, he knew that the background of the restaurant was definitely not simple. A supreme beast and a puppet with the capability of repelling a 7th grade battle saint? This store is really something else. Have you investigated them yet? Zhao Mushan asked. We did, but we didn't find out anything, the man in brocade robe replied. That was the reason he was feeling fearful. If Yang Xiaoai and Yang Chen escaped into that store, they would need to get through that store in order to catch them once again. However, the store seemed to be out of the ordinary. If you can't even accomplish something like this, what am I keeping you around for? I am spending tens of thousands of crystals on your intelligence network every year, yet you can't even find out anything about a little restaurant. Zhao Mushan coldly sorted and said, while glancing at the man. The man felt cold sweat running down his back. Forget it, perhaps this store really is more mysterious. On this vast continent, there are many unknown powers that we can't even imagine. It's not your fault that you can't find out anything. However, you must definitely bring the Yang family's girl and the Yang family's heir back here. If need be, you'll personally do it. At any rate, I want to see them standing in front of me. That man's expression suddenly became ghastly. My lord, but there's a supreme beast watching over that store. Furthermore, even that iron puppet is not something a mere 6th grade battle emperor like me could deal with. A supreme beast? Do you really believe the rumors? Do you really think a supreme beast would act as a watchdog for a store? Even the Celestial Arcanum sect, the most mysterious group within the 10 great sects, doesn't have that capability, let alone some store. Evidently, Zhao Mushan did not believe a supreme beast would be watching over a store. Perhaps the failure of both Xiao Meng and Eunuch Lien was just a fluke? They might have been accidentally deluded by that dog. Zhao Mushan was very confident of his hypothesis because he had seen a real 9th grade supreme beast before. He knew how terrifying those existences were. How could one of them become a watchdog for a little restaurant? That was something completely unfounded. Zhao Mushan's adamant attitude was very upsetting for the man in the brocade robe. However, there was nothing else he could do. He could only give it a shot. At the moment, the only choice he had was to believe that his master's conjecture was correct. There's actually such a wondrous dog in this word. It's actually capable of human speech. A 5th grade battle king was blankly staring at Blackie. He felt as if his worldview was completely flipped over. Yang Chen was also blankly staring at Blackie. This was his first time meeting Blackie and he did not expect this dog would actually start speaking. Let go of that girl. Is that what a dog like you should be saying? Yang Chen thought while feeling dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Is a fat dog like you planning to save a damsel in distress? This is just too. The battle kings were all laughing and were completely unable to stop. Bulletin Fang was standing at the entrance of the store. He could hear their completely unstoppable laughter, but his expression was deadpan. A faint trace of pity for them appeared in his eyes. The other battle kings who behaved arrogantly in front of Blackie, were all dead. While thinking about this, Bulletin Fang could not help but open his mouth as he suddenly said, "Lazy dog, go easy on them. Don't break the floor again. It was just repaired and repairing the tiles again would be troublesome." When Blackie heard Bulletin Fang's words, it immediately rolled its eyes and muttered under its breath. It could not be even bothered to reply. The battle king that was restraining Yang Xiaoai was frowning as he watched the scene unfold. Alarms were going off in his mind. A restaurant situated within an alleyway and a dog that was capable of human speech? He could not figure out why everything seemed so familiar. Why are we wasting our breath on a dog? This dog is so fat, this is just nice for us to have a dog meat hot pot. Delicious. However, the other battle king was not taking the situation seriously. He was rolling up his sleeves as he walked toward Blackie with a sneer on his face. From his posture, he seemed to be trying to catch a dog. Blackie was looking at that Battle King with sincere eyes as it stretched out an exquisite paw that was trembling. Hee, you finally understood the situation. Too bad, it's already too late. There's no use even if you act cute. That Battle King suddenly started laughing. However, in the next moment, when Blackie's paw lightly touched his body, the Battle King's laughter was stifled and he became frozen on the spot. What's going on? The Battle King restraining Liang Xiaoai puzzledly asked with a frown. As he finished speaking, he felt a terrifying gust of wind blew past his body along with a human figure causing his hair to flutter around. Boom! A human figure was instantly shot through half of the imperial city and it pierced through countless amount of houses before ending up as a pile of meat paste on the ground. Oh, this way the ground won't be damaged. Bark, Blackie mildly said as an imperious aura suddenly burst forth from its eyes. In front of it, that Battle King was no different from an ant. The remaining Battle King, who was restraining Xiaoai, started trembling when he finally realized where he was. According to the rumors, there was a black-hearted store situated within an alleyway inside the imperial city with a supreme beast watching over it. He originally thought the rumor was just a joke. However, his colleague was just sent flying and turned into meat paste with the touch of a single dog paw. If anyone dared to claim this dog was not a supreme beast, he would personally confront them. At that moment, the Battle King was kicking himself inwardly. He never expected the two brats would actually flee toward this store. Suddenly, the Battle King felt his hands went empty. Liang Xiaoai had stomped on his face and broken free from his restraints. She landed on the ground and quickly made her escape. The Battle King's pupils constricted as he suddenly felt a dreadful feeling before a furry and cute dog paw tapped on his stomach. It was a very light tap. Chapter 100, The Tsundere Shota. Rumble. When Song Tao hurried to the alleyway where the store was located, his body froze for a moment when a violent gust of wind suddenly blew past him. During that instant, he seemed to have spotted a pitiful figure within that gust of wind. What's going on? Song Tao thought as he looked behind him in confusion. Then, he heard a loud noise. The ground started trembling and a cloud of dust was slowly rising from the debris in the distance. Song Tao suddenly felt a chill coursing through his body. Oh, not bad. Doing it this way simplify things, Bulletin Fang said in satisfaction with a nod. At least, the alleyway's newly repaired quartzite flooring was not broken by Blackie's paws once more. While Song Tao was still in a daze, two of the Battle Kings were scrambling to escape. When they saw Song Tao, they fearfully shouted, "Si! Sir! Hurry up and run! That dog is too terrifying!" Song Tao's heart sank. As he had expected, the mission failed. Not even 4 Battle Kings were able to bring back Liang Xiaoai and Yang Chen. How was he going to make a report when he got back? However, Song Tao was unwilling to just leave like that. Therefore, he headed into the alleyway to face that terrifying big black dog who sent a Battle King flying with a flick of its claw. Blackie indifferently gave Song Tao a glance and rolled its eyes when it saw the latter's wary appearance. It lazily returned to the front of the store while striding like a cat and went back to sleep. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaoai was pulling Yang Chen into the store, while completely ignoring Song Tao who was standing at the alleyway's entrance. A gust of cold wind blew past, bringing a burst of chilliness. "Brat, this is the place I mentioned, that smelly boss store. Even though the owner himself is so-so, the taste of his dishes are really good," Liang Xiaoai said after she pulled Yang Chen into the store. As Yang Chen assessed the store's environment, a look of disdain suddenly surfaced on his juvenile face. He held his arms across his chest as he said, "You were talking about this cramped little place? The furnishing is ordinary, the customers are ordinary as well. How could there be anything decent here? Were you lying to me?" Yang Chen actually distrusted her sincere words. Liang Xiaoai immediately became anxious. She gave Yang Chen a wide-eyed stare as she said, "Why would I lie to you? If I were really lying, then I'll get Smelly Boss to apologize to you." Next to them, Bulletin Fang was startled for a moment. A trace of confusion flashed across his face as he thought, "Why would I have to apologize if you're the one lying? Where's the logic in that? Humph! Do you think I care about his apology?" Yang Chen glanced at Bulletin Fang and laughed in disdain. Bulletin Fang was only a mere chef in his eyes. What could a chef do, ascend into the skies? You ignorant fellow, you'll soon understand how foolish your words are. Wang Xiaoi sneered as she turned to Bulletin Fang and said, "Smelly boss, give me a serving of sweet and sour ribs. We'll let him experience a real craving." Yang Chen pursed his lips. As his gaze swept toward the menu hung on the wall, his pupils constricted to nearly the size of a black sesame seed. Aren't these prices marked wrongly? Why are crystals used as the standard? Do you really think your dishes are panaceas? After seeing the prices on the menu, Yang Chen could not help but complain. Bulletin Fang was almost automatically immune to his complaints and could not even be bothered to reply. So what if Yang Chen was complaining? Bulletin Fang was not going to lose any flesh from his complaints. If Yang Chen was going to taste his dishes, he would still have to order them. He would still have to submit to the price of the dishes. With his skills, he was that confident. Song Tao was unwilling to give up, so he stepped into the store as well. With a single glance, he caught sight of Yang Chen, who was expressing his disdain. Song Tao's eyes lit up as he thought, the Yang family's heir, this is an important person. I must definitely bring him back with me. What are you having? Look at the menu yourself. Before Song Tao could say anything, a cold voice rang out next to him. Bulletin Fang was expressionlessly looking at Song Tao while pointing toward the menu behind his back. Song Tao was startled for a moment. When he glanced at the menu, his nostrils slightly widened and steam gushed out. He thought, damn, this is a daylight robbery. The black-hearted store truly deserves its reputation. However, he was unwilling to give up like that. The fair and tender Wang Loli was right there. The Tsundere Shota, Yang Chen, was standing in front of him as well. If Song Tao were to leave like this, it was not any different from giving up on eating 2 pieces of overwhelmingly fragrant red braised meat when you were about to starve to death. Owner! Give me a serving of egg fried rice. Song Tao endured the pain in his heart as he ordered the egg fried rice, that cost 1 crystal per serving. His heart seemed to be bleeding. Earning crystals was not so easy nowadays. When Wang Xiaoi heard what Song Tao ordered, she immediately gave him a disdainful glance. She scornfully snorted and said, "Smelly boss, hurry up and cook my sweet and sour ribs that costs 50 crystals per serving." As the princess of the Wang family, she lacked anything but crystals. "What about you? What are you ordering?" Bulletin Fang asked as he looked at Yang Chen. "Since they've already ordered, then get me a serving of Ice Heart Jade Urn Wine," Yang Chen said with his chin held high. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth widened as he glanced at Yang Chen and said, "Children are not allowed to drink alcohol." Yang Chen's body suddenly stiffened for a moment. His little eyes widened as he looked straight at Bulletin Fang, while the latter expressionlessly looked back at him. After a while, Yang Chen looked away in defeat. How exasperating! Forget it, give me a serving of red braised meat. All right, wait a moment. Bulletin Fang nodded before turning around and heading into the kitchen. Song Tao carefully found a seat and sat down. His eyes were constantly assessing his surroundings. At the entrance to the kitchen, he saw a mechanical figure. Was that the black-hearted store's puppet that could face a 7th-grade battle saint head-on? When White E's round head suddenly turned and its mechanical red eyes met Song Tao's eyes, the latter hurriedly turned his gaze away in fear. Humph! If the taste of the dishes here is terrible, I'll definitely look down on this place. How dare you charge such a high price for food that tastes terrible? I will also publicize to the entire imperial city and let everyone know that this place is a sham. Yang Chen declared in a tsundere-like manner. Wang Xiaoi rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to care about this tsundere shota. At that moment, she just wanted to eat the smelly boss dishes. After not eating for a day, she was feeling extremely hungry. She even lost weight. Yang Chen was still rambling on by himself. However, the rich fragrance of meat soon wafted out from the kitchen. The smell of meat slowly drifted out like a piece of silk caressing their faces, giving them a false sense of reality. Wang Xiaoi's exquisite nose was upturned as she furiously breathed in this meaty aroma. Her face was filled with happiness. It was this aroma. This was the smelly boss aroma. After a while, a figure walked out from the darkness of the kitchen. Bulletin Fang's slender fingers were holding a porcelain plate containing the amber-colored sweet and sour ribs, which was overflowing with vibrant colors and light. Piping hot steam, accompanied with a rich fragrance, was rising from the plate. Wang Xiaoai was already quite eager to start eating. Her large eyes were staring straight at Bulletin Fang. "Here's your sweet and sour ribs, take your time," Bulletin Fang said as he placed the plate in front of Wang Xiaoai and patted her head. Then, he returned into the kitchen and began cooking the other dishes. The sweet and sour ribs was captivatingly fragrant. The smell alone was causing Yang Chen, who had been complaining all day, to enter into a daze. His eyes were staring straight at the amber-colored pieces of meat. Even Song Tao could not help but be attracted by the aroma. However, he was more concerned about how he was going to snatch the two brats out of the store. "Oh," without having to get into a fight, Song Tao timidly thought as he glanced at Whitey, and the latter's mechanical eyes turned toward him once more.